A loud thunder rolled near the estate, as if enveloping the surroundings with invisible energy. The joy of the long-awaited appearance engulfs everyone present, and a moment later, lively conversations begin. The crystal must be delivered immediately. The principle of operation of this system is simple. The shade of the crystal indicates a special gift that the baby, currently in the hands of the nanny, is endowed with. The nanny confidently rolls the stroller with the shining stone inside. The child's father proudly announces that this is the second child in the Lakewood family, and confidently adds that their baby has enormous potential. The mother rests silently, trying to recover from the birth. Meanwhile, the maid carefully raises the baby's tiny hand to the shining crystal, and everyone present holds their breath, waiting for the result of this magical test. The baby's parents were stunned. What they saw seemed incredible to them. Our hero was originally called Kiyama Zeniti. As soon as he graduated from school, he immediately got a job at a prestigious company that owned the most modern oil refineries. However, now all this has lost any meaning for him. However, Kiyama himself feels as if he has entered paradise. A young man with long hair stands in front of Kikiyama and apologizes, convinced that Kikiyama appeared in the wrong world. The main character got into this adventure after he died saving a child from under the wheels of a car. Imagine his impression when he learned that this boy he saved was actually a god who now stood before him in the sky. The young man continued, emphasizing that until now the main character had simply survived, wasting his days in a cruel world that seemed alien and inhospitable. He tells them that Kichiyama will go to the world in which he was originally supposed to be born. God assures them that it will be easiest and best for the hero there, and that he will definitely like this new world. However, upon hearing such words, Kichiyama only sinks into silent reflections, without uttering a single sound in response. Thus began a new chapter in Kiyama's life, one full of hope and mysterious possibilities in an uncharted world. After he was reborn in a new world and found himself in a strange family, his hand only had to touch the sphere, and it instantly turned deep black. The father of the family was shocked to the core. He could not imagine that a child with a crystal of such a dark color would appear among his descendants. The maids froze in shock, unable to believe their eyes. Before them was a baby with the attribute of darkness. The mother, equally stunned, could not understand how a demon child had appeared in their family. The main character rests peacefully in his cradle, having just embarked on the path of a new life. However, he is unaware of the terrible misfortune that has already gripped the hearts of those around him. He wonders if they mean he is the offspring of demons. The head of the family angrily exclaimed that this child would be a disgrace to the entire family, and insisted that the main character should never have been born at all. His wife gently comforts him, reminding him that their youngest son, Leo, is with her, whom she lovingly hugs. She then suggests that he pretend that their firstborn died during childbirth. Kiyama trembles with terror, wondering, is their goal really to take his life? The father of the family left the newborn child somewhere, and the main character was constantly wondering why the new world turned out to be so much darker and worse than his previous life. After some time, Kiyama slowly opens his eyes and uncertainly tries to understand whether the flickering light that appeared ahead of him is dreaming. And immediately two people appear before him, a man and a woman, their faces lit up with friendly smiles and full of attention to the boy. A man and a woman are talking enthusiastically, catching the protagonist's attentive gaze. They invite him to pay attention to their new house, which is just behind them. However, many persistent questions haunt Kiyama. Who are these strangers standing before him, and where is he now? Eventually, a suggestion emerges in his thoughts. It seems he was secretly taken from his home in the dark of night. It turned out that the main character had been taken into care by his own uncle. The realization that he had survived so moved the hero that tears of joy welled up in his eyes. This emotionality greatly alarmed his uncle and aunt, but his wife decided that the man had been suffering from seasickness in the carriage the whole time on the way, which was why he was feeling unwell. Without thinking for a moment, she gently presses the baby to her chest, wraps him in warm embraces, and gently promises that now everything will be fine and there is no need to worry anymore. Kiyama is overcome with peace at these words, and soon he begins to watch his aunt with admiration. The boy's uncle notes that all of today's events were also enhanced by the bright sun, which finally appeared after yesterday's downpour, when the rain fell as if from a bucket. It seemed as if the sun itself was smiling, welcoming this baby into the world. However, The husband still dares to approach his wife with a proposal. Would she mind if they named their baby Kyle? The wife, gently hugging the main character to her, inquisitively asks about the reason for this choice. The husband tells his wife that he wants to wear this name. After all, in the ancient language it means son. However, the wife looks unsure. With a smile, the husband, proud of his idea, asks if she likes such a name, and whether, in her opinion, he chose it aptly. The child confidently raised his eyes, meeting the sun itself with his gaze. Parents gaze tenderly at their child, admiring his sincere, radiant smile. The name he chose for himself fascinated him. It symbolized the sun and brought a sincere smile to his face every time. They say that from now on, this is where he will call home. Thus begins a new chapter in the main character's life. In the circle of another family, 5 years pass. Kyle is hurriedly reminded that it is time to prepare for the exit. The moment has come to set off. The protagonist leaves the estate leisurely, says with measured confidence that he is leaving, and gently addresses the woman, calling her mother. In this world, his name is Kyle Flyleafield. The Flyfields are seated in the carriage. Demio, turning to his wife, asks if they have forgotten anything. His companion is named Clay. The boy heads straight for the carriage, where his parents are already waiting for him, because a new family adventure awaits him on the road. But before stepping into the carriage, the main character turns to Alan and Max, hoping for their support. A sincere smile shines on his face. The knights raise their hands in agreement, making it clear that they understand the young man well, because it is they who must accompany him further. Demiro Flyfield looks out the window and addresses his servants and butler, urging them to remain loyal to him. He insists that they take care of the house in his absence. In response, the servants bow their heads in deep respect, confirming their loyalty. This year, the boy turns 5. Clay enthusiastically admits that she is extremely happy about this trip because she has not been to Eris for a long time. The father tells his son that the place they are going to has a picturesque view of the sea and invites him to admire this landscape together. The young man happily agrees, and his face instantly lights up with a sincere smile. It was from this night when the main character experienced his second birth into this world. His life was full of true happiness, as he grew up in an atmosphere of warmth and tender attention from loving parents. However, he could not erase from his memory that night when just one touch of his was enough for the crystal to suddenly turn black to the edge. So Kyle decided to embark on a deeper exploration of this world and explore the magic that reigns here to uncover all its secrets. After completing his studies, he learned that the magical system of this world is divided into 8 basic elements: earth, water, fire, air, ice, lightning, darkness, and light. At the same time, each person is endowed with only one of these attributes from birth. A special crystal helps to determine a person's magical abilities. Just touch it, and it instantly acquires the appropriate color. Blue signals a talent for the water element, red indicates fire magic, and other colors reveal the remaining elements. Most often this gift is discovered in childhood, immediately after birth, and it is this moment that largely determines the further path and fate of a person. The main character's crystal suddenly turned black. This can only mean one thing. His element is darkness. More precisely, only demons are endowed with this ability. Immersed in the contents of the book, the boy did not immediately notice how his heart was enveloped by an unwelcome longing. Then his adoptive mother reassured him, saying he shouldn't worry about his skin tone. What he heard so stunned Kyle that it suddenly dawned on him. These people had known about everything from the very beginning. However, he still found a place under their roof. As the hero rolled in the carriage to Eris, he was captivated by memories of the trials he had experienced over the past 5 years, and of those who had shared their warmth and support with him. The foster father, noticing the tension on the boy's face, couldn't help but ask, what was he so worried about? It was clear that the young man was completely immersed in his thoughts. Kyle was quite confused by what he heard. He had not expected such insightful words from his interlocutor. Meanwhile, the young man's father watched him carefully, wondering if his son really had a clear plan after arriving in a new place. Sighing with relief that his secret thoughts remained unknown, the boy made the decision to become a father without hesitation. But despite everything, he is still uneasy that stupidly famous evening is resurfacing in his memories. But now he is filled with true, unclouded joy, and nothing can stand in the way of this feeling. He recalls God's instruction, which emphasized that the protagonist must sincerely rejoice in every moment of his new life. Kyle sincerely thanks him for this act. After a while, They have already covered a considerable distance of the road. The man warns that they will have to drive through the forest. There is anxiety in his voice, although he had seemed calm before. After a pause, he turns to Kyle and asks if this road scares him. He nods approvingly in response, but the main character is still confused. He can't figure out what's really going on right now. But as soon as they entered the forest, he instantly realized that something bad was happening here. He feels as if some dark threat is inevitably lurking ahead of him. Suddenly, an important thought dawns on him. Suddenly, Kyle urgently appeals to his adoptive father to stop the carriage immediately. He can't figure out what the problem is and what exactly happened to Kyle. The boy warns that the path they are taking is literally teeming with an invasion of all kinds of monsters. The father cannot fathom what other dangers might be lurking nearby. He tries to reassure his son, assuring him that all is now in control on the front lines. So all he has to do is wait for his return, and the boy will see for himself that there is no longer any threat. He explained to Max that they needed to find another route immediately. From the depths of the tunnel, eerie roars of monsters could be heard, and the bewildered Max could not help but ask Al if he was really sure of his intention. Kyle's mother asks her son how he found out about this, but memories of the terrible monster attack flash obsessively in the boy's head. He rushes headlong towards the door of the carriage, but suddenly freezes when his father's voice comes through. Kyle turned to him and explained that he had to act because the monsters had attacked a man. Shocked by the unexpected news, the parents jump out of their chairs, unable to believe their ears. The father looks at the boy in confusion, still not understanding what is being said. The mother, on the contrary, is worried and begs her son to come back and sit down, trying to calm the situation. He refuses to submit to their will and apologizes for his actions, stating that many years ago he had read everything he could find about magic and had long since mastered the art of sorcery. However, before he could even begin to act, his parents remained in the carriage, not coming out to meet him. Caught in a trap that Kyle had fashioned from the air currents, the soldier stood in silent amazement. His mind refused to accept what he was seeing. An incredible barrier made of wind had simply grown up in front of him. A moment later, the main character apologizes to Al and directs his magic in his direction, namely, releasing air spheres. The warrior does not have time to react in time and falls to the ground, leaving his horse without a rider. This is what Kyle has been so desperate for. Barely hiding his excitement, he leaps into the saddle with lightning speed. He quickly turns to his parents in the carriage and to Al, who has just fallen off his horse, insistently asking them to stay where they are and not go anywhere. In the end, he turns to his adoptive parents with all sincerity, begging for forgiveness and admitting that he is unable to leave people to their fate. His parents, jumping out of the carriage, try to restrain him, but all their attempts are in vain. The protagonist keenly feels the emotions that are now overflowing their hearts. Despite the fact that his parents abandoned him in this life, there were still those who took him under their roof, even risking sheltering a possible demon. That is why he will never leave them to their fate. Inspired by this, the hero spurs his horse, rushes forward even faster and more purposefully, in order to come to the people's aid as soon as possible. Meanwhile, at the place that became the scene of the monster attack, the knight strictly orders his comrades not to leave their designated positions and to defend the carriage behind them under any circumstances, no matter what happens. But still, the thought haunts him. How could this have happened? How did they manage to resist not only simple goblins, but also the treacherous mages in their ranks, fierce wolves, and even powerful orcs? Especially since, according to his calculations, this group consisted of only 3 people. He still can't understand how, while accompanying a young lady, they were lucky enough to stumble upon a whole pack of monsters. The girl calmly watched the events from the crew window, while Knight strictly ordered her companions to restrain the monsters at all costs and not allow them to break through the defenses. The goblins, without hesitation, leap from their positions and rush towards the knights, attacking them with fierce courage. They were frozen in place with terror. None of them could take a step. The pack of wolves was fearlessly heading towards the carriage itself. The commander looked around with growing doubt, wanting to make sure that it was really the carriage that had become the target of the beasts, because the predators had almost completely surrounded them while the captain was desperately fighting back. Suddenly, a bitter realization dawned on him. In this situation, they would not be able to resist for long. And suddenly someone shouts the magic formula, "Windshield!" It flies straight to its target, sweeping the orc off the face of the earth along with everything in its path. And the powerful explosion rumbles as powerfully as thunder. The captain is closely watching the man who committed this act. Kyle suddenly emerged on his horse, a satisfied, slightly ironic smile on his face. He was proud of the incredible strength that had allowed him to deliver such a devastating blow, the first time he had had the opportunity to use it against real enemies. All the knights froze, stunned by the surprise. The young boy demonstrated true mastery of wind magic. The captain was also speechless with amazement. He simply could not believe that he was not standing before an experienced magician, but an ordinary child. Finally, Kyle quickly jumps off the saddle, finding himself on solid ground, and turns to her with a persistent request to leave. The blow instantly aroused rage in the monsters. They again approached the carriage in which the knights kept the young man under surveillance. The captain realizes the seriousness of the situation. They have fallen into a deadly trap, as they are tightly surrounded by monsters on all sides. Lost in thought, the protagonist suddenly turned to the knights and resolutely urged them to hurry up and immediately head for the carriage. What the boy said made an unforgettable impression on everyone. A few of those present dared to doubt, but the squad commander resolutely intervened and ordered his subordinates to strictly follow his instructions, his voice sounding threatening. The main character used a magic called Wall of Light. Its unbreakable barrier instantly enveloped the carriage, becoming a reliable barrier for monsters, who could not even come close or cause harm. Monsters tirelessly storm the barrier, increasing the pressure with each wave. It's hard for the captain to imagine that he's facing real light magic, because until recently this young man had only used wind magic. Meanwhile, Kyo, rolling up his sleeves, with a smile on his face, was completely filled with confidence in his own abilities, and mentally noted that the moment had come for a decisive step. Both the monsters and the knights watched him in confusion, wondering what this young man had planned next, and what he might decide to do. However, the main character made it clear. Despite all the circumstances, he has no intention of wasting his precious time on them. When the next moment arrived, he abruptly raised his hand to the very sky, and used a powerful spell known as the Call of Rain. The captain does not take his eyes off him, stunned by what he sees. Is he really casting spells, controlling the element of water? A thought flashes through his mind. How many forces of nature obey the main character? Even the monsters tremble with fear, but the cause of their anxiety is not us, but the heavy and dark clouds approaching from the sky. Kyle waves his hand vigorously, preparing to face the rapidly approaching crowd of monsters. He said goodbye to everyone, raised his hand, and masterfully cast a spell called Electric Rain. All creatures are instantly engulfed in fire, and in a moment only ashes and charred remains of them. The members of the Knight Order watched him with admiration, wondering in confusion whether he had really managed to combine the magic of water and lightning. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Kyle sighs with relief that it's finally over. Meanwhile, the captain can't stop thinking about this mysterious hero, who has amazed him with his incredible talents and unknown origins. As he passed the fallen bodies of the monsters, Kyle decided that the wisest thing to do would be to hide them in the Shadow Vault. It was clearly not worth leaving these giant carcasses out in the open. Meanwhile, the captain was amazed again and again at Kyle's mastery of dark magic. However, the mystery of this young man's identity still remains unsolved for him. Without delay, he approaches the captain and informs him that his mission is accomplished, sincerely asking him to take care of himself. After waving goodbye with a light gesture, he is about to leave, but the commander unexpectedly asks him to stay longer. He pleads loudly to stop for a moment, while the woman who has been in the carriage the entire time watches Kyle as he walks away. She thoughtfully wonders who this person really was. The main character, without wasting a moment, rushes headlong to his family. Meanwhile, the young lady, noticing his disappearance, painfully realizes that he has indeed abandoned her. One day, returning home, he found a silent owl with lowered wings, a stern father, and a mother overcome with grief. He just stood there, without saying a word, and silently stared into their sad faces. Later, he dared to find out if they were really offended by him. The father honestly admitted that he lacked peace because of his anger. The mother sadly confessed that while he was away, she could not find a place for herself from worries and excitement. Then Al joined the discussion, noting that everyone was certainly relieved to hear that Kyle was safe, but reminding him that their primary job was to protect him. Max, confidently sitting on his horse, turns to Alyosha, pointing out his mistake. However, his friend cannot understand what exactly he did wrong. Max shared with him how, following the young gentleman, he came across a truly fascinating sight. If it weren't for the intervention of our main character, they would all have faced inevitable death before that terrible invasion of monsters. What they heard caused a real shock among the crowd. In addition, they also told about a young master who, being able to control the elements of wind, water, and lightning, left the monsters no hope of escape. The father flatly refuses to believe that his son has mastered the magic of wind, water, and lightning. In his opinion, this is complete nonsense. After all, the crystal clearly testified, the main character is characterized only by the element of darkness. But over time, restlessness creeps into the man's heart. Is everything not so clear-cut? To make sure he had understood everything correctly, he asked Carl again. The latter was a little confused, but confirmed that everything had been conveyed correctly. In the end, the boy promised to tell his parents more about everything when they returned home. He will share with them the secret of his power and tell them about the crystal. The head of the Phillyfield family froze in complete horror after hearing what the protagonist said, unable to comprehend the meaning of what was said. The stepmother, confused and shocked, instinctively pressed her hand to her mouth to hide her impression. Even the knights, accustomed to dangers, usually steadfast, stood silent, stunned, and unable to utter a sound. Soon the boy scratched the back of his head awkwardly throwing his hand behind his head, and suggested returning to this conversation a little later, noting that it would be best to go home now. Some time passed, and now they were already at the Phillyfield family training ground. The main character quickly rushes past the maid, who is holding a tray in her hands and giving him a friendly smile. Then he begins to tell his adoptive parents in detail about the basics of magic. After that, he asks them to imagine that this water ball is a real magic crystal. Kyle lifted the bag from the tray, carefully untied the rope, and poured everything inside directly into the sphere. He explained to everyone that it was actually regular water, but he had specially colored it a delicate blue. His parents watched the events with interest, their eyes fixed on the wonder. His father carefully adjusted his glasses, trying to notice every detail, and was surprised to see how the water had turned a transparent turquoise. His mother was frankly amazed by what she saw, her breath caught in surprise. The protagonist enthusiastically continued to reveal his explanations to everyone, holding several more packages with mysterious contents in his hands. He concluded that from now on, he would supplement these mysterious things with something new. Opening one ring after another, he explained, "Red is the element of fire, brown represents earth, green is wind, blue is ice, and purple is the power of lightning." The father felt that he could no longer keep up with his son, and begged for a short pause. He wondered why he had decided to add all the elements, since Max had previously assured them that the main character only had wind, water, and light. His wife added with relief that Kyle could indeed only use those three powers. The young man silently raises his clenched fist to his lips without saying a word. He reveals it in an instant. 5 magical elements appear before everyone's eyes, and only the main character is able to explain what is happening to each of them. His adoptive father already understood everything and wondered, had 5 magical attributes really been revealed to him at once? Kyle corrected him slightly, emphasizing the importance of considering both light and dark. Then he illustrated his words with a visual example, using his other hand to demonstrate the point. Then he began to explain what would happen if you mixed white and black. His words so stunned his parents that they could hardly contain their amazement and could not believe what they had heard. The boy's adoptive father asked, "If you mix all the ingredients of a water balloon, wouldn't it turn completely black?" To this the boy nodded in the affirmative, confirming his guess. He shared that as soon as he was born and touched this glass crystal, the same thing happened. The crystal instantly changed its hue, becoming completely black, the color of gloom and darkness. While the father was lost in his own thoughts, the mother froze in place, overcome with profound astonishment and disbelief. Then the head of the Flyer family, with a serious look, carefully assessed the situation. He assured that he had all the necessary qualities, but admitted that he was interested in something else. Did the main character ever wonder when he realized all this? Kyle didn't care about that question at all. He remarked that he had done it without any effort, and shared that he had accidentally discovered a surprisingly fascinating book in his adoptive father's library. Hearing this, the man froze in surprise for a moment, and then cautiously asked if it was really his own work. The main character happily agreed to the offer and noted that he simply took this book and studied it without making any special effort. Then the young man picked up the same book, not letting it out of his hands. The head of the family from the edge of the flea field recognized it immediately and said that it was the volume of the Rijak. But the boy remained confused, never understanding what his father meant. Adjusting his glasses, the man calmly noted that now everything was in its place. Razak had been his good friend for many years. Tyle asked his father in surprise if this was really so, and when he heard the confirmation, he was delighted. It was simply wonderful. The father just smiled broadly, hinting to his son that he had explained everything correctly. And the mother, smiling reservedly next to her husband, awkwardly rubbed her neck and quietly added that it all brought back memories. The guy also shines with a friendly, sincere smile, looking inspiredly at the book, which he carefully presses to his chest. He notices, "This manual is ideal for beginners. It explains all the subtleties in detail, and for true enthusiasts, it opens up wide opportunities for further improvement of skills." The father listened attentively to his son's words, and was pleased that his reasoning sounded like a brilliant review of this book. He mentally noted that it would not hurt for Razak to hear these thoughts. However, at this moment, his involuntary thoughts were interrupted by the maid, who announced the unexpected appearance of a guest. The man wondered in surprise. Who could have visited at such an unusual time? As soon as they stepped through the gates of the estate, a man appeared to meet them. It seems that he had heard their conversation beforehand, because he immediately responded to the unspoken question. Who was he? The stranger mysteriously said that he was an old acquaintance of his. However, the girl in the hat immediately noticed that the owner of the Flea family looked as if he was not at all pleased with the presence of the guests. She noted that such behavior seemed unfriendly to her, and wondered if he really was that way. As soon as the man approached the visitor, he immediately recognized her. A wave of surprise flashed across his face. He declared that he remembered this woman perfectly. The main character also did not hide his confusion, because the appearance of this stranger caught him by surprise. The woman in the hat only casually mentioned that it had been a while since they had last seen each other and asked how things were going. Kyle still couldn't quite believe what he had seen. Without taking his eyes off the mysterious stranger in the hat, he finally realized that he was looking at a real elf. This amazing realization filled his soul with indescribable joy. This world is home to many different races, but the elves stand out among them. Despite their small numbers, they are renowned for their exceptional longevity, and their magic far surpasses that of other creatures. Clay greets his guest with genuine joy, notes with a smile that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and warmly addresses her as Maluno. He wonders if she really came here from the great forest, since the journey was not easy and very long. The woman in the hat replies that despite this, they are still happy. Then she looks at the boy standing quietly in front of her and asks who he is and what his purpose is here. Later, the couple, with their caring arms around the boy's shoulders, approach the protagonist. Smiling happily, they proudly announce that this is their son. His name is Kyle, and he is an extremely polite, kind boy. At first, the woman couldn't believe her ears. She froze for a moment, confusedly searching for the words to answer. Finally, she decided to ask again. Was it really about their son? Or maybe she didn't understand something. His face continued to radiate a warm smile like sunlight. The head of the Fleawyvild clan approved the woman's reasoning with a slight smile, and then gently advised his son not to be shy in her presence. After all, standing before him is none other than the very author of the book he is currently leafing through, Maluna Rozak, the famous elf. Hearing the news, the young man opened his mouth in confusion and froze, unable to find words from surprise. Meanwhile, the elf, noticing his confusion, admitted that she herself no longer remembered when she had created the very book that now ended up in the hands of the main character. Kyle was not at all embarrassed by these words. He only smiled happily. The boy noted that it was Maluna's book that was to be thanked for the fact that Rizak learned magic. However, his achievements did not end there. He had intended to explain to her further how she had interrupted him with her long rhetorical speeches. But he thanked her anyway, emphasizing that this book had become a real treasure for him. So her work had turned out to be in vain. Such words sincerely pleased her, and in a good mood she asked Kyle if he was interested in magic. The young man answered in the affirmative without any hesitation, or rather, confessed that he was madly in love with her. His face lit up with a sincere, radiant smile as he said this. Then, his parents came up to him. The father proudly declared that everything had happened exactly as the main character had warned, and confirmed that their son was a real genius. The mother picked up the conversation, enthusiastically noting that Kyle was subject to a variety of spells. Only Malena quietly watched this scene, saying nothing. After that, she took a deep breath and politely asked if everything was really like that. But the magic field instantly recorded a strange emotion that flashed across the elf's face. Realizing what was happening, the head of the family turned to his wife, asking if she really doubted their words. After that, Kyle's adoptive father suggested that he show his magical abilities to the mysterious lady in the hat, and his mother urged the boy to amaze all the guests with his talent. Malona only suggested with an ironic smile that the main character try to surprise them. It was hard for her to imagine that the Flyfields could turn into such obsessed parents. The girl asked the protagonist to show her magic. She promises only to take a defensive position and not to do anything unnecessary. Finally, she adds that Kyle can choose any spells he likes and try to attack her. The young man is a little confused, but in the end, he accepts the challenge. They locked eyes, standing opposite each other, while Kyle's parents and servants carefully stepped aside, making room for the duel. At the same time, a real uproar arose in the house. Everyone began to cheer Kyle passionately and enthusiastically. Ignoring their remarks, he turns to the elf and asks how much force he should use to strike. She is intrigued by this unexpected request, so she thinks for a moment. She firmly assured that she completely trusted her own magical power. Thanks to the possession of 3 magical attributes at once, the girl was able to protect herself from most threats and felt no fear at all. She insists that the protagonist hit her with all his might and use the most powerful spells. This request sends Kyle into a real shock. At the same moment, an uncontrollable flash of lightning flashes from his hands, enveloping them completely. The girl was about to take decisive action and made a move on the guy, but he casually said that everything was clear to him anyway. He must put all his strength into this blow. His hands have taken on a special, masterful position. The elf was shocked to the core, because she did not expect such a turn of events. And meanwhile, the main character did not even pay attention to the change in her face. First, he raised his hands, and a gigantic, mysterious column immediately grew up behind him. At that moment, it became clear. Such inexhaustible strength and power were impossible to resist. Kyle had just announced his choice, pointing to the pillar that towered behind him. Melon is shocked and terrified, unable to comprehend what the young man is doing. However, she can clearly feel the air around her pulse with tension, making her nervously alert. At this moment, Kyle utters a magical spell, and the power of the elements, earth, water, fire, and wind, manifests itself in the form of sharp spears, appearing as clear evidence of his power. 4 spheres emerged from this column, each sparkling with its own unique properties. The woman in the hat couldn't tell if her own eyes and ears were deceiving her. What she saw and heard seemed completely unbelievable. She can't believe her eyes. How can the main character control 4 elements at once? And Kyle, not giving up yet, continues to cast spells with inspiration. His words echo. Ice, lightning, light, and darkness also take the form of spears, the true embodiment of his power. Maluda watches him closely, shocked by what unfolds before her eyes. She can neither comprehend nor accept the idea that this guy embodies all 8 qualities at once. Kyle gathered all his spears and pointed them directly at the elf. After casting a spell, he solemnly declared that each of the 8 spears he had created was a reflection of his true power and essence. Then all the spears merged, turning into a grand bow with a giant single arrow. The protagonist confidently grabbed the string, pulled it to the limit, and aimed directly at his enemy. The arrow shot swiftly towards Maluna, so unexpectedly that the girl was filled with anxiety. Even for her, it was too much. The young man's family and all the servants of the estate excitedly shouted words of support, urging the main character not to give up and to go forward. Malona glanced at the outside spectators who were indifferently watching the duel, and this did not please her at all, nor in the end the fight itself. The only thing she wanted so much was for it all to end. Then she raised her hand forward, as if to block herself from the world around her. Before he fired the arrow, he only managed to notice that this weapon was capable of piercing anything in its path. He himself called it the arrow of 8 spears. The arrow, carrying the power of the 8 attributes, shot forward and flew straight at Melon. The woman clearly understood that the situation was not developing in her favor. The power of this attack exceeded the limits of even her capabilities. She quickly stretched out her hand forward, trying to call for help the spirit of the wind with whom she had made a vow. But just as she was about to turn to someone else, a sudden hesitation made her freeze in place. Realizing that she had no time to think, the girl was seized with panic. She frantically rushed to invent ways to save herself. In anxiety, she turned to the sylph, the dwarf, and the undine, ordering them to appear immediately and come to her defense. The next moment, all three appeared in front of the arrow and immediately rushed to meet it. The sylph tried to stop the flying projectile by building a powerful wall of wind. The undine whirled around, calling for protection from the waves that swirled in a dance, and the dwarf summoned a mighty stone barrier, causing rocks to grow straight from the ground. In an instant, a huge stone structure appears on this spot, into which an arrow whistles. A shadow of fear hangs over the elf's face, but the boy responds to the event with a wave of anger and indignation, especially when the arrow nevertheless meets the stone. The result was an extraordinary, powerful, explosive moment that stunned and amazed absolutely everyone who was nearby. A treacherous wind swept swiftly through the tree branches immediately after the terrifying explosion. He even touched those who were simply watching their fight from the sidelines. After the explosion, only a thick cloud of smoke rose from that side, but there was no sign of the elf or the boy. And anxiety quickly gripped Kyle's parents. The father looked around in confusion, trying to understand what had happened, but could not see anything in the twilight. The mother, filled with anxiety, loudly called out the names of the guests and her own son, desperately hoping that someone would respond. Meanwhile, as soon as the explosion sounded, Maluna grabbed her hat, which had been blown off her head by a gust of wind, quickly pulled it back on, and instantly realized that she was in an extremely dangerous situation. By summoning 3 elemental spirits, she was only able to partially reduce the force of this devastating blow. She remembers perfectly how impressive and powerful his magical power is. Suddenly, someone shouts, warning her about a magical arrow flying at her back. Maluna is shocked. She turns around abruptly, confused and overcome with fear, not believing her ears. She had just turned around when an arrow struck her in the forehead. It was a small arrow with a pear-shaped tip and a rubber suction cup instead of a real point. The girl watches in fascination as the main character slowly emerges from the crumbling mist, completely oblivious to what has actually just happened. The young man, smiling kindly, approaches her, but suddenly begins to cough lightly. Thick dust is noticeably hanging in the air. It occurs to him that he should return the earth to where it belongs. Having uttered a spell, he calmly whispers, "Calm down." Suddenly, a fierce whirlwind arises, almost knocking the elf off her feet. As soon as the wind dies down, the fog gradually disappears, and the land regains its usual appearance, as if a fierce battle had not taken place here. Those who observe it from afar are initially filled with admiration, but gradually this emotion is replaced by horror. Confused, they do not find the strength to understand exactly how to react. At this moment, Maluna froze in silence, not saying a word, only looking intently and concentratedly at Kyle. He shakes the dust from his palms, and it is at this moment that the elf realizes with amazement. This child has incredible power hidden within him. A little time has passed, and already within the walls of a cozy estate, the main character is enjoying a warm drink that pleasantly warms him inside. Nearby, at another table, Maluna and her parents calmly watch Kyle, observing his mood from a distance. Elfa thinks, when the main character doesn't show off his unique abilities, he seems like a completely ordinary guy, even a simpleton. So she turns to his parents, who are her good friends, with the same question again. The thought never leaves her. Who is this stranger named Kyle, and what role does he really play? Demomio and Clay involuntarily fall silent, lost in thought before voicing their response. Both unanimously claim that Kyle is their most beloved son, and there is no one more important to them. But Maluna did not notice a drop of sincerity in their words. On the contrary, her gaze remained stern and cold. She silently looked at them through a gloomy face. She firmly assured him that she understood everything. To finally close the issue, she gave her word not to come back to him again and promised to forget about him forever. The head of the Flyfield family confidently noted that his son was a born genius. The mother added with tenderness that Kyle was distinguished by his hard work and kind heart, Mila. At the same time, Maluna, watching Celia, thoughtfully noted that these two really put all their warmth and care into raising their son. She wanted to share with them an exciting thought that had suddenly occurred to her. She cautiously asked her old friends if they had suddenly felt the desire to enroll their son in the State Academy of Magic. The protagonist clearly captured the essence of their conversation. Overwhelmed with happiness, he jumped up and down excitedly asked if it was really about the Magic Academy. The elf explains to him that here everyone has the opportunity to master magic, find friends, and make valuable acquaintances. Then she turns her gaze to Kyle and asks him directly what he thinks. Does he have a genuine desire to compete with the talented students who have come to the Academy of Magic from the farthest corners of the country? The news he heard touched the main character to the core. A gleam of delight flashed in his eyes, and indescribable joy blossomed on his face. After thinking for a moment, he lowered his eyes in confusion and quietly admitted. In fact, his true desire was to become a student at the Academy of Magic and study among future wizards. Then the elf returned to his parents and asked if this was really true. The father expressed his belief that if his son really wanted it, they would support him in everything. The mother only noted that the boy would definitely be the center of attention. Kyle ran to his parents and hugged them tightly, while Maluna thought about how depressing the atmosphere at airports was these days. After all matters were settled, the elf expressed the opinion that it was time for Kyle to find a mentor who would help him properly prepare for his studies at the academy. In noble families, children are trained from an early age for their future roles. The boy openly declares that Maluna is his dream mentor. However, she tried her best to escape this choice. However, Kyle emphasizes that he gained all this knowledge precisely thanks to her book. Although he still doesn't understand everything, he has already taken a liking to one of the teachers. He fervently wishes that the author of this book would become his mentor. Maluda reflects that everything is happening exactly as he planned. After all, not everyone can handle this guy's powerful energy. The girl assured him that she had heard his words, but emphasized that even though he was the son of her close friend, she was not going to show any leniency and would remain extremely demanding. The guy simply smiles in response and admits that he is looking forward to their joint training sessions. The parents approached their son and hugged him tightly. Meanwhile, new events begin to unfold near the estate. The carriage slowly approaches the mansion. The man notices a cart rolling up to their estate. The father asks his son if he has forgotten anything. The boy assures him that everything is fine. The mother adds that he should definitely convey his greetings to all the teachers upon arrival. But Kyo replies with a smile that he remembers it even without being reminded. The mother wants to add a few more words, but the husband gently stops her, convincing her that everything will definitely be fine with him. The young man leaves the estate, reassuring his mother and convincing her not to worry. Kyle just turned 12. As he descends the stairs, he notices Maluna, who is already impatiently waiting for him downstairs, delightedly noting how time has passed unnoticed. He excitedly runs up to the girl, sincerely rejoicing in her presence at this moment of farewell. At the same time, the elf realizes with a barely perceptible hint of sadness, her only student is setting off into an independent adult life. She gave him all her knowledge. Now everything will be decided by his faith in his own strength and unwavering perseverance. However, the main character emphasizes that it was thanks to Maluna that he discovered new horizons of magic for himself. In the end, he is truly grateful to her for the valuable knowledge he received. Clay stepped back a little and quietly shed tears, not daring to come any closer. The man turns to the source of the sound, hesitating whether there is really a sound barrier in front of him, because he cannot say for sure. But Maluna suddenly breaks the silence, emphasizing that she is sharing this not as a mentor, but as a person endowed with power. After all, their world harbors many sinister forces invisible to ordinary people. But these dark energies are constantly growing stronger and appearing more and more often. She sincerely believes that he will not allow himself to forget. And in response, the guy only gently promises that he will always remember. At this moment, her gaze falls on the bracelet and she insists that it be kept. The guy gives his word that he will certainly fulfill the request and swears to treat him with the utmost care. The man, clearing his throat, expresses the opinion that it is time for the student and the mentor to say goodbye and move on, but urges them not to forget about them. His wife joins the discussion, sadly emphasizing that there is no justice in this. Meanwhile, Maluna sincerely begs for forgiveness. After that, he announces that it's time for Kyle to say goodbye to his parents. The young man approaches them, lost in thought and not knowing how to start a conversation. He thinks about how sincerely and willingly they took him in, even though he was just a boy abandoned by his parents. First, he sinks into deep thought for a moment before carefully choosing the right words. After all, they treated him with care and tenderness, as if he were their own son. He still hasn't been able to thank them for their sincerity and care. Their joyful faces when they see him off to school warm his heart. The guy notes with surprise how many different thoughts are swarming in his head. However, only sincere words of gratitude sound in his head, and tears roll down his cheeks. His parents also could not hold back their tears, and he thanked them heartily for all the years during which they raised him with care and love. He is infinitely grateful to his friends, and they hug each other tightly, sharing this moment of joy together. He keeps in his heart all the instructions he received and the tenderness with which he was gifted. He will keep this in his memory forever, even if from now on he will be left alone with his own memories. But for now, he is steadily heading in his carriage to the State Academy, the kingdom's Academy of Magic, located in the very center of the capital and reporting directly to the royal court, is considered the most prestigious center of magical education. It is here, after graduating from Maluna, that the main character sets off in search of new knowledge and unattainable wisdom. The past of this institution, like a silver thread, winds through the history of the entire country. Many talented graduates of the academy later became famous as brave warriors and noble knights. By immersing yourself in the world of magic, you discover your talents and get a chance to find new allies and valuable friends. But most importantly, it's where you can find true friends. And suddenly a newcomer appeared on the threshold of her room, Kyle Flyfield. His crystal ball was shrouded in darkness. Only he possessed the unique gift of knowing all the magical elements. In the vast hall of the academy, a girl in a hat greets everyone who crosses the threshold with a warm, welcoming smile. The teacher announces the beginning of a test, the results of which will be decisive. They will determine which student classes the newcomers will enter. 3 tests await you. Testing your combined magical power, your skill in controlling it, and the power of magical flows. The results of this selection determine which class, from A to F, each person will be enrolled in the State Magic Academy. Here, everything is decided by power. Those who are among the best are promised a golden time within the walls of the academy. These years will be remembered as the brightest in their lives. If the result is lower than expected, the girl strongly encourages you to try your best during the next tests. Now she would call each of them in turn. The boys, visibly nervous, were talking animatedly, discussing the situation. Kyle is overcome with curiosity, eager to find out what trials fate has in store for him. Reaching the table where the professors were sitting, he neatly straightens his clothes and politely apologizes to them. He emphasizes his ardent desire to discover new horizons of knowledge. The professor is then asked to place his hand on an object lying next to him. He does what he is asked to do, but inside he doubts whether he made the right choice. The woman explains to him that the device serves to determine the level of his magical energy, and that the higher the reading, the more profitable it is for him. Suddenly, explosions rang out, and the object began to rapidly crack and disintegrate. The woman, confused and bewildered, tries to understand what is happening and ponders whether the statue's eyes really did shine. Meanwhile, the man jumps up from his chair, exclaiming excitedly, "What has he done?" Kyle calmly declares that nothing special is happening, but at that very moment his needle suddenly starts spinning wildly. The numbers on the screen flash rapidly, changing one after another. Teachers closely monitor his every step. They can't understand how he managed to score so many points. To be precise, the meter showed absolute 0. So, Kyle is announced, the result is 0 points. Wow, that's a lot of mana he has. The teachers announced to the students that the test was being postponed due to a malfunction in the measuring device. However, the young man had nothing to do with this malfunction. Kyle followed him into the second testing room. Several objects are rapidly rotating around the entire perimeter. A gray-haired man comes out to meet him and announces that the time has finally come to test his magic skills. Accuracy will be crucial. The success of this test will be determined by the number of accurate hits on the target with the help of spells. Having said everything he had in mind, he asks the boy if he is ready to start. He hears a confident affirmative response. Suddenly, the words that Maluna once said in class come to mind. She advised him that despite all his extraordinary abilities, it was best to keep them a secret, at least until he achieved true recognition. And until something truly exceptional happened, she asked him to satisfy his desires only with the wind. He looked around the space and counted only 200 tiny targets. He calls upon the wind in his own palms, convinced that this power will be more than enough for him. Next to him, 4 victory symbols flash one after the other. This causes the professor a real shock. He can't figure out where so many magic spheres came from. The boy's most cherished desire is to rise to rank A and gain 200 points. He confidently fires bullets forward, trying not to miss any target. He unleashes a powerful explosion using his energy balls. The professor noted that the attacker was trying to avoid his gaze and hide. The professor is gripped by genuine horror, and at that very moment the device suddenly begins to emit a piercing sound. The guy is convinced that he coped with the task perfectly. He reports that everything is ready. Grandfather asks if anything is left undamaged. An excited Kyle runs closer, impatiently asking how many points he scored. The device only recorded one single tag. The old man explains that when the shot reaches the target, the counter immediately responds to this signal. He guesses that the reason probably lies in the fact that all the targets were eliminated at the same time. Then the guy thinks, doesn't his result deserve a better grade? However, the professor apologizes to him, explaining that the decisive factor is the indicator on the meter. That is why his final grade is an F. The young man finds himself in the third testing room, where the professor is already waiting for him. The professor explains that the next stage is a test of the power of his magical abilities. He then asks me to use the most powerful spell against this golem. The level of my attack will be displayed on a special screen mounted directly on his chest. The young man assures that he understands everything perfectly, but the man wonders why Kayla is still overcome with sadness. He cheerfully slapped him on the back and encouraged him to hold on and not give up. Then the young man asks if it is really enough to simply attack at a gallop to win. However, the man notes that Kyle, despite his youth, was not at all embarrassed by what happened during the lesson. He didn't even lose his balance. He ponders what his own body really is. He looked at him with a distrustful look, lost in his own thoughts. Apparently lost in his own thoughts. Then the young man wonders if he can defeat this golem if he exerts all his strength to the end. The man froze in confusion, unable to understand what was really behind this question. But the boy admits that he is simply afraid of accidentally breaking this marvel. To which the professor, with a slight smile and imperturbable calm, encourages him. That is exactly why it is worth trying, to see if the golem can withstand it. After all, he is so strong that he can withstand even his blow. And Kyle is still very young, so he assured him that it is completely safe for him. Then the guy promises to definitely pay attention to this and get to know everything in detail. Having said that it was time to begin, he suddenly raised a strong wind around him, and the room was immediately enveloped in an uncontrollable wave of air. This greatly impressed the man and caused him sincere surprise. He instantly realized that he was dealing with an incredibly powerful clot of magical energy. Kyle thinks that he has to pass at least one exam with an A to avoid putting Malone in a difficult situation. He cast the Windfang spell. His jaw involuntarily dropped open in utter astonishment. The professor ponders in confusion, unable to determine which school of magic this technique belongs to. Meanwhile, the protagonist stretches his hand forward, preparing for a decisive attack. His fangs dig into flesh at his command. Moreover, he ordered them to take everything apart. Finally, his blow reaches the gallium, causing a devastating explosion. A powerful explosion swept through in a stunning wave, and its roar echoed loudly far beyond the walls of the room. Hearing this, someone looked back in response. Random passers-by, stunned by what they heard, wondered in confusion. Was the ground really shaking under their feet, or was it just a mirage created by their imagination? The girl at the window suddenly realized. All this was happening in the third testing room. Meanwhile, in the room, the professor is sitting directly on the floor, devastated and stunned by everything that has happened. There was no trace of the golem left. In its place now only a pile of debris. On top of that, he also smashed the magic meter. So its true outcome still remains a mystery. The man was surprised to learn that Kyle had actually defeated him. He then reassured the boy not to worry about it, and invited him to head to the main hall. Kyle bowed his head silently, not saying a word. The professor looked at the boy with an attentive, penetrating gaze. This caused the young man to shudder slightly, and finally come to his senses. He made it clear that he understood everything and sincerely thanked me. Having done this, he respectfully bowed his head and said goodbye to him. Kyle went outside, completely absorbed in his own thoughts, and the professor, unable to resist, looked out again to take one last look at the boy. The man asks to be warned if the magic meter stops working. After that, he calmly disconnects the phone. Suddenly, a girl appears from behind. She approaches him and reports that she just heard an explosion. Her name is Freya. She adds that this event really piqued her curiosity, as the loud explosion was heard even by those working in remote corners of the building. Smiling, she would easily forgive him even this story about the boy. He turned and glanced at her. He tells her that from the outside he may seem like an ordinary guy with a fragile appearance. However, behind this image lies a completely different essence. However, he is unable to give an exact figure because the meter is out of order. However, he had never encountered a golem that was susceptible to destruction due to the influence of magical loans. He has no idea how many teachers have already racked their brains over this issue, because in reality, everything is much more complicated than it seems at first glance. However, the easiest thing would be to label this guy a monster. Freya smiles, dreaming of having Kyle in her class. Meanwhile, the announcement of exam results continues in the large hall of the academy. The young man glances at his grades and, without the slightest surprise, sees a familiar mark. Grade F. He firmly decided that there was nothing extraordinary in this situation. After all, knowledge is discovered in every classroom. With such thoughts, he confidently walked forward. Eventually, he finally left the central building and went in search of his dormitory. Although he couldn't immediately determine exactly where his new apartment was, the map confidently suggested that it was somewhere very nearby. He carefully and meticulously studied every nuance. Soon he stopped near a gloomy, abandoned house that had long since lost its inhabitants and stood alone, abandoned to the ravages of time. Carefully, almost stealthily, he opened the door and peered into the darkness of the room. Deep down, a wave of uncertainty stirred. Was this really the path he should have taken? His gaze swept around intently, noting the leaning, long-worn furniture. The tables and walls were covered in a web of cracks and stains, evidence of years of severe neglect. As he delved into his observations, he involuntarily recalled a recent visit to other classrooms. There was a completely different atmosphere there. Cleanliness and order shone everywhere, and the desks stood straight, without a single scratch or breakage. The main character, walking between the tables, suddenly froze and, catching an unexpected noise, turned around with lightning speed. I turned my attention to the young girl. Her gaze was a mixture of determination and despair. Her face clearly showed the confusion and discontent caused by all the difficulties that had befallen her at this difficult moment. The young man carefully watched her movements, and she, without paying any attention to him, calmly passed by. Reaching her workplace and sinking heavily into her chair, she let out a deep sigh. Kyle couldn't take the tension anymore. He dared to approach the girl and ask her directly if she was okay. The girl, tears streaming from her eyes, quietly begged not to pay any attention to her. Her aristocratic family was to blame for everything. Unfortunately, she had no magical talent at all. Because of this bitter circumstance, she had to find herself in the lowest class. The main character still didn't quite grasp the meaning of what he had heard. Did he lack talent? To make sure, he asked her again. But, unable to hold back tears, the girl confirmed that everything was correct, that he had understood everything correctly, and only now did Kyle realize what she meant. He was about to open his mouth to ask another question when he was suddenly distracted by a dull sound coming from the door. A group of men entered the office, their shoulders slumped, their faces reflecting inconsolable sadness. They bent over their desks in silence. One of the students couldn't hold it in and burst into tears. The young man lowered his gaze, trying to hide his face behind his hand, stunned by unspeakable shame. Some were already beginning to be seriously overcome by rage, while others were just helplessly clutching their heads, having no idea how to proceed or get out of their predicament. The protagonist carefully watched everyone in the hall, noticing the deep depression reflected on the students' faces. However, he could not understand what was the reason for such general gloom. The girl sitting next to him at the table, constantly wiping away tears, said in disbelief that only people from aristocratic families could succeed here. But Kyle decided not to take anyone's word for it, and find out for himself if it was really true. The young lady agreed, emphasizing that the main reason is that children from wealthy families start studying magic at a young age. This allows them to achieve high results in the academy, but in the end, they also end up in this place. If they continue to behave like this, they will soon be ashamed to even look their family in the eye. And only now does the main character finally understand what the situation is and why these guys are so full of disappointment. The girl continues, noting that almost all the students at the academy are heirs to noble and sometimes royal dynasties. That is why any failure, even being placed in the worst class, can seriously tarnish the honor of the entire family. However, the main character cannot understand how this is possible. Because just recently the girl sincerely admitted to him that she does not have a single spark of talent. Despite everything, he clearly feels that her magical energy far exceeds the strength of anyone of this class. He struggles to say something, but in the meantime, traces of that girl remain behind him. He addresses her, emphasizing that even though they are currently in Class F, it doesn't mean they won't have luck with good teachers. However, they will have to put in a lot of effort. After that, he curiously asks if her true talent is still a mystery to everyone. After hearing these words, the girl gradually calms down her tears and slowly turns to her interlocutor. Kyle, with a bright smile on his face, notes with pleasure that he has finally caught her attention. He proudly introduces himself, Kyle Flissfield, and sincerely expresses the hope that a friendship will be established between them. What was said came as a real shock to the girl, instantly plunging her into a wave of uncontrollable embarrassment and inner anxiety. She stood up abruptly from her seat, and her voice cut through the space of the hall, boldly resounding throughout the space. "My name is Kitty Frederick." However, the wave of emotions took over. The girl suddenly began to get confused and speak uncertainly, but still she can't understand anything. So why did this man stand in her way again? She combed the length and breadth of the capital without finding even the slightest trace of his presence. The image of his soft, silver hair seemed to stand before her as if alive, but not a single street offered a meeting. His golden eyes are especially striking. They glow with a soft glow, as if they are able to discern the deepest secrets of the soul. Was finally convinced. She was not mistaken. It was this man who, together with the warriors, saved her from the invasion of goblins and other monsters 7 years ago. Now has no doubts. She owes her life to him. At the moment when all her forgotten memories come flooding back to her, she quickly turns to the main character and, indescribably worried, asks, "Does he remember her?" Once upon a time, when they were still very young, fate brought them together in the forest. At a time when other children were secretly watching them. Suddenly, a woman with disheveled hair appears in the classroom, rudely interrupting Kitty mid-sentence. She glances at everyone present and sharply orders them to be quiet. Everyone around them freezes, as if frozen. The horror that distorts their faces speaks for itself. It is difficult for them to realize that their own mentor is now standing before them. Kitty froze in confusion, shocked by the surprise, while the main character took everything quite calmly. Only a slight surprise appeared on his face, but he did not show any strong feelings. A short pause and he gave her a smile, assuring her that everything was okay. The woman stomped her foot on the floor sternly and firmly declared that the reason everyone was in this room was because of their inner weakness. That was why they were in Class F. The woman asked if they understood, sincerely hoping for a nod of approval. After that, she introduced herself as Freya Arifan and announced that she would be their class teacher. Her powers encompassed the elements of fire and wind. The protagonist's eyes shine with inspiration and sincere admiration as he looks at her. Freya catches his penetrating gaze. She wondered who dared not be frightened by her scream, and she leisurely flipped through the pages of her journal. It finally dawned on her who this person really was. This was the same boy who had defeated the golem. Kyle was impressed by how she had amplified her voice with magic, though, to be honest, he had expected such skill from his mentor. Freya then turns to her class to ask why everyone looks so depressed. Although, it's worth noting, all of her practical lessons with the F classes always have a similar mood. If something doesn't suit them, let them say it openly. She asked the boys if they found this old house gloomy and repulsive, or are they worried that the stigma of being lower class will negatively affect their family. She only gently remarks that it is no longer possible to turn back the events. We will have to accept what happened. After all, this is where the truly chosen magicians, the cream of the magical elite, are trained. In her opinion, her classmates are just junk grazing on the sidelines of true magic. This makes Kitty cry even harder, and the main character immediately notices the changes in her mood. While everyone around her is still in tears, Freya continues her speech without a shadow of a doubt. She emphasizes the importance of making every effort possible, while reminding the audience not to lose sight of what is essential. The point was that no matter how hard the poor tried, their fate was to remain at the bottom of society, and it was almost impossible to change that. After this statement, he asked if everyone understood. Kyle fell into thought. After that, the boy gets up from his chair and raises his hand, and the cunning Miss Freya cunningly incites him to say the promise. Kitty slowly turns her head towards him, and unquenchable tears quietly roll down her cheeks. Upon seeing him, the teacher immediately recognized him, and a sincere smile lit up her face. She guessed what he wanted to know and encouraged him, urging him not to hesitate and voice his question. He only emphasized that he completely agrees with her position and believes that capable students should receive more substantial rewards than their peers. The girl sitting next to him froze in place. All the other students also turned their heads in his direction, overcome with genuine astonishment. Freya feels a little irritated, but eventually admits he's right. But Kyle didn't stop. He asked another question. The rest of the kids just looked at him in surprise, wondering what was wrong with this guy, and suspecting that he was just trying to please someone. He wonders whether they are able to prove their superiority, and if so, the Academy will reconsider its attitude towards them. This question caught everyone by surprise. Freya asks with annoyance if he heard anything she said. No matter how hard others try, students from higher grades will always stay ahead. They not only improve their skills, but also constantly build strength, which makes it almost impossible to overtake them. Kyle asks if that's really the case, and Freya honestly confirms without hesitation. After all, many students have already let go of their dreams, considering them unattainable and doomed to defeat. The grueling training did not bear any fruit, as the achievements of the students, endowed with extraordinary abilities, remained beyond competition. After all, talent plays a decisive role here. All of her former students had already apologized to her at one time, believing they were doomed to remain losers forever. So she asked them to leave their dreams behind. Kyle agrees that it is quite likely, but reminds her that she has already expressed another opinion earlier. In fact, this has never happened before. And to find out if this guy misunderstood her, all the students, including Freya, feel real fear. Then Kyle confidently declares, their class will be the first to break the established myth of talent, proving to everyone that even representatives of Class F are capable of changing the rules of the game. This guy takes on the task with remarkable determination. Freya is stunned by this to the core. Finally, she remembered how she had promised her last class that she would pass on all her knowledge to them, and earnestly pleaded with them not to lose faith in themselves. But the teacher only smiles mysteriously in response. She laughed out loud, emphasizing that Kyle was displaying incredible audacity in her presence, and jokingly called him shameless. But if this miracle does happen, the spectacle promises to be extremely exciting. She will go against the administration without hesitation, not even afraid of the danger to her own life. This scared kitten. Upon hearing this news, the main character was overcome by a real wave of joy. Afterwards, Freya only briefly remarked that she was counting on their support. Full of determination, the hero sets off and leisurely examines the magnificent hostel, which, despite its beauty, seems inhospitable to him. Only one thought is spinning in his head. This is where he will spend the next 3 years of his life. At the same time, the hero cannot help but note the high quality of this building. Opening the heavy wooden door, the boy could not hide his delight. His gaze shone at the sight of the room, which sparkled with gold. Everything around was striking in its luxury. The furniture was so polished and impeccable that it sparkled in the light. His attention is drawn to a group of people huddled together, and closely watching something unknown. A boy is bent over on the floor, tears rolling down his cheeks. Everyone rushed to meet him, and the one who had an ominous smile on his face stood out in particular. Although Kyle did not intervene in the conversation, he carefully caught every word spoken and watched their every movement intently. The young man, who was still sitting on the floor, slowly got up. He turned to the one standing opposite him in despair. "Why did you hit me? After all, I was calmly silent while you were saying all this." The boy's eyes filled with tears. His name is Delia. He studies in the first class, and his element is earth. He set out to explain what the point was. The boy with the scratched face was in Class 1F, and just by his appearance he could ruin the atmosphere around him. His name was Turk. He was in Class 1A, and his element was fire. Delia, wiping away the tears that were streaming down his cheeks, only remarked that even for Class A this was too much, and admitted that he had gone too far with his teachings. The Turk could not suppress a wicked smile and cynically remarked, if the boy still had enough passion for indignation, it meant that he had not yet tasted enough pain. Having said this, the Turk clenched his fists, clearly hinting that he was already preparing for another blow. Suddenly, as if out of thin air, the main character appears right in front of Delia. With genuine curiosity and barely concealed delight, he asks if the boy with the scratched face is really her classmate. The boy turned to Delia again, introducing himself as Kyle, and with a slight smile added that he was pleased to meet her. Another young man, whose face showed fresh scratches, in turn also gave his name and warmly greeted his new acquaintance. Then Delia, in tears, remembered that she had met Kyle before. He had been talking to their homeroom teacher, asking him questions, but the Turk remained implacable to their passionate appeals. As soon as he heard that the main character was also from the common people, he immediately clenched his fist defiantly, and, raising it mockingly, asked if he also represented Class F. After that, he loudly declared that he could handle everyone present here. As soon as Kyle sensed the Turk's intense hostility, his expression instantly changed to one of serious and focused concentration. Thanks to his magical power, he skillfully dodged the blow. As a result, the boy ended up on the floor. Meanwhile, Turk didn't even realize how he ended up on the floor. The main character only mentally noted that at such speed, injuries were not far away. Meanwhile, the guy sprawled on the floor turned to Kyle. The Turk had barely straightened up when his friends from the crowd turned to him, wondering what he was up to. They advised him not to let the younger students treat him like that, and not to let them make fun of him. The Turk immediately assured his friends that he was well aware of the whole story, and that he had everything under control. Overhearing their conversation, the protagonist asked the boy if his name was really Turk. However, Kyle's manner of communication was so intimidating that her very presence frightened the young man. The main character asked the guy why he hit Delia. The Turk was so shocked that he was completely confused and could not find a single word in response. Kyle, without losing his sternness, increasingly insistently demanded an answer to his question. Turk, confused and bewildered, could not connect two words, while the boys around him shouted impatiently to him, urging him to finally give Kyle a spanking. They all wondered why he stood so motionless, as if stunned. Suddenly someone touched his shoulder, which puzzled the Turk beyond words. If it had not been for his readiness for surprises, this man, who had carefully placed his hand on his shoulder, would only have hastened to calm him and convince him that there was no reason for concern. When the Turk looked back, he was quite surprised to see Mr. Sykes right behind him. This young man, known in Class 1A, wields flame and goes by the name Sykes Old Dynelight. Dahlia could not recover from the shock. She could not believe that a real descendant of an ancient dynasty was standing in front of her. Surprise was clearly reflected on her face. Noticing such a reaction, the main character could not help but carefully ask if she had heard this name before. In response, Delia noted that the Daylight family was known for its unwavering reputation and was renowned for raising the finest swordsmen and magicians. Rumor had it that their new brilliant descendant would join the academy this very year. It was at that moment that Kyle realized he was holding nothing but Psyche's old, yellowed photo album. He is a genius who comes from a famous family. Sykes, in turn, remarked that Group F was perfectly free to use the break room. At this point, the Turk found himself in an unpleasant situation, and, bewildered, exclaimed in surprise. However, suddenly, Sykes's face changed. He took on a serious look and addressed everyone in the hall with sincere words. He noticed that someone was using magic among them. Now he was curious. Would he be able to expose the person involved in the magic? Everyone in the room was stunned. No one could even imagine that this was real. They didn't understand if it was really magic, and they didn't even know if anyone could even notice something like this. Psyche continued, confidently pointing his finger at the protagonist. He accused him of deliberately pushing him, using the power of the wind, and at the same time threatening him with a phrase that felt like hidden magical energy. After that, Psyche asked if he had understood everything correctly. Hearing this, the crowd immediately began to cast sideways glances at him, calling him perhaps the worst person in Class F. Kyle simply smiled and asked if it was really that noticeable. The protagonist was sure that he had managed to hide it skillfully. An irritated Turk abruptly approached Kyle, not hiding his anger at the fact that Kyle had secretly used magic. In his opinion, it was a brazen and treacherous gesture. However, Sykes stops him, urging him to think things over again. He emphasizes that one should not make hasty decisions, because it is impossible to grasp the whole situation on one's own. For a Turk, this sounds overwhelming. Sykes returns to the main character and wonders how a student from Class F managed to outwit the very elite from Class A. He still can't wrap his head around it. He begins to wonder who Kyle really is and what secret his true self hides. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, demanding that the boys immediately pull themselves together and stop any actions. A voice rang out. It was the dormitory manager. Her name was Glacia, and the element she represented was water. Rushing over to them, she excitedly asked what was going on. Finally, approaching them, the hero gently reassured the girl, convincing her that everything was calm, and there was no need to worry. In the end, they simply insulted his friend. He was just upset, that's all, nothing out of the ordinary. He only wants one thing, for Turk to apologize to Dilla. But Turk stubbornly refuses, insisting that whether to apologize or not is his personal decision. Glacia asks everyone to remain calm, promising to listen to everyone later. For now, she insists that everyone go to their rooms and not worry about anything. Unexpectedly, like a shadow, Freya appears next to her and gently puts her arm around her shoulders. She gently points out that this is not how things are done. Then she wonders, where do these beginners get so much energy to waste it so wastefully? She then wonders how she can control her emotions after an argument at such a young age. Meanwhile, Kitty notices Kyle and Frey. Suddenly, a male voice is heard from behind, decisively interrupting Freya and denying all her questions. This voice belongs to Rhaego, the homeroom teacher of 1A, who is a master at manipulating the powers of fire and wind. He warns that if they remain on the sidelines, tensions will only rise. and an even more intense conflict may soon erupt. In desperation, Glazer rushes at him, trying to stop him. However, Freya agrees with her husband, emphasizing that they have only one possible choice left. She challenged them to settle everything in a fair fight. Kyle just remarks that it really sounds exciting. Sykes doesn't believe what he sees before him. The Turkish warrior, laughing heartily, assures the protagonist that victory is unattainable for him. However, the hero stubbornly does not accept these words and refuses to submit. The Turk adds that he should move on immediately. After all, if he loses, he faces expulsion from the academy. He is still convinced that someone like Kyle has no place among its students. Kitty declares that this is over. Kyle accepts the challenge and prepares for the fight. He wonders what awaits him if he manages to win. He gestures towards the sack bottles. He insisted that all the insane be transferred to Class F. The teachers also did not hide their surprise. Genuine confusion was visible on their faces. Even the boys who witnessed this scene did not hide their surprise. An angry Turk suddenly asks if Kyle needs his apology. The protagonist looks at him in confusion, not understanding what he is even talking about. After all, common sense insists that he apologize to Delea. He will have to do it anyway, regardless of whether Sykes wins, and it is this inevitability that irritates the Turk. However, he is worried that Sykes might approach Kyle and ask if it was really a bet. To avoid any misunderstandings, he immediately explains, either Kyle will be expelled or Sykes himself will be transferred to Class F. The protagonist nods his head approvingly in response and compliments this with a slight smile. After that, the madman's face changes dramatically, and flaring up with rage, warns the boy in a threatening tone, "Don't even dare think about disobeying his orders." Then he clarifies whether he understood the interlocutor's point correctly, and wonders whether the main character is actually confident in his own abilities. Defeating him would be no easy feat if Sykes were to be believed. The dark aura emanating from him struck fear into everyone without exception. Kyle only smiled faintly, confidently noting that he was relying on his own strength. The guy was simply stunned by what he heard. None of those present could have imagined such a turn of events. Afterwards, the psychologist assured me that there was no reason to worry. In addition, when I accepted this bet, the tension in the crowd increased noticeably. Everyone around became noticeably nervous. Express gratitude to Burson for the information received. The issue has already been resolved, so I ask everyone who wishes to familiarize themselves with the results to come to the hall. Finally, the decisive match between classes A and F arrives. The students of Class F froze in place, watching anxiously to see what was happening to Kyle. Meanwhile, the students of Class A, with smiles on their faces, eagerly await the start of the duel. Freya, with fire burning in her eyes, looks impatient for the battle to begin, while Glacia is visibly worried. Torn to pieces, she remained completely unmoved. Everyone headed to the gym together, and at the top of this captivating performance stand the key figures of the entire story: Kyle and Sykes. As soon as they step into the training arena, the main character begins to examine everything with undisguised delight. As he walks around the massive columns, he still can't believe that the real fight will take place in this very place. It seems to him that the arena is too compact and cramped for such important events. But as soon as he moved on, an impressive panorama opened before his eyes. A huge stadium spread out. Raho approaches the young man and asks if he is impressed, because in front of them is an arena created by Rayo Mispazio himself, the legendary co-founder of the academy and the last magician who mastered the art of controlling space. Reagan reassures the man, emphasizing that all safety measures have already been taken care of. As soon as the battle begins, protective barriers will instantly isolate the spectators and will not allow any danger to reach them. Even if you break the obstacles, they will immediately reappear, which is why this arena is truly perfect. Kyle couldn't hide his admiration after saying this. Then he asks if it's really allowed to do magic here without any restrictions. Reg, pleased with himself, confirms with a smile, yes, anything is possible here. Moreover, he readily promises to show what he's capable of, offering to look at his entire arsenal of magic tricks. At this moment, Freya calls him to her, full of mysterious attraction. He curiously asks what happened. The woman thinks that Kyle will probably use the same magic that he used in the trial. She worries about the outcome for the arena, if he gives this matter all his strength. It seems to her that all this promises interesting experiences. Smiling, she warns the boy, "Be careful, and don't let yourself get hurt in battle." Kyle reassures that there are no problems. Glacia, with a gesture of her hand, invites the main character and the madman to boldly enter the arena. Now they came face to face. Then the girl turns to those present and asks if they are ready to prepare their chopsticks. In an instant, Six snatched his sword from a hidden pocket in his jacket. Those present could not decide whether it was a real magic wand, or whether the man was just using the sword as a kind of catalyst. Regget only exclaims in surprise, while in the meantime he thinks in his mind that in front of him is not a simple sword, but a real artifact, in which a fiery spirit dwells. He is undoubtedly well versed in those who turn weapons into catalysts. In his hands is a sword blazing with a fiery spirit, a sacred relic that his family has given him, showing hope and faith in his future. His attention then focused on Kyle's magic wand. Against the background of the gloomy Sykes, her figure seemed surprisingly funny and carefree, which caused sincere amusement among the Turks. He tried in vain to understand what toy the child was clutching. The rest only shrugged their shoulders, saying that they behaved differently, and that they could not expect anything from people from the lower classes. The audience unanimously admits, the event that took place cannot be called a real battle. Sykes is completely confused, and does not understand what is happening around him. Everyone knows that the quality of a wand plays a crucial role among magical artifacts. A skillfully crafted wand can multiply the power of spells many times over. However, Kyle currently only has a regular wooden wand. This guy seemed capable of at least something, but he expected too much from him. Glacius announced that she would now explain the terms of the duel. The arena here was intended for practice fights only. As soon as they stepped outside its boundaries, any wounds inflicted there would instantly heal. If participants suffer life-threatening injuries, the fight stops immediately. This allows them to use all their strength without hesitation. Dialia is surprised by how easily she talks about this. Galatia recalls the main rule of this duel. If Sykes loses to his opponent, he will immediately be demoted to Class F. If Kyle is defeated, he will have to leave the academy forever. The winner is declared the one who forces the opponent to surrender, or when the opponent loses the ability to continue the fight. In addition, the referee can intervene at any time and stop the fight. After making sure that all the rules are understood, she asks if anyone present has any further questions. The brunette was watching his opponent intently. A shadow of discontent froze on his lips, and his narrowed eyes resembled an attentive cat's gaze that misses nothing. His dark long hair fell over his forehead, partially obscuring his view. The atmosphere around the guys seemed tense to the limit. The air could almost be cut with a knife. His blue eyes were pure, as sincere and trusting as those of a small fawn. His long, snow-white eyelashes, which emphasized the color of his hair, added a special charm to his appearance. His short hair gently fell over his thick eyelashes, creating a feeling of fragility and weightlessness. A girl lingered nearby, apparently a little embarrassed. Her luxurious long hair flowed smoothly over her shoulders, and light bangs delicately framed her forehead. Her gaze was hidden by large round glasses, which added to her mystery. Her ears were adorned with neat drop earrings that gently shimmered. She silently gave her consent to those standing next to her. Since the approval has already been received, the magical duel between Sykes and Kyle, officially approved by the Academy, will begin right now. The Academy students who witnessed this event showed different emotions. Some were tense and carefully watching every movement in the arena, carefully observing the development of the situation. The little girl huddled in the back rows could not hold back her tears. Some looked around in confusion, while others, on the contrary, watched the events with sly smiles on their faces. Suddenly, a woman's hand shot up in the air, ready to give a signal to start the duel. The participants were given a minute to prepare for the competition. As soon as the signal for the fight began, several children in the audience immediately raised their hands, cheering on the participants. The brunette held his weapon at the ready, but was not in a hurry to use it against his opponent yet. Meanwhile, the blonde had already drawn his wand and was preparing for the duel with concentration. The older boys, waving their arms high above their heads, shouted at the top of their voices to Mr. Sykes. Inciting him to advance, they scornfully called his rival names, and earnestly wished him the punishment he deserved. The young man, who had barely held back his tears before the fight began, convulsively grabbed his hair. Panic took over him completely. He constantly reproached himself, certain that it was all his fault. Tears poured out of his large, naively round eyes, like an endless stream. Beside the crying child stood a young girl, her hands clasped in sincere prayer. Her hair fluttered playfully in the wind, her eyes wide open, taking in every moment with indescribable delight. Her entire being at that moment was filled with thoughts of Kyle. The uniformed Chernyevets finally raises his sword, confidently assuming a fighting stance. The blade of the weapon is suddenly enveloped in flames, which, surprisingly, do not burn his hands at all or touch his clothes. The young man was burning with anger and was determined to win. He had no doubt that the fight would end in a flash. A wicked, predatory smile lit up his face. Seeing the flames, the blonde respectfully lowered his wand, and his eyes lit up with sincere, almost childish curiosity. He seemed not to even think about the danger that hung over them. His entire attention was absorbed only by the impressive weapon of his opponent. He asked with lively interest whether he possessed magical abilities. The brunette, angered by his opponent's indifference, asked sharply if he was going to just stand there, as if this wasn't a real fight. Although his opponent didn't even try to defend himself, the brunette had already raised his sword, preparing to strike. From a distance, he raised his sword in a wide horizontal sweep. His intention was not to strike the enemy with the blade, but to release a whole shower of magical fire spheres that rushed towards the enemy. The crowd held their breath, and the arena filled with excited cheers as an incredible barrage of fireballs erupted before them. All the magical fireballs hit their targets without fail. This could not have gone unnoticed by the witnesses. But despite the threat, the blond man showed not a drop of excitement. He stood still, not even trying to dodge. Only when the fireballs reached dangerous proximity did he finally raise his magic wand, raising it to his face. He pointed it towards the enemy, and as soon as this happened, all the spheres that had just flown towards the boy suddenly changed direction and crashed into the ground, bypassing him. The brunette, stunned by what he saw, could only widen his cat-like eyes in complete surprise. The observers were stunned, unable to believe what they had just seen. The question that was raised in the astonished conversation was, how was it that not a single shot had hit the target? It seemed impossible. Had Mr. Sykes really made such a glaring mistake? Burnett was filled with rage, and he was hurling curses at her. Meanwhile, the man with glasses and long hair tied in a braid watched the proceedings calmly, lost in thought. He was perfectly aware that Sykes had not missed a beat. These were all Kyle's tricks. He skillfully redirected the flight of all the fire spheres using the wind element. His actions were so swift that most didn't even have time to realize it. The young man with the piercing couldn't understand why Kyle, with such incredible abilities and powerful magic, was still in Group F. Everything came to him surprisingly easily, as if it were little things. A calm, confident smile still roamed the boy's lips. Sykes suddenly realized he had missed, but he immediately blamed the failure on the wind magic the blonde had used to attack the Turk. His expression was a mixture of surprise and irritation. Kyle, standing before him with easy confidence, cautiously remarked that it was indeed quite fascinating. But was that really the limit of Sykes's capabilities? This provocative question finally threw the brunette off balance. He shouted sharply in response, questioning his opponent again. Kyle noted with a smile that he was not so much interested in the power of the sword with which they tried to attack him as in the true power of the enemy. For psychologists, these words were a real bolt from the blue. His face immediately lit up with surprise and bewilderment. However, quickly regaining control of himself, he clenched his jaw and forced a smile. However, he ignored his advisor's advice and did not throw away the sword. On the contrary, he gripped the hilt even tighter, preparing to deliver an even more powerful, lightning-fast blow. It seemed as if a stream of fire had burst forth from the heavens, Haitian. He firmly believed that it was almost impossible to dodge such an attack. Kyle's words made his forehead stand out like tightly stretched strings, so angry had they been. But the hero, maintaining absolute calm, carelessly waved his staff in the air, cutting off the path of the rushing whirlwind. It seemed as if, overcome with rage and despair, Sykes was bursting into a scream, convincing everyone that his spell was the most powerful. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed in front of him, causing him to stop abruptly. Looking back in that direction, he only glanced up sardonically, immediately guessing what was going on. Thanks to his magic, Kyle spread the fiery tornado even wider, hiding himself and his opponent in its burning entrails. Now only the two of them remained in the heart of the fiery element, invisible to outside eyes. The people on the other side couldn't understand what was happening. A real storm was raging around, swallowing flames. The girl with glasses who had witnessed this fight, clutching her head in her hands, rushed in confusion to run as far away from there as possible. In the midst of the storm, Sykes wondered with genuine admiration what adventure Kyle had planned after such a stunning feat. The idea, elegant in its simplicity, was to stay out of sight, especially of the girl who had been staring at them since the beginning of the fight, hiding a mysterious smile. Sykes has already shown Kyle higher-level magic, so now it's his turn to respond, right? He said, slowly moving his right hand to the side. Lowering his palm, he began his spell. Water magic is the most powerful shield against fire spells, a fact that is hard to argue with. Of all the possible methods, this one shows the best results. While he was thinking aloud, Sykes, listening intently and peering at his interlocutor, could not help but look inquiringly. Sykes, obviously wanting to offend his interlocutor, said that he only possessed air magic, so he saw no point in discussing the topic. Meanwhile, Kyle did not move from his place. He concentrated on casting spells using his free hand. Finally, he raised his eyes, confidently meeting his opponent's gaze, and with a barely noticeable smile, he casually admitted he was tired of all this, because instead he had a much more interesting idea. Suddenly, like a flash of lightning, a flame burst from his palm, bright, uncontrollable, like a small explosion. The brunette, caught by surprise, froze, her eyes widening in amazement, not taking her eyes off this magical event. Meanwhile, the blonde man made a choice: to call upon the power of fire for help, imitating the art that Sykes possessed. I wondered if this action would cause him any trouble. However, whatever his opponent's answer might be, it would make no difference. He remained standing with his hand outstretched in front of him, illuminated by the fire, and still smiling. But there was no longer any friendliness or calm confidence in his eyes. The man's black hair fluttered under the pressure of the powerful foreign magic. A look of surprise crossed Sykes' face, as he couldn't quite comprehend what he was seeing. Had this guy just used fire magic? What if he really had two elements at once? Is that even possible? Kyle, without losing his vigilance, decided to clarify whether they were really near the Sykes chapel, and asked a direct question. The brunette, who had been tensely on guard until now, began to prepare to fight back. But when he heard this question, he suddenly shuddered. The blonde longed to see all the power he was capable of. At this moment, no one noticed or interfered with them. Kyle's gaze was growing more and more insane. They remained outside the storm, only watching the furious element that raged before them, not daring to intervene. The girl with long hair and glasses looked at this picture with anxiety. Fear crept into her heart, because none of them could see what was happening inside the water madness. It was dangerous here. She hesitantly turned to the others with a question. Should they stop the duel? The one standing behind her, a man with earrings and glasses, watched the proceedings closely, not saying a word. Another participant was quick to point out that everything was under control now, since it was Kyle who had created this protective dome. However, Freya's response failed to reassure everyone present. She suddenly understood. The boy was trying to hide something from their gaze. The man with glasses never figured out what exactly Kyle wanted to protect everyone present from. He crossed his arms over his chest and waited silently, with a touch of patience, for him to finally receive an explanation. However, she has no idea what is really happening, because she senses that he is preparing to use something truly incredible. So young Sykes is undoubtedly in real trouble. Sykes suddenly realized that his opponent possessed incredible, even unnatural power. There was no point in hiding his own potential anymore. If he had to attack, perhaps now was the right moment. Hank. Syke tried with all her might to keep her attention on Kylie, but her inner balance had clearly been shaken. He gripped the sword in both hands, and flames erupted around him. He shouted an incantation at the top of his lungs, appealing to the great spirit that lived within the blade, begging it to imbue the weapon with its magical power. Victory for him was the only way to save his loved ones. Flames flashed in his palm, quickly wrapping around his sword and transforming into a small fiery dragon, its sinuous body resembling a snake. This fiery beast even bared its blade-sharp fangs. The fire was raging, rapidly consuming space and growing more and more powerful. The bright flame rose upward, raising a thick cloud of dust around it. Kyle had to raise his hand to protect himself from this unstoppable whirlwind. Amidst the impenetrable curtain of dust, he froze, his eyes wide open and his gaze fixed on his opponent in shock. The brunette, desperately leaning on his hind leg, fought for his life with all his might. Among the many spells, he chose the one that summoned a fiery protector. The flames on the blade gracefully gathered into the shape of a curved blade, and his cloak fluttered in a frantic dance under the gusts of wind. He gave Kyle a stern warning. After this, there would be no trace of him left. His rage was almost palpable. Indignation literally raged in his heart. The reaction was quite natural in such a situation. Understanding this, Kyle did not dare to remain on the sidelines. He resolutely stretched his hand forward, again gathering strength in his palms for a new spell. He intends to surprise the psycho with an impressive spectacle. Raising his hand, he instantly envelops himself in a powerful pillar of flame, which roars through the sky, blazing with incredible force. The butt froze, watching Kyle's flame gradually change shade. The blonde himself was smiling contentedly at this time, his eyes hidden under locks of hair that fluttered gracefully in the wind. They uttered a blue flame spell, and the flames immediately transformed into a monster, with a multitude of menacing fangs and eyes full of insidious flame. Thousands of sparks intertwined into thick fur that swayed gently, obeying the slightest breath of wind. The brunette froze, as if petrified, not taking his eyes off the shocking spectacle. Kyle's flame was blazing at the very epicenter. The flame, hotter than blood-red fire, flared up in a blinding blue. Its tongues rose high into the air, resembling a grandiose, as if woven from light and illusion, ghost of a handsome blonde man, and stretched straight to the heavens. Sykes was trying hard to suppress his emotions, forcing himself not to be distracted by trifles. His face was twisted with rage, and his jaws clenched so hard that his teeth were grinding. Defeat was unacceptable to him. As the heir to the family, he could not afford to lose. A cry of despair escaped from his chest. Kyle calmly and coldly watched this scene, showing no emotion. He approached the blonde, sword raised, determined to burn his enemy with flame. A blinding white fire of rage flared in his eyes. The man with ashy hair wasted no time. He raised his hand, and a flame burst from his palm, from which a blue firewolf instantly appeared. He ordered his monster to devour the enemy's flames. However, at that very moment, a whole pack of fangs grew in front of him, eager to burst in and suck out all his strength. He watched in fascination, his eyes fixed on the inevitable. The black-haired man's blade shot upward, spinning around its own axis. The fiery aura that had enveloped the weapon in a dense layer suddenly dissipated, disappearing without a trace. The spectators outside immediately noticed. The air dome began to lose strength, and holes appeared in its surface one after another. The girl sitting next to the bewildered child clasped her hands to her chest in excitement, holding her breath for what was about to appear before their eyes. Freya and the girl with glasses simultaneously opened their mouths in surprise. The blade of Psylocke's sword, which had struck the floor with incredible force, stuck firmly in the tile, and a crack spread around it from the impact. As soon as the dome melted, a curious sight opened up before everyone's eyes. Sykes' sturdy sword had sunk deep into the floor. Sykes himself was standing nearby, on one knee and facing away. Kyle remained standing, his face still hidden by his thick black mane. Suddenly, one of Mr. Sykes' friends challenged him to a duel. Sykes, intently watching his opponent's every move, did not look away and smiled a barely perceptible cheeky smile. However, even his strongest spell was powerless. It was an obvious defeat. The curse that flew from his lips was instantly dissolved in the powerful flow of Kyle's magical energy. After all, it was this fair-haired young man who still confidently shone with inexhaustible power. A smile bloomed on his face as he playfully raised his wand. Turning to the brunette, he called her to her feet and asked if there was anything else he could surprise her with. A numbness seized Sykes, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, forcing him to suddenly come to his senses. How could he manage to stay on his feet after such a devastating spell? Moreover, his appearance betrayed no fatigue at all, as if he had not taken part in this grueling battle at all. The brunette was furious, but, restraining his emotions, he frankly admitted that he was not going to reveal anything more. Hearing this, Kyle suddenly stopped and looked in his direction in surprise. He bowed his head low, looking down and gripping his knee tightly with his hand. Kneeling, the brunette finally realized his defeat. His sword was cracked and no longer fit for battle. Everyone remained motionless, not daring to break the silence. The spectators on the side of Sykes and Kyle watched the development of events with amazement. The girl with long hair and glasses who had allowed the students to arrange this duel hurried to announce the results while everyone was still stunned and amazed. She confidently extended her hand forward and solemnly announced, "The winner of this battle was Kyle Flavor." The kids, whose faces were shining with tears of happiness, were embarrassed with joy, watching with delight as their friend won this fight. The man with glasses and a scythe hummed something under his breath, never finishing his thought. You could only catch snippets where the word psychics flickered. Freya turned away, realizing it was futile to try to break the sword. The sword had already fallen to the ground, and 2 delicate scratches were clearly visible on its blade, crossing right in the middle. The brunette watched everything that was happening with sadness. He slowly took out his weapon, and after a recognizable click, carefully put it back in its sheath. Feeling his strength slowly leaving him, the man silently begged for forgiveness, although he did not fully understand for what. Sensing movement ahead, he raised his head and saw a hand extended toward him. The blond man was offering his help. Kyle smiled kindly and extended his hand to Dykes right in the middle of Class F. His enthusiasm for this duel was boundless. He called the fight brilliant and called on the brunettes to join forces for the sake of development. His face was radiant with joy, and his cheeks bloomed with a bright blush. The brunette opened his eyes in surprise, struck by such a warm meeting, and fell silent for a moment, staring intently at his interlocutor. He was deeply touched by the words about the desire to become stronger, and he thoughtfully held his gaze on him. Eventually, rising on his own, ignoring the offered help, he admitted that he had never expected to hear such words. He reached out his hand, knowing that training with such a powerful guy like him would be an extremely valuable experience. Finally, a soft, barely noticeable smile appeared on his face, replacing his usual expression. He is eager to learn a lot from Kyle. Finally, the boys shook hands warmly, closed their eyes, and exchanged small smiles. Kyle noted that the feeling was mutual. Everyone around greeted the end of the fight with genuine joy and enthusiastic exclamations. The Psych supporters were stunned and outraged, and they did not hide their emotions. One of the 3, deeply shocked by the ease of defeat, hastily stepped aside, wondering why he was now going to have to shake hands with a man they all openly despised. The boy is truly endowed with a rare gift, and almost everyone around him noticed it. The children, rubbing their tear-stained cheeks, rushed towards him with eyes full of admiration and sincere joy. The teachers continued to discuss the situation among themselves. Elf was lost in thought, wondering what awaited Class F when the Psychers joined them. Freya herself couldn't give any definite answer. She too had no idea what the future held for them. Her lips barely curved into a mysterious smile with a spark of cunning when she remarked that the upcoming lesson would surely awaken genuine delight in her. The elf, somewhat confused, asked Freya what exactly she was doing. She just laughed carelessly in response, saying that it was nothing special. She was just looking forward to an event. While their voices gradually faded into the distance, a majestic school building with fascinating architecture loomed before them against the sky. Not far from the battlefield, on a steep, high cliff, a mysterious figure stood frozen. Wrapped in a long robe and wearing black boots, it carefully watched what was happening below. His face was lost in the shadow of his hood, and he turned into the invisible void, as if he wanted to know if they could hear the rumble of the approaching rock. The atmosphere around him suddenly became heavy, permeated with a deep darkness. Looking closely at the hero, he noticed that this world was given to them, and they had no idea that they were actually under someone's control. After scanning the room, he finally focused on the brunette and his companions. How he longed for this moment, when their cries would be heard only for him. This insight gave him a wave of indescribable joy, and his face lit up with a sincere, radiant smile. He is determined to wipe out every student from the face of the earth, leaving no soul a chance for salvation. His hand is ready to deliver the fatal blow. He continues to stand on the very edge of the abyss, immersed in a whirlpool of reflections, his gaze directed only forward, into the unknown future. At this time, the Academy students had not yet had time to calm down the wave of emotions. They were joyfully celebrating Kyle Flavor's brilliant victory in the just-concluded duel. The Academy stood majestically amidst lush greenery that wrapped its walls like an elegant cloak. Its building was elegantly decorated with noble wood, skillfully combining deep, dark, and warm light tones. Through the window, Freya could be seen enthusiastically lecturing to the students. In one hand, she confidently holds a chalk and leaves new formulas on the board, and in the other, she clutches a textbook with materials, at the same time explaining something in detail and lively to the audience. Several students glanced up at the upper rows. Amidst a variety of emotions, the main tone of their expressions remained one of discontent, mixed with a slight sense of apprehension. As it turned out, Kyle and Sykes were sitting next to each other at the back of the classroom. There was a narrow passage between their desks, so they were neighbors, but somehow they weren't interested in each other at all. Kyle, as always, sat with a mysterious smile, attentively catching every word of the teacher. The girl, a friend from the tournament, who was sitting next to him, secretly glanced in his direction, stealing quick glances. Meanwhile, the blonde with a serious look crossed his arms over his chest and did not take his eyes off the teacher. Today, Class 1F is having their first practical lesson. Freya takes the students outside, lines them up in a straight line near rows of metal structures. It's their first practical lesson, and she's decided to start it off with a single target shooting. It seemed that the first to dare to try was the little boy who had burst into tears during the duel between the two boys. He sincerely decided that the quarrel had broken out because of him, so he quickly took out his magic wand and uttered a spell. But only a small pebble flew out of the tip of the wand, barely noticeable in the air. Unfortunately, all the stones he created barely lifted off the ground, and after flying a few meters, fell almost at his feet. No matter how hard he tried to hit the target, each throw inexorably led to the stones flying anywhere but where he was aiming. Their trajectory always became completely unpredictable. The boy could not hold back his tears, suddenly realizing how helpless he looked from the outside. He could not even cope with such a simple task, and this thought crushed him. Meanwhile, another student who was following him also made an attempt to achieve his goal, but failed. Suddenly, a sharp rumble filled the air, startling everyone around them. People quickly looked around, anxiously searching for the source of the suspicious sounds. The source of these echoes turned out to be a duo of a blonde and a brunette. They stood close together, effortlessly directing streams of magic with incredible power. Their faces were filled with such indifferent confidence, as if such an ordeal were a mere trifle to them. Each of their blows hit the intended target without fail. The elements of air and flame met synchronously at the very heart of the target. The audience, enthusiastically following the development of the dialogue and lively discussing how impressive both participants turned out to be. Of course, no one is surprised by Sykes' talent. After all, he is a Class A fighter. However, the real surprise for everyone was that Kyle was hardly behind him. One gets the feeling that the strength of their influence was absolutely equal. One of the boys remarked that their duel still captures the imagination of everyone who was present. In fact, both of them were operating on a completely new level. At that moment, Kyle managed to suggest a wise thing to Sykes, to gather all his power together, and Sykes took this advice. One of the students, overcome with excitement, was not sure whether he would ever be able to equal the masters. Meanwhile, the young man, who had just sobbed, had already gathered his courage, wiped away his tears, and now watched the development of events with amazement. Next to him, a girl who had shared a desk with a white-haired boy a few minutes ago was trying to form a spherical water sphere. However, the sphere turned out to be quite tiny and quickly scattered into spray. Don't let yourself stop there. Sykes concentrated, adjusting his sights with superhuman precision. His shot was perfectly successful, exactly what he had been aiming for. At the same time, he quietly watched the blonde's actions. As expected, his ability to sense magic reached unprecedented heights, and his power and accuracy of actions far surpassed the capabilities of anyone in Class A. After several attacks, the blonde finally destroyed part of the target. The concave element on the pillar shattered into pieces. Kyle, nervously gripping his wand, stared ahead uncertainly. He was suddenly struck by the realization that he had gone a little too far. However, if Sykes remained his training companion, Kyle had no doubt that he would be able to outdo his opponent. It was this goal that drove him forward. He kept his eyes on him, calling him by name and reminding him that the long-range magic training was still going on. However, there was no response, and the blonde himself was already being shouted at, trying to get his attention. However, the child rushed to him again, her eyes full of tears, and frankly admitted that she was completely powerless with magic. In her plea for help, she confessed that she had almost lost faith in her own abilities. Kyle greeted Delia warmly and suggested that they deal with this together. He slowly explained to the child that mastering spells consisted of several successive phases, but Brunet had not listened to the conversation. His gaze showed confusion, or even disappointment at being interrupted, depriving him of the opportunity to finish his thought. A boy ran up to them with a magic wand in his hand. He was repeating the movements that Kyle had just shown. The boy's gaze was focused, and there was excitement in his voice. He asked if he had done everything correctly, and if his spell had flown as it should. Kyle smiled enthusiastically, supported the boy with applause, and assured him everything had turned out just fine. However, he casually remarked that from now on, one should aim straight for the heart of the target. His words struck his classmates, who opened their eyes in delight, captivated by the unexpected advice. Gradually, more and more people began to flock to him with requests for support. Numerous students gathered around him, eager to hear his wise advice. Kyle promised to support everyone. He was sure that he would help everyone cope with this task. Freya, who was watching the events from the sidelines, could not resist and reminded the guys that, in fact, she was their mentor. However, for some inexplicable reason, everyone turned to Kyle for advice, not her. At that moment, the neglected brunette was already climbing the stairs, leaving the training ground. Freya noticed this, and not hiding her curiosity, called out to him, asking where he was heading during training. Turning around, he explained to her that this was a beginner's class. His former students from Class A had long since mastered these simple techniques. So, realizing that he had mastered the material perfectly, he decided there was no need to stay here. He also has no intention of wasting time watching inexperienced newcomers slowly learn the simplest things. These words of his struck the blonde neighbor. She visibly flinched, taking it as an insult to herself. She could barely contain her boiling anger as she watched him brazenly prepare to walk right into her eyes. After all, she was his mentor. The boy looked away from the teacher again, clearly not intending to waste time on instructive roles. His thoughts were occupied with his own training, so he decided to act independently. He had no choice but to glance at Kyle, who was literally surrounded by students asking for support. At this point, Prey only scratched the back of her head slightly, deciding not to interfere and to let Sykes do his thing in peace. Meanwhile, the fair-haired girl chatted animatedly with her classmates, enthusiastically explaining where to start with a new exercise. The girl, with her fists clenched tightly, watched the brunette's figure retreating into the distance with her gaze. Every word he said left a painful echo in her heart. Realizing this, she came to the conclusion that if everything remained as it was, she would lose any value to those around her. The inner fear of becoming superfluous, of being useless to anyone, literally paralyzed her. When the classes were over, the students gathered in a group on the indoor training ground. The space resembled a garden with a real arena. Targets were placed both on the ground and high in the air. Hanging targets were skillfully fixed just under a transparent glass dome. Inside, someone was tirelessly practicing water balloon conjuring, filling the air with tension and excitement. The girl was breathing heavily, sweat dripping down her face in large drops. Holding her hand to her chest, she tried in vain to control her agitated breathing. At that moment, she remembered the words of Kyle, who had once told her that a magic shot consists of 3 key phases. The first stage is the creation of the form. Next comes filling the cell with the necessary amount of magical energy to achieve the desired power. The third is the subtle control over the magical shot itself. If you make a mistake at even one of these steps, the spell will not work. When creating magic doesn't go according to plan, there's one tried and true method: saying the spell out loud. This makes the task much easier. If you put in enough magical energy, the attempt will definitely succeed. By casting a spell, an invisible bond of magical energy is formed between them and their enemy. They only need to concentrate on feeling this power, and they can completely subdue the danger. One has only to remember this important detail, and every spell will certainly work. He spoke with such enthusiasm, as if he were sharing his knowledge with his students. The young men listened attentively, and at the end of the explanation they were rewarded with heartfelt applause as a sign of gratitude. Only one girl behind them watched everything silently, not interfering in the general excitement. Now the girl stood on the training field, intently trying to imagine a water ball and fill it with magical energy. To concentrate, she closed her eyes, drawing a bright and detailed image in her mind. Gathering her will into a fist, the girl tried to call upon the element of water so that the drops would merge into an elastic, transparent clot in the air. Suddenly, a tiny water sphere hovered in front of her, and she was incredibly fascinated by it. The girl was sure that this time everything would definitely work out. But, unfortunately, at the same moment the sphere exploded with a noise, scattering cold spray all around. Suddenly, water gushed out of the broken ball, pouring down on the girl from head to toe, and instantly soaking her clothes and everything around her. Why is it that everyone around her achieves success so easily, but she just can't do it, even despite all the explanations? The thought brought tears of helplessness and confusion to her eyes. However, the girl did not move from her place. Tears silently rolled down her cheeks. Suddenly, turning around, she discovered that she had been closely watched the whole time. Kyle, leaning on one leg as if about to leap forward, noticed that the girl had not quite managed to cope with the task. There was not a hint of mockery in his gaze. His unexpected appearance had quite surprised the girl. Big, hot tears were streaming down her cheeks, heavier and more painful than ever. In desperation, she screamed, trying to find out how long he had been here. The boy did not lose his composure. He only silently informed her that he had chosen this place for his training, which was why he had come here. Calmly, as if it were a routine matter, he carefully placed the bag on one of the benches and opened it. He took a towel out of his bag and, with a slight smile, handed it to the girl so she could dry herself. The young man understood that before returning to the conversation, he first had to help her get herself in order. After all, after the unexpected explosion of the water balloon, she was all wet. The girl sobbed non-stop, pressing the towel he had just handed her to her face. Words of gratitude never left her lips. Arte's cheeks were flushed with shame and confusion. At that moment, her entire being was consumed by thoughts only of him. However, the young man rummaged in his bag again and took out the traditional portion of donuts. He held one of them in his teeth and handed the other to the girl, gently asking if she would like to try it. The girl, who had been wiping her tears with a towel, stared at the boy in confusion, shocked by his unexpected offer. She was amazed at how he had managed to pack so many things into his bag. The guy mumbled something in response, embarrassed. But that didn't change the point. His luggage looked very suspicious. He was obviously hiding something important, because he was in no hurry to reveal the details, even to her. To everyone's surprise, he next pulled out a neat tea set from the basket. Holding a donut between his teeth, the boy handed the set to another girl. In one hand, he held an elegant teapot, and in the other, a shiny cup on a saucer. He was convinced that nothing enhances the taste of donuts like strong, aromatic black tea. The girl had no idea how the fragrant black tea had appeared in his bag. But it seemed she decided not to think about it. She quietly savored the aromatic drink, allowing herself to dissolve in the peace and comfort of the moment. They both sat down on the bench. The girl closed her eyes, allowing herself to truly savor the aroma and taste of the tea she had just tasted for the first time. The guy smiled and said that he had treated her to the famous black tea, the kind his father's company imports. The girl froze for a moment, carefully placing the cup on the saucer. Lowering her head, she hid her gaze under a lock of hair that fell softly over her forehead. The boy noticed this and stared at her intently, silently waiting for her to dare to break the silence. The girl confessed that no matter how hard she tried to follow his every piece of advice, she still felt completely hopeless. It seemed like she really lacked talent, and she would probably have to learn to live with it. The young man could not believe the reality of what was happening. The girl thought that he was only sympathizing with her, and turned away, overcome with irritation and shame. It seemed that in another moment the tears would come to her eyes again, so she tightly closed her eyelids, trying to express some reproaches to herself. However, the boy suddenly backed away, denying his own words just spoken to her. His behavior was so unexpected that the girl turned around in surprise, unable to hide the astonishment on her face. He took a firm stance in front of her, clenching his fists, and declared with concentrated seriousness, he felt no regret. On the contrary, he was sure that she was truly gifted. He asked if she would like to try again, because he really wanted to see it. For the first time, there was no hint of a smile on his face. He was completely serious. The suddenly stunned girl was speechless, but she agreed almost instantly. The young man advised her to pull herself together first, and then try again, and she nodded again in agreement and did just that. However, she did not want to appear weak and helpless in front of him. The situation seemed extremely uncomfortable to her, since they were the only ones left. This realization pierced her from within, and her blush flared up even more intensely. Now the heat had already reached not only her cheeks, but also her forehead, filling her entire face with a bright red flame. She made an effort to control herself, understanding that nothing would work without calm and clarity of thought. But anxiety still prevailed. It was clearly reflected in the nervous movements and tense face. Gathering all her will into a fist, she tightly closed her eyelids and loudly shouted a spell, calling on the water sphere. She had managed to create a water sphere, even larger than usual. Katie looked at him hopefully, believing that this time everything had gone as well as possible. She had never achieved such a result before. Although Hermes had sincerely hoped for a different outcome, the balloon suddenly burst, spraying water in all directions. Even more surprised, she could not help but exclaim in surprise. The girl could not understand why she had to repeat the actions a second time, which she had performed perfectly the first time. The boy only looked at her silently, full of surprise. He noticed that every time she channeled her magical energy, another incomprehensible source of power crept into it. Her watery sphere was permeated with hundreds of electric flashes and flickering energy threads. It was truly intriguing. Trying to solve this mystery, he wondered, what gives rise to such an unusual power? Seeing the sadness and confusion in her eyes, he finally understood the cause of the troubles and what needed to change. He quickly rushed to the bag that had been waiting on the bench all this time. With a quick movement, he unzipped it and looked inside. The girl, visibly alarmed, called out to him, but the boy remained silent, not reacting to her voice. At that moment, he pulled out of his bag an elegant ring with a shining stone in the center. He held it up to her and quietly asked her to try it on, but turning to her, the man gently took her hand and placed the ring on her little finger. He realized that she had not yet learned to fully control her mana, so this ring would serve as a temporary help. Eventually, the girl would still have to try the spell again. From the outside, it looked like a heartfelt declaration. The girl's cheeks and ears instantly flushed with color. Realizing that Kyle had handed her the ring, she was so confused that she could barely say a word. But despite her excitement, she assured him that everything was fine, and that the essence of the mission was completely clear to her. However, only a person close to her could not have failed to notice the expression on her face. It spoke without words how difficult it was for her to concentrate right now. But despite the internal struggle, she gathered all her willpower, took out her magic wand and skillfully created another water balloon. This time the spell did not dissipate. The water sphere remained intact, calmly maintaining its perfect shape. At that moment, it dawned on Kyle that she could control her magic. He shouted loudly that it was time to aim and cast the spell. The girl, reacting quickly, replied firmly that she understood, then waved her wand and sent the water sphere forward. It acted so swiftly and powerfully that the force of its own motion threw it back, like a wave of recoil. A powerful water ball hit one of the targets fixed to the frame of the transparent ceiling sharply. Looking up, she realized with relief that she had managed to hit the target even from such a long distance. She immediately shouts her friend's name at the top of her voice, and he, without a moment's hesitation, starts encouraging Katie, assuring her that she did a great job. The girl perceptibly came to life. Excitement flashed in her eyes. She wanted to practice a little more, enjoying every moment. She asked his permission, as if expecting him to stay by her side and become her spectator, supporter, witness to new achievements. Her true enthusiasm was now difficult to hide. She was so full of energy that the man agreed to continue without hesitation. Finally, a warm, sincere smile lit up his face again. The children had no idea that a dark figure was secretly watching them from around the corner of the training ground. The shadow that belonged to Freya's mentor was watching the events closely. Watching them, she came to the conclusion that Katie was nothing to worry about. On the other hand, the situation with Kyle seemed much more complicated and raised questions that required more serious reflection. The teacher did not stop watching them, and a mysterious, cunning smile played on his lips. She realized that Kyle was already having too much influence over Class F, but she still had one more unresolved problem. As soon as that thought crossed her mind, her smile instantly faded, giving way to anxious concentration. The question that never left my mind was about my mental state. This anxiety was like a forest fire. The flames greedily engulfed individual trees, rising higher and higher, as if trying to reach the sky. The blame for everything lay with the young man's fist, which was burning with blinding flames. He jerked his hand forward, and his fingers spread apart, releasing a blazing ball of fire. However, he was not aiming at the enemy, but at a huge tree trunk, which instantly burst into flames from the devastating blow. One thought kept haunting him. This wasn't enough. His magic had to become stronger. After his fight with Kyle, he realized that he couldn't always rely on the power of his sword alone. If he continues on this path, the path to the very top will forever remain unattainable for him. This year's training outside the school will take place in the Demon Forest, where danger lurks everywhere and predatory monsters prowl. The very thought of such a test makes the blood run cold in his veins. Each of the students is now diligently honing his own skills, striving to reach the pinnacle of his potential. Meanwhile, Sykes, left alone in the rustling grove, honed his abilities on his own, resolutely strengthening himself without anyone's support. Kyle explains in detail to his classmates in which direction they should develop and what exactly they need to do to confidently grow and become stronger. Not long ago, those who were sobbing desperately because of their own powerlessness, unable to cope with themselves, today confidently direct magical flashes directly at the target. Everyone tries to carefully hide their true feelings, but during an extracurricular adventure in the demonic forest, the masks will certainly fall off and the truth will become clear. A century ago, the formidable dungeon was conquered thanks to the skill of one of the Academy's teachers. His appearance resembled a character from ancient legends, a venerable wizard in a long black robe with wide sleeves, with a snow-white beard and hair like fresh snow. On his head stood a hat with such wide brims that it overshadowed his shoulders. In his hands he clutched a long wooden staff with a massive stone securely attached to the end. Full of determination, he boldly plunged into the depths of the dungeon and, using the artifact, managed to subdue this place to his influence. It was thanks to his tireless work that a dungeon appeared, in which people gained complete power. He carved a magical seal, decorated with intricate patterns. It became the basis for the creation of this dungeon. Since then, this dungeon has served as a training ground for students. Today is the day they will have to pass this test. The elven teacher with a luxurious long braid, glasses, and elegant elongated earrings in her ears informed them. His figure radiated a real menace. And suddenly, raising his voice defiantly, he informed the boys that their next extracurricular test would be held in the Demon Forest. Hearing this news, the children involuntarily froze in fear. Their faces lit up with anxiety and confusion. However, not everyone was overcome by the same emotions. Kayla was glowing with delight, not hiding her joy from what she had heard. Meanwhile, Delia, who was standing next to her, could barely hold back the tears in her eyes. And Katie just blinked in amazement. It seemed that she was still trying to comprehend the meaning of what she had heard. Extracurricular activities were now mandatory for all first-year students. The newcomers were unhappy to learn that they would have to go to the Demon Forest, a place rumored to be home to many terrifying monsters. The prospect actually scared them. Teacher Freya reassured the students, emphasizing that there was no reason to worry. Her colleague, Teacher Reggett, assured them that the dungeon was under full human supervision. First, they would step on a magic circle that would transport them to a random point in the middle of the forest. Secondly, there is a special mechanism in the dungeon. It automatically throws everyone out as soon as 6 hours have passed, or as soon as the boss is defeated. In case of serious injuries or if they surrender due to lack of magical energy, the forest itself will throw them away, like a catapult, throwing them as far as possible from its borders. The teacher announced that all their actions would be reflected on his sleeve thanks to a special badge. For each monster defeated, the team would receive bonus points. At the end of the lesson, based on the accumulated results, a rating of the most successful students would be formed. Those who take first, second, or third place will receive a generous prize: money, rare artifacts, and precious metals. So, there is every reason to fight for the top. The children were delighted to learn about the cash prize, and Kayla was especially inspired by the prospect of receiving unique artifacts. Inspired by the sudden surge of energy, Kyle immediately turned to Reggae's mentor, wanting to know exactly what artifacts they would receive. Meanwhile, Delia could not act as collectedly. Excited to the point of tears, she was unable to concentrate on the conversation. And besides, Katie could not hold back her emotions and burst into tears along with the child. Suddenly, a mocking shout rang out from the crowd. Class F students shouldn't dream of any awards. Hearing this, Kyle reacted instantly. He turned around sharply, carefully searching for the impudent commentator with his eyes. It turned out to be an acquaintance of Phoenix, the same guy who had left the arena with an angry look at the end of their battle. He was convinced that they would not receive any awards. Everything would go only to the students of Class A. His real goal was to offend the representatives of the other class and make them angry. Kyle completely ignored the words that were being said around him. He just smiled casually and waved at the Turk, saying, "Did you really come here to apologize to Delia?" The girl who was watching him closely couldn't hold it in anymore. Her tears flowed even more abundantly, and her body trembled. The Turk burst into a scream in response, declaring that they weren't even thinking of apologizing. Gritting his teeth in anger, he tried in vain to convince himself that Class F didn't even have a glimmer of hope of winning. However, something in his heart stubbornly prevented him from accepting this. Not far from the tree, a little way from the main group, he noticed a lone figure. It was Psyche. He seemed completely oblivious to his surroundings. He looked away thoughtfully and calmly crossed his arms over his chest. A moment later, with an expression of absolute indifference, he closed his eyes, leaned back against the rough bark, and completely immersed himself in carefree peace. Turk pondered over the fate of Sykes. It seemed that Sykes still had not realized that he had already slipped to the lowest rung of society. However, this truth existed only in his own imagination. He cautiously approached his old colleague from his student days, barely audibly saying that in front of them was Mr. Sykes himself, a former representative of Class A. Hearing this, the brunette finally opened his eyes and listened to the surrounding noise. The Turk still can't get over the fact that he, armed with a sword, suffered defeat at the hands of a weakling from Class F. His voice trembles with resentment as he spreads his arms and clenches his fists tightly on his hips. He raises his chin proudly, as if this moment is his own victory. He announced that it was because of him that the whole class was now called Second Week. Perhaps he should take responsibility. It seemed that his fear of the brunette had disappeared, and now he allowed himself to openly mock her. The brunette narrowed his eyes sharply, as if trying to intimidate his opponent. A dark, disturbing energy seemed to emanate from him. Tertska immediately felt uneasy and wary. He could not decipher what was hidden behind this look. Was Sykes really going to attack? Suddenly a voice came from behind. Someone demanded that the Turk leave Brunei alone. This stranger emphasized that even if Brunei were to be relegated to the weakest class, his noble lineage would not disappear, for he was a descendant of an ancient family. This deputy turned out to be the third son of Baron Holdenheim, Kaldor Holdenheim. His natural element was the wind. The guy had luxurious long white hair, and elegant long earrings hung from his ears. A long staff could be seen behind his shoulders. He noted with a slight smile that he might be inferior to the brunette in strength, but his aristocratic roots still had weight. Sykes instantly recognized Kalura, but his gaze clearly said that he did not want such a meeting at all. The blond man instantly grabbed his head and began to flatteringly beg for forgiveness, but the expression on his face unmistakably revealed that he was not really going to sincerely repent. His gestures only revealed a sly mockery. A mysterious figure watched from the ruins of the destroyed building, in the shadow of the ruin. It was Kalliora. She warned him not to press on this brunette's vulnerable spot. Before me stood Garden Maltra, the second son of the Maltra baronial family, who possessed the power of the earth. He declared defiantly, "Even if brunette shines with a good result, it will not change anything. He will still remain worthless." Garden's appearance cast a shadow of menace, making one think of real brawlers. Sykes said his name quietly, and sparks of irritation at the circumstances flashed in his eyes. Daly instantly gathered himself and stopped crying, because he realized that all three main characters had appeared before them. However, the blonde still could not figure out which three he was talking about. It turns out that Sykes, Kalura, and Carden are the strongest of this year's newcomers. However, due to a long-standing feud between their families, the three have never been able to become true friends. Sad understands well that Brunette is also aiming for the main prize, but sincerely hopes for his understanding and forgiveness. After all, they have already reserved the first and second positions for themselves, and they hope that this is obvious to him. Sad voices all this sharply and ruthlessly, not sparing even figurative words. "Calm down." The dark-haired man closed his eyes again, and casually said that they could do whatever they wanted. It didn't seem to bother him at all. The Turk suddenly intervened in the conversation, bursting into laughter, having never received any help from the others. He suggested that the brunette take the initiative, jokingly remarking that he felt even more powerless now than when he was in Class F. At that moment, Bruneck pressed his lips tightly together, straining to contain his emotions. Although it's hard to say for sure, it's quite possible that he was about to respond with a few stinging remarks. If Kyle hadn't stepped forward then, it would have been immediately clear from the expression on his face that what he had heard had seriously spoiled his mood. Sykes was startled when a blonde stranger suddenly intervened. Garden, with an indifferent expression on his face, lazily asked Kyle if he was troubled by some troubles. Meanwhile, Kalira looked at the man as if he were just an empty space to her. Realizing that things could get much more complicated, Delia and Katie began to feel anxious. He assured them that he had no difficulty at all. He was just completely absorbed in something else. He explained that he had left the place because his friend had suddenly begun to be humiliated. Hearing these words, the psycho's eyes widened in surprise, and the faces of his opponents were filled with even greater distrust and discontent. Delia instantly realized that Kyle was acting out his usual style of rushing to protect others. Without hesitation, he abruptly stood in front of the brunette, covering her with himself. Spreading his arms out like a protective barrier, he felt an irresistible urge to defend himself. Realizing that he had to support his friend, he loudly declared that he would not allow himself to silently watch his classmate being bullied. Tears rolled down his cheeks, but he did not stop his speech. The brunette silently watched what was happening with an incomprehensible gaze. He did not miss the anxiety in the eyes of the children, who involuntarily trembled in fear before him. Turk burst out laughing loudly, declaring that weaklings are always drawn to games of friendship. Garden, somewhat bewildered, rubbed the back of his head uncertainly, and Kalliora only sighed silently, visibly showing her tired patience. The dark-haired young man with an impassive face calmly stepped aside, dryly remarking that he had had enough of this nonsense. He asked to be left alone. Now they could do whatever they wanted. He didn't care anymore. Hyle and Delia silently watched his figure as it gradually disappeared into the distance. Freya suddenly appeared and, with barely concealed irony, asked if they were going to continue wasting time arguing. Immediately after that, Reagan intervened in the dialogue, sternly ordered everyone to immediately gather around the magic circle. Finally gathering all the students, Elf solemnly announced the start of the extracurricular activities for the freshmen. Behind him, Freya watched the events with a sly smile. Several students have already been successfully transported through the magic circle, and warnings of an endless horde of monsters are heard from all sides. However, this does not give the slightest hope of avoiding clashes with the monsters. Many students had already scattered to the farthest corners of the forest. It was Kyle's turn. Using an unusual magical catapult, he quickly found himself in one of the distant branches of this vast forest massif. Looking around, he noticed unusual trees with gigantic, impressively intertwined roots. He was stunned by the unexpected truth. This forest was the domain of demons. There was an oppressive and unsettling atmosphere in the air, forcing him to remain alert. Closing his eyes, he focused on first feeling the energy of magic that was subtly seeping around him from all sides. He spread his arms wide, his palms open, and summoned magic to create his own version of a magical radar. His mana formed into a multitude of energy circles. They rippled away from him, penetrating through the trees and enveloping the entire forest perimeter. It was at this moment that he realized that monsters had already materialized near him and several other students, with whom they had to immediately engage in battle. Thanks to his radar, he instantly identified the powerful magical glow as coming from Katie. His abilities were so sharp that he could even see her frozen in a guarded defensive stance. As he was about to approach her, he suddenly realized that the distance to the girl was greater than it seemed at first glance, so there was no time to delay. Throwing aside all hesitation, he rushed forward, deftly avoiding the tangle of roots that blocked his path. Meanwhile, Daly found himself next to two other boys. All three of them held out their magic wands, preparing to fight back, because a dense crowd of monsters was already forming in front of them, and it was urgent to defend themselves. Undoubtedly, meeting with classmates was a real stroke of luck. But what was really striking was that they were surrounded by enemies. It seemed that they were right in the heart of a monster's lair. Ed, here everything is clear without exaggeration. At least 24 bizarre creatures, like madmen, were climbing the giant tree roots right towards them. His classmates quickly realized that they could not handle the situation. Realizing that it was time to act immediately, they instantly ran away, turning around and heading headlong in the opposite direction. Paralyzed by terror, Delia did not have time to jump back and tripped over a massive tree root, falling rapidly to the ground. At that very moment, one of the demons, resembling an angry wolf, had already opened its mouth, preparing to pounce on the defenseless girl. At that moment his eyes, filled with tears, opened wide as if from a loud explosion. From then on, every day before him only flames appeared, and it constantly amazed him. Directly opposite him, on the charred surface of the root, was a pair of boots. They turned out to be Sykes's, a discovery that surprised Delia immensely. The dark-haired boy was sitting upright on the ground, his eyes shining with tears, and he held out his wand in front of him as if trying to defend himself with it. His gaze sank somewhere into infinity, while the baby watched him attentively and unceasingly with its large eyes. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, the water sphere made it possible to cope with another monster. The enemy was defeated. Kyle sincerely praised Katie's skill, as she had hit the target flawlessly. The girl smiled modestly, agreeing with his words, and Kyle himself did not hide his joy. He clenched his fists in triumph, sharing this success with her. She turned to him, beaming with a warm smile, knowing full well that it was he who had pulled her out of trouble. Without his intervention, she would hardly have been able to get out of that situation on her own, and Katya knew that very well. The blonde instantly realized that loneliness in this forest was fraught with serious danger. Fortunately, Anthony appeared at her side. However, he had not yet had time to finish when something stirred from behind the bushes. The three boys rushed forward with a frantic cry, and Delia flashed ahead of them. Kyle called the child's name, and the boy, recognizing the voice, immediately stopped. Flavel, meanwhile, asked where the brunette was now. The young man told them the words of the brunette, who promised to hold the monster alone to give them a chance to escape. The friends did not argue and hastily disappeared. Meanwhile, the other two, leaning against a tree, tried to catch their breath, while he was still sobbing inconsolably. The child pointed in the direction they had just come from and told Kyle that the brunette had stayed right there. The kid also added that there were a lot of monsters around and he hoped the dogs were okay. The boy's concern for Kyle was obvious. Kyle applied his energy again, focusing his gaze as if he wanted to penetrate through space and find out what had happened to his new companion. It seems as if he really noticed something threatening. Without a moment's hesitation and without saying a word to the others, he abruptly jumped out of his seat. The child barely managed to scream excitedly after him. He was flying at full speed, with only one prayer in his head. If only the dark-haired girl would stay where she was. He was in a hurry, full of hope that he would have time to save her. The lunatic was in an extremely pitiful state. Apparently, he had been wounded. He had almost no strength left to stand on his feet. His cloak was covered with stains, as if it had been stamped with traces of battle. The elements were raging around him. Flames were blazing, thick clouds of smoke were rolling down, and the monsters around him were becoming more and more numerous. Their number was growing steadily. The monster suddenly pounced on him, piercing his clothes with sharp fangs and leaving a painful, deep scar on his shoulder. Although the boy was momentarily confused, he still managed to control himself and defeat the monster, taming it with fiery power. No matter how much they are exterminated, they reappear again and again, continuously approaching from all sides and surrounding him in a dense ring. The wound adorned not only the hero's shoulder, but also his head. However, having gathered all his willpower, he did not give up and decided to stand to the end. At the same time, the blonde girl, shrouded in anxiety, rushed headlong towards him, hoping to be in time for help. He created a fiery arrow, aimed it at one of the monsters, and instantly incapacitated it. Clutching his injured shoulder, the pain in which was growing, he watched intently as the horde of monsters relentlessly advanced from all sides. If the enemy's onslaught intensified even a little more, there would be no hope of victory, no hope left. Our job is to find weak links and exploit them to break through. He spotted a gap in the front line through which he could slip. But suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a tree that had suddenly uprooted itself right in front of him. Just before him loomed a fearsome demon, resembling a giant boar. It was an orc. John was walking swiftly toward it, preparing for battle. He threw the uprooted tree, but it only bounced back without causing any damage. Meanwhile, goblins suddenly appeared behind him, with sinister smiles and clubs at the ready to attack. He realized that the situation had become even more dangerous. He still couldn't dodge these blows. Each one made him suffer, and a bitter cough escaped his chest. Would this be the end of it? Would he have to lose his dignity in front of his enemies again, and become the target of the ridicule of the Kalawari Garden? With such thoughts, He remembered how Delia had defended him against their former classmates. His anxiety did not leave him. Had his friends managed to escape? Had they managed to avoid danger? Weaving together in his imagination various scenarios of events, he felt determination awaken in him, and getting up, he was ready to fight further. In this situation, he was filled with surprise, not excitement for others, which was completely uncharacteristic for him. Once, far back in his youth, he remembered a moment when he stood on a balcony next to his father. He looked at him intently and said that as the heir to the family, he should see the world differently than everyone else around him, that he must become the most powerful, and the only way to do so is to rise above the rest. From an early age, the words that later became the driving force of his entire life were deeply rooted in his memory. He constantly sought to surpass everyone around him. In fights, his mind was focused on one thing only: becoming stronger, dominating each of his opponents. In due time, Kyle appeared before him, and having defeated his opponent, not only did he not humiliate him, but he also extended a hand of support. His face lit up with a broad smile, and in his voice there was confidence. By joining forces, they could become much more powerful. Dreaming, he was so lost in his own thoughts that he didn't notice two goblins sneaking up on him. They suddenly grabbed his arms, as if chaining him to the ground. He pondered Calder and Gardena, seeing the others as mere stepping stones to his own personal peak, while a massive bull approached him, once again preparing to strike a devastating blow. But ever since he met Kyle, Katie, and Daly, something had changed in his soul, and he could never understand the reason for these transformations. This moment kept replaying in his mind like an obsessive cry. When the brunette dared to intervene and free him, and he himself fled, the boy could not be happy. He was filled with boundless gratitude to his friends for their unwavering support. Another powerful attack, and the brunette lay on his back, the wounds instantly filled with blood. For him, this was the last limit, and he resigned himself to the inevitability of defeat. But despite everything, a thought crept inside him. Perhaps everything was not so hopeless after all. In a semi-conscious state, the psycho froze helplessly, his back against the twisted roots of the trees. Meanwhile, the demon was approaching him faster and faster, raising a heavy, formidable club above his head. It was clear that there was no longer any room for despair in his eyes. He had crossed the line of no return. The monster had no time to finish his attack. He was unexpectedly outmaneuvered. Sykes looked up in confusion, stunned by the events unfolding before him. Looking closely, he noticed only one leg, and heard a voice convincing him that it was too early to give up. Kyle appeared next to him, waving his hand apologetically as a sign of being late. His appearance caught Delayat by surprise. He did not hide his surprise, and immediately asked how Kyle had ended up here. Having stopped paying attention to the speaker, the blonde froze with a blank gaze, staring off into the distance without even blinking. Only later did it become clear that his gaze was directed at his friend, who turned out to be much more seriously injured than it had seemed at first. He called for all further responsibility to be handed over to him, confidently declaring that he would handle it himself. His devotion and desire to protect his friend were striking in their unwaveringness. Focusedly looking ahead, he was completely absorbed in his mission. Kyle, filled with extraordinary magical energy, rushed forward, creating a storm around him that threw the monsters aside, and at the same time, picked up the brunette who was still sitting behind. Reactivating the magic radar, he tried to determine the exact number of monsters around him in order to best prepare for the fight with them. He shouted loudly to the sky, begging for a hail of arrows carried by the wind to fall on his enemies. The madman looked at him in surprise. A pale blonde man, who was directing a powerful stream of magical energy at the demons, skillfully wielding his magic wand. The horde of monsters dissolved in the raging fire, leaving behind only soot and columns of dark smoke. The brunette watched in admiration as he destroyed countless monsters in just an instant. She couldn't help but wonder where he got such incredible magical power from, and what its nature was. But before she could think about it, a commotion was heard nearby. She instantly looked in that direction. The two peers with whom they had recently run away again staged daily scenes of tears, pouring out all their grievances on the brunette. The kid, choking on a scream, promised that he would also join the fight, but as soon as he stopped and shook his head, he found that there were no monsters left around, as if they had vanished into thin air. Kyle immediately started bragging, claiming that it was his merit and that he was the one who defeated them all. Feeling somewhat bewildered, the psychos calmly asked why they had returned. Darley, barely holding back his tears, began to sincerely beg for forgiveness. However, his friends could not abandon their comrade to his fate and simply run away. Such words so struck Darley that he could not even breathe from excitement. Suddenly, Katie appeared from behind him and handed him an unknown liquid. It turned out to be a healing potion that would grant him a speedy recovery once he drank it. She said she couldn't do it alone, so she decided to make more potions. Sykes, not hiding his surprise, accepted the flask that Anna handed him. Kyle, overwhelmed with joy, noted that everyone was sincerely concerned about him. That was what prompted them to come to the rescue. He had previously been convinced that even within the walls of the academy, it was best to stay aloof. Peers seemed like an unnecessary burden. His soul was only drawn by the desire to confront a worthy and truly strong opponent. However, it seems that these experiences are a thing of the past for him. He smiled at the boys and, perhaps for the first time, called them his friends. Leaning against the trunk of a tree, he smiled warmly and thanked her wholeheartedly for her rescue. All three blushed, filled with genuine joy. For the first time since the beginning of the story, Daly saw a genuine smile on Brunette's face. Kayla was fascinated by such unexpected changes. He raised his hand, urging everyone to stop and give the psychologist time to regain consciousness. Only when they recovered could the group move towards the local boss. At first, the guys agreed without objection, but as soon as they heard about the boss, fear instantly gripped them, and any enthusiasm disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, in the very center of the forest, the garden known as Caliora wondered thoughtfully if these monsters before them seemed particularly strange. Unfortunately, his friend was not mistaken. This, as absurd as it sounded, was true. After all, right in front of them stood two monsters that could absorb magical energy. In the middle of a vast field, in the shade of a dense grove, several brave students engaged in a fierce duel with two giant demons. People hid among the dense bushes nearby, quietly exchanging words. They were amazed that someone had dared to challenge these fearsome monsters first. Could these two creatures be the true masters of the forest? However, the very idea that there could be two bosses in the dungeon at once seemed almost unbelievable. Looking more closely, they realized, from the faint signs in the garden and the scorching heat around, one could guess that a fierce battle between Class A students was taking place nearby. The blondes cast an indifferent glance and simply noted that in that case, it would be quite easy for them to defeat these two monsters. Suddenly, Kyle interrupted him in mid-sentence, firmly stating that this was not quite so. However, he immediately added that everything was much more complicated. Sykes looked up in surprise, confusedly trying to figure out what Kyle meant. These two monsters had human form, but were significantly distinguished by their massive muscles and tall stature. Their long, snow-white beards, giant fangs, and powerful horns on their heads gave them the appearance of real demons. Large stone ornaments darkened on their broad chests. The students of Class A looked haggard and gloomy, bloodstains on their clothes testifying to their injuries. Their faces showed a strange mixture of fear and irritation that was difficult to distinguish. Meanwhile, Sykes and Kyle still had their eyes fixed on the ground, watching the events below. With a loud cry, Hardin raised the axe above his head, jumped up sharply, and slashed diagonally across the boss's shoulder. In response to this powerful blow, the stone fixed to his chest flashed with a bright light, as if reflecting the force of the attack. The young man, wincing in pain, jumped aside. Events were unfolding exactly as he had predicted, but he nevertheless dared to confirm his worst guesses. Dancing over to Caliora, he shouted at him. Caliora instantly got the point and nodded. Now his eyes, too, were filled with confidence. They were right to believe they could absorb magic. The classmates who were left behind were desperately crying out for help, trying to hold back the bosses with water and fireballs. Kalura only mockingly hurled insults at them, considering them complete idiots, because they had a catastrophic lack of clarity about what was really happening. Each new blow seemed to dissipate in the air, leaving not a scratch on these two monsters. On the contrary, it seemed that this only made them waste away more in their own delight. Their smiles became even more terrifying, and a sinister flame was born in their eyes. The blonde stretched out his hand, sternly warning, "Do not use magic against them, as it will only make them stronger." His classmates looked at each other in confusion, unsure if he was joking or if he was actually telling the truth. The blonde was caught in a real trap. She looked around in confusion, not understanding how to get out of this complicated mess. Having turned their wands into formidable weapons, they could only defend themselves with a powerful magical force that protected their bodies from enemy blows. If he tried to strike them with just a spear, it would leave almost no mark on these monsters. Similarly, if Garden swung his axe at them, using it as a normal weapon, it would be of little use. Now both of them were almost devoid of effective means of combat and were defenseless against these ferocious bosses. The boys stood there in confusion, aiming their weapons at the terrifying creatures. Their eyes showed complete uncertainty. They had no idea how to deal with the magician killers. At that moment, everyone searched their memories for at least some strategy that could give them a chance to escape. Kyle, comfortably positioned among the thick foliage, said quietly that he had suspected this for a long time. But now he had received undeniable confirmation. These creatures did indeed absorb magical energy. Psyche, unable to contain her surprise, exclaimed that this seemed incredible. How could such a terrifying creature appear simply during additional training? Daly and Katie froze in surprise at these words. Sykes realized that all their efforts would be in vain if they left things as they were. Kalura and Karzenin would not be able to deal with these monsters on their own. Unexpectedly straightening up from the bushes, he set off with a resolute step. To everyone's surprise, people began to call him back and ask if he would lend them a helping hand. But only recently, these same people had mocked him contemptuously right in front of everyone. Brunet insisted that he was only following the instructions worthy of the heir to the Delay family. He considered it his sacred duty. After all, he was destined to stand above all others. Hearing this, the three friends looked at each other in surprise, confusion flashing in their eyes. In fact, Kyle had assumed that this would happen, but he asked for another moment. He needed to return one thing. But the brunette never realized what exactly he was supposed to return, because it seemed he was not at fault. However, carefully clearing the space in front of him, he carefully began to look for something there. Kyle drew his weapon and handed it to the brunette, who immediately recognized his sword, which was finally in his hands. "Is everything fixed yet?" He scratched the back of his head and quietly admitted that he couldn't turn it back yet. There were just a few minor edits left to make. In his ecstasy, he could not understand what had previously escaped his attention. As soon as the sword was in his hands, a flash of magical power flashed with incredible force, and even his cloak, caught in an invisible whirlwind, was swept back. Kyle shared his secret. To achieve unprecedented strength, he must share his power with the spirit that resides in his sword. The mysterious creature suddenly appeared right in front of them. The young man, eyes wide open, watched everything that was happening intently. A real fire dragon moves at the head, capable of breathing bright blue flames. If he recognizes him as his master, he will have the opportunity to conquer this magical creature and master all its true power. Tyle pointed out that his power was too great now, and even the seers would have a hard time dealing with it. But no, completely ignoring the warning, stood ready with his sword raised above his head. Feeling his powerlessness, he harmed this sword, and closing his eyes, sincerely asked for its forgiveness. He realized his weaknesses and pride, but he vowed to become stronger. Like his blade, he would certainly undergo changes. Raising his sword high, Brunette turned to his weapon for support. Vowing loudly, he promised that this sword would become an inseparable witness to his strength and development. Before him, towering mightily, stood the dragon, and images of his new friends who had been by his side in the most difficult moments flashed brightly in his memory. He could clearly feel the power emanating from it. The fiery dragon wrapped itself around his body, taking on this burden. Even with his eyes closed, he found support within himself, gripping the sword tightly. The dragon's pulsating flames gently enveloped him, giving him peace and warmth. In his thoughts, he turned to his fiery companion, asking him to grant him his power again. Opening his eyes, he noticed sparks flickering around him. Was this a sign that the dragon had finally accepted him? The familiar sight unfolded before him. Kyle was reaching out to him, silently inviting him to join the company. Of course, the brunette couldn't refuse. There couldn't be any other answer. A powerful explosion roared through the air. Garden crashed into the tree trunk with such force that the impact was so devastating that he involuntarily dropped his magic axe. Blood spurted from his mouth from a violent cough, and his eyes, twisted in unbearable pain, turned almost white. Kaliura turned to him in excitement, trying to scream something, but her throat was so tight that no sound came out. His comrade was exhausted to the core and could obviously no longer resist. Despite the faint hope, the blond man rushed into battle again, shouting loudly, even though he understood that his chances of victory were minuscule. In fact, that's exactly what happened. The spear froze in the air, stopping just a millimeter from the monster's face, as if it had hit an invisible wall that prevented it from breaking through and harming the enemy. Meanwhile, the monster was steadily absorbing the magical power of the weapon, becoming stronger and stronger. Taking courage, he directed all his power into one swift blow, throwing the blonde aside so hard that he was forced to release the spear and fly back. The rest of the students, stunned by what they saw, only watched Mr. Kaljura silently, their mouths wide open, trying to utter a word. The blond boy tried with all his strength to get up, leaning on his trembling hands. He was the last one who still wanted to call on the others to escape. But his strength had almost left him. Raising his head and squinting one eye, he cast a penetrating glance at them. A wrinkled trickle of blood slowly flowed from his forehead. Despite the fact that his body was bruised and scratched, he found the strength to whisper, "They should flee while fate gave them a chance." As soon as he said this, he fainted, and Garden fell heavily to the ground beside him. There was a commotion all around, as the students rushed to their unconscious comrades, filled with excitement and hoping to bring them back to consciousness. One of the boys tried to lift Mr. Garden, who was sobbing in despair, completely oblivious to what was happening around him. The other, supporting the blonde with his arm over his shoulder, was equally perplexed. What exactly had gone wrong in this extracurricular adventure? There was no point in giving them advance warning. So what did they need those tracking badges on each of them for? Mr. Kaljura was clearly heavier, so the boy barely managed to hold him back from both falling to the ground. They managed to get their friends to their feet. But the guards didn't even think about backing down. Now they were swinging their clubs furiously, trying to subdue the rest of the children. They couldn't accept what was happening now. After all, they were the A-class elite, the strongest of all. However, it was at this moment that the monsters felt a sense of anxiety rising within them. Something unusual and strange began to affect them. 2 pairs of boots were inevitably and confidently heading towards the monsters. Another moment passed, and the children from Class A, along with the 2 dungeon bosses, were already on different sides. They were united by joy and the taste of victory, but they were still determined to stand by each other's defense. Brunette's classmates stared at him in confusion, not believing their eyes, but he only gestured for them to stay away. Meanwhile, Kyle, smiling, gently reassured them and assured them that they would manage on their own, so there was no need to worry. Some became interested in the origins of Class F. People noticed that the children who came with these young men actively helped lift the wounded from the ground. The man with the hook in his hand clenched his jaws tightly, his face serious and focused. No doubt a tense struggle was going on in his mind, trying to decide whether to trust his secret. Despite everything, he loudly addressed the one in front, warning that the leadership was currently absorbing magical energy right before their eyes, and urged everyone to remain alert. The boys turned sharply to look at him with curiosity. Kyle winked slyly, stretching his lips into a wide smile, and jokingly noted that they had guessed this a long time ago, but still sincerely thanked him for the useful tip. At the same moment, while he was watching the boy intently, one of the leaders was already approaching him, waving his staff menacingly. Psyche immediately noticed this, and without wasting a second, turned to the blonde, hoping to warn him in time. Despite the devastating blow, he managed to repel the giant boss's weapon. The audience was stunned. A level F student without any weapons stopped the attack of one of the most fearsome bosses with his bare hands. This finally angered the demons. They unleashed their fury, filled with uncontrollable rage. Kyle clenched his fists with a roar, stood in a fighting stance, and boldly addressed both monsters, inviting them to dance with him in this deadly dance. Meanwhile, in the dungeon control room, the teachers were closely monitoring the events in the demon forest through the numerous monitors and student marks on the screens. Suddenly, they became interested in 2 bosses who appeared on one of the surveillance displays. In addition, another difficulty remains no less acute. The injured students have not received any help. They have not been evacuated yet. The system has clearly failed. The situation is further complicated by the fact that monsters capable of absorbing magical power have appeared in the arena. Teacher Regod has completely lost his bearings in this chaos. Turning around, he glanced at Freya and wondered if she was the cause of this strange phenomenon. But before he could finish his thought, someone's screams were heard sharply in the air, Everyone looked around and saw Freya desperately trying to break through the invisible wall. She managed to leave a few noticeable dents in the obstacle, but she didn't have the strength to make a more serious breakthrough yet. An uncontrollable rage gripped her, her face contorted with rage. Meanwhile, Kyle decisively struck another blow at his opponent, Asics, carefully holding his sword at the ready to direct it at the monster again at any moment. Freya explained briefly. The teachers are currently trapped, surrounded by an impenetrable barrier that they cannot break. The others, gathered around her, ask again, stunned by what they have heard. Their voices are filled with disbelief and confusion. She turned to the others and explained in detail to avoid confusion. According to the plan, at this stage, normal monsters were supposed to appear instead of the boss. Even she would not have thought of releasing such an anomaly, a creature capable of absorbing magic, onto the first-year students. The young teacher with glasses wondered in surprise. Where did these creepy creatures come from? Under the current circumstances, there is only one possible explanation. Someone deliberately isolated the students and replaced them with these creepy monsters. The bespectacled teacher turned to Freya again, explaining that she was using magic to evacuate all the students from this place. However, despite numerous attempts, she had already tried to do this at least a dozen times. The artifact in the center of the forest remained stubbornly indifferent to her spells. Freya exploded with anger. Her nerves were on edge. She could not allow this shameful situation to overshadow the glory of their academy. Gathering all her determination, the girl struck with renewed force at those places in the barrier where the first cracks had already appeared. She ordered Rag to continuously transmit orders to the artifact, while she herself concentrated on trying to break through the magical barrier. At this time, the young girl with glasses called out to Freya, and the elf, hearing her voice, instantly rushed to fulfill the request. She mentally apologized to her students. In this difficult situation, shifting the burden of responsibility onto the children was not the best decision, but she had no other way to act while holding back her own emotions. The pictures from the dungeon were changing rapidly on the screens, just like the images reflected in the brooches. Among all of them, Kyle's radiant, self-confident smile stood out. Freya, involuntarily covering one eye, stared at him, and suddenly realized, right now, he was her only support. For all those who remained, the last ray of hope remained Kyle. At this moment, the young man with blonde hair was fearlessly raining blows on the monster with his fists. The lack of weapons left no choice. It was the only way to strike this horror. The arrow hit the stone in the middle of his chest, and the boy was amazed to see magic circles rising from it. This sight struck him to the core. Even the slightest hint of magical power in his blows is instantly absorbed by the crystal embedded in his chest. He is immediately struck by the thought. These creatures were artificially created, and it is obvious. However, he has many ways to get rid of these demons in his arsenal, and now he has finally decided which one to use this time. His body froze in a tense posture as magical energy gradually permeated every cell of his skin. He had no right to allow a single spark of this power to escape, even for a moment. He had to tirelessly concentrate the energy in his muscles and bones to awaken an unseen power within him. Pushing off with one foot, he lunged forward as if he had become one of the monsters lurking in wait. His gaze instantly focused on the crystal that shimmered in the middle of the monster's chest. Without hesitation, he decided that this blow would be the decisive one. His first blow hit the target exactly, and since the monster offered no resistance, it didn't even have time to react. The sudden powerful attack caused the stone to shift, split, and crumble into pieces. At that moment, the blond man, in a fit of frenzied desperation, struck with his storm fist, gathering all the bits of magical power that still remained in his body. A beam of blinding light shot through the monster, like flames erupting from deep within. Everyone around him was stunned. This guy had defeated the monster with his own hands, without even using any weapons. It was simply incredible. Without any weapons, he had subdued such a formidable creature. Del paused for a moment and looked around warily, noticing an unusual noise. The cause of this was the piercing cry of the monster whose shoulder Sykes had just cut deeply with a deft stroke of his sword. But in a second the wound glowed and began to heal instantly. Sykes saw it immediately, and realized that even if he wounded an enemy with a sword, they would recover too quickly. The sword in his hands has undergone amazing transformations, and now sparkles with magical energy. Now it is impossible to take it out. What is left to do in such a difficult situation? Suddenly someone called out to him, and he instantly turned his gaze in the direction of the voice. Meanwhile, Kyle began to explain to him that the monster could absorb magic. However, even that did not seem significant against the background of the boundless reserves of power that it possessed. The blonde suggested unleashing his full magical potential and not holding back his strength. This decision quite stunned the brunette. Daryl immediately bombarded me with questions. I couldn't figure out what Kyle was up to. Wouldn't he just take all that energy for himself once the dogs released it? The brunette thoughtfully considered that this monster posed no threat to him at all, and he should reveal his true power. Nevertheless, he decided to listen to the blonde's advice, and confidently replied that he understood perfectly well what was required of him. To defeat the monster, you must first make a physical attack. First, you should break through the crystal, and only then finish off the enemy with a magical blow. This is exactly the tactic he recently demonstrated to others. However, there is another path, one that seems to be created specifically for magicians. Sykes bent his sword tensely, preparing to strike, and once again turned to the powerful spirit that had settled in his blade, asking it to absorb magical energy. Every day he saw how the blue flame more and more consumed the minds of the psychos. The brunette turned to him with a request to accept the challenge and join forces to fight the spirit, acting as true allies. Then he suddenly realized, the answer to all difficulties lies right before his eyes. It is extremely obvious and simple. He unleashed a furious whirlwind of magical energy. With the help of a dragon, he unleashed an unstoppable avalanche of fire into the world. The power was so immense that even the crystal contained within the monster's body could not absorb it all. Gathering the last of his strength, the psycho let out a scream, his eyes never taking their eyes off his enemy's face. He resolutely thrust his sword forward, and a furious stream of flame burst from its blade, which, rushing with a deafening roar, swiftly covered the magical creature, striking it in the very heart. The fiery dragon swept over the battlefield, creating a powerful wave that covered everything around with such force that the children who were nearby could not stand on their feet and literally flew down. Amidst the fiery darkness and billows of smoke, only one figure loomed. A dark-haired young man with a flaming sword in his hands, intently watching the effect of his swift attack. But he had managed to defeat the monster. Overwhelmed with excitement and sincere gratitude, Daly, with tears of joy in his eyes, rushed towards them, arms wide open. He could not contain his admiration, loudly exclaiming that it was a real miracle. They had coped with such formidable monsters on their own, and they truly deserved praise. Sykes remained silent, showing no emotion, listening intently to the child's words. To Kyle, it all seemed strange and thought-provoking. Students who were exhausted or injured were not moved. In addition, the teachers failed to properly prepare for both the specifics of these monsters and the lesson itself. All this caused a lot of difficulties that they did not want to deal with. The blonde suddenly felt someone's presence nearby and, holding his breath, anxiously turned his head in that direction. A fiery blow rushed at him with furious force, but he skillfully managed to repel it. If he had hesitated even for a moment, the burning wave would have covered him completely, leaving no chance of escape. To defend himself, he raised a barrier of wind and water around himself, but to everyone's surprise, the enemy managed to break through this defense. This caused a wave of astonishment among those present. Everyone wondered, what was that? Two hands emerged from the darkness, clapping loudly, as if congratulating the children on their victory. Following them, a mage appeared from the darkness, looking like a ghost. The same one who had watched Kyle and Sykes fight from the top of the cliff. All four of them looked at him in surprise, as if the truth was gradually revealing itself to them. The smile faded from Kyle's face, and he seriously wondered who this man was. Meanwhile, the wizard, illuminated by an ominous smile, held out his hand in front of him, in which a dark ball of magic swirled. It became clear, before even exchanging words of greeting, the stranger had prepared for them another spectacular revelation. He extended his clenched fist forward, and dark magic began to burst from it, spreading through the air and gradually weaving an impenetrable black dome above them. Kyle immediately knew that he was facing a shadow barrier. Now even the teachers, who had finally approached the children, were helpless and could do nothing. Now the sorcerer was finally about to unleash his bizarre, mysterious act. From beneath the very surface of the earth, bony hands that looked like human ones began to emerge. The children stared at him, frozen in fear. Meanwhile, he smiled contentedly in the shadows, hiding his face. No doubt what was happening was giving him real pleasure. Up until this point, Kyle had been unfazed and, without saying a word, had been closely following the man's every move. Within seconds, they found themselves in front of a formation of skeletal warriors. Some of the dead were clad in armor and clutching weapons in their hands. There seemed to be at least 24 of them. However, later the brunette noticed that there were more than just skeletons among this invasion. Just behind the magician, in the very heart of the forest, an amazingly powerful soft was raging. It felt like a giant anthill. Dark magic, gathered from all corners of the forest, like a thick stream, flowed into a single point, taking on the bizarre outlines of a pyramid. Before them stood a gigantic skeleton. On its neck and wrists glittered strange ornaments, and on its forehead shimmered a majestic crown. The skeleton was wrapped in a luxurious black cloak, the collar of which was decorated with tiny skulls instead of fur. The wizard decided to introduce the children to this mysterious creature. He called this creature the Lord of the Dead, the Ghost King. Katie and Daly, gripped by anxiety, nervously clasped their hands over their mouths and throats, making muffled, bizarre sounds. In a second, the boys were on their knees, choking on coughs, while the others just watched the scene in amazement, having no idea what had happened to them. Sykes found himself in a difficult position, and hastily pressed his sleeve to his nose and mouth. He suspected that the young men had fallen prey to the miasmas emitted by the King of the Dead. Her gaze, both eerie and blinding, flickered with tiny lights smoldering in empty eye sockets. Kyle was surrounded by skeletal warriors on all sides, but he held his gaze steadfastly, never taking his eyes off one point. Magras chuckled to himself, feeling triumph so close, longing to witness their last desperate cries. Preparing for battle, Delight glanced anxiously at the crowd of skeletons advancing on him. He swung his sword decisively, already preparing to attack, but suddenly froze in genuine amazement. A blinding wall of light suddenly appeared in front of him. The magician was stunned. He could not understand where such powerful light magic came from. It was a real surprise to him. The mystery was broken when all eyes were on Kyle, enveloped in a radiant white glow, walking confidently towards the King of the Dead himself. Kyle made it clear that he didn't care who this ruler was. However, there was one thing he couldn't ignore. The most important thing in this situation was that he dared to raise his hand against his own friends. Upon learning of this, Brunet watched intently as his comrade fearlessly approached the monster with each new step. Kyle spread his arms like a true magician, and suddenly a bright flash of light erupted from his palms. A wild spark flashed in his eyes. In that moment he seemed possessed, not an ordinary freshman. He made it clear without ceremony that he had no intention of being polite to such people. Hearing this, the magician only looked at him in surprise, as if he still couldn't understand what was going on. The man in the raincoat laughed hoarsely and brazenly, openly mocking Kyle. Still in his haughty tone, he mockingly asked what step Kyle would take next. His ghastly army of skeletons and undead lined up in front, and the Lich King himself loomed behind. With his arms outstretched and gesturing defiantly towards the army of the dead that had emerged before him, the man in the raincoat loudly challenged Kyle. "What are you capable of opposing against an entire army of the undead that stands against you?" Sykes, Delia, and Katie were stunned by the sight of an uncountable horde of undead before them, and words simply stuck in their throats. But it was at this moment that Kyle turned to the mysterious masked man, and calmly remarked that he was contemplating how best to deal with such an onslaught of enemies. Kyle gathered all the magical power in his palms, concentrating it to the limit in his clenched fists. His hands flashed with a blinding glow, full of unbridled energy. Kyle's sinister figure stood unwaveringly against the enemy. He did not look away, full of determination, and his hands trembled with concentrated power. Kyle sternly addressed the man in the raincoat, urging him to sweep away the entire army with a powerful blow. At these threatening words, the stranger only clenched his jaws, barely holding back his anger and irritation, and remained silent in response. An army of skeletons and other unholy creatures was advancing relentlessly, rapidly closing the distance to Kyle. Their swords barely clanked in the dim glare, radiating menace. In the midst of this eerie pack, a man in a dark cloak stood out, brandishing a staff and bursting out in a loud, malicious laugh. Hearing Kyle's words, the man in the tuxedo smiled ironically. "Do you really think you can sweep everyone away with one blow?" Bursting into a loud laugh, he added, Kyle is just a naive boy to him. Gathering all his strength in his palms and preparing himself for Kyle's attack, he stared intently at the man in the cloak. Without taking his eyes off him, he asked in a voice filled with tense expectation if he had any idea about the vulnerabilities of inanimate beings. The man in the raincoat twitched the corners of his lips uncertainly, hiding his anxiety. Then Kyle placed his palms on the ground, channeling his own energy through it. At that moment, the ground beneath the army of skeletons and other undead suddenly sparkled with the dazzling glow of his power, and the surface was covered in bizarre magical patterns. At the very center of the magic circle, a legion of skeletons and the dead stood frozen, among whom stood the Lich King, standing next to a mysterious figure in a dark cloak. The mysterious man, hiding his face under a hood, did not take his gaze off the bizarre symbols painted on the ground, and seemed to be in complete control of the vast army of undead. The man in the cloak froze in surprise, for he had just realized Kyle had managed to draw a magic circle. At that moment, Kyle's magical construction revealed the space around him, revealing a new reality to those present. Kyle then turned to his friends, who were watching in surprise at everything that had happened. With a slight smile, he reassured them to act as if nothing special had happened. In that instant, the mighty army of the dead was swept away by the sacred magic, leaving only the Lich King and the hooded man standing in the arena. Shocked and wary, they stared at Kyle, waiting to see what would happen next. Kyle glanced at them and calmly announced that it was time to say goodbye. Eventually, Kyle finally gave his Holy Land spell a name, and the magic circle flared with an even more powerful glow. The cloaked man hurriedly used his staff, trying to contain the spell, but his strength proved insufficient. In an instant, the magic circle was illuminated by a blinding light that incinerated the undead army along with the Lich King at its center. The sacred fire died out as quickly as it had ignited, leaving behind only a thin haze of smoke. Later, Delia, filled with sincere delight and a wave of emotions, enthusiastically noted Kyle's skill. He managed to destroy an entire army of undead with just one of his spells. Katie couldn't hold back the tears. They were rolling down her cheeks in a hail of emotion. Crossing her arms over her chest, she mentally thanked Kyle for yet another rescue. Kyle, filled with the satisfaction of his victory, silently rejoiced at the result, a slight smile on his face. Sykes stood quietly behind Kyle, watching his every move. His gaze was intense and penetrating, his breathing uneven. In his mind, he couldn't shake the feeling that Kyle was still so far away and unreachable. Returning to the man in the raincoat, Kyle informed him that his minions had already been defeated. With a look full of curiosity, Kyle asked, what actions did he intend to take now? At first, the man in the cloak maintained an ostentatious indifference, but in a moment, a cheeky smile lit up his face in response to Kyle's speech. At this very moment, when no one expected it, the ground next to Kyle suddenly split open from the fierce, scorching heat. The Lich King's massive bony hand slowly emerged from beneath the cracked earth. The unexpected antics of the mysterious cloaked man stunned Sykes, and he exclaimed in disbelief. The Lich King emerged from the depths of the earth, leaning on his long, bony arms. As his terrifying form emerged, his eyes lit up with a sinister light. The Lich King, in a low yet powerful voice, reminded everyone that magic of this magnitude was useless to him. Sykes stared at the Lich King in a daze, unable to comprehend what was happening, while Dale and Katie's faces showed anxiety as they waited tensely for his next move. The man in the raincoat stopped right in front of Kyle, and turning to him, said that he had truly impressive magical power. The cloaked stranger added that even a whole cohort of 10 priests would not be able to create light magic of such a grand scale. The cloaked man glared at Kyle, who was frozen in thought, lost in thought about his next move. A faint, sinister smile flickered across his face, and a sarcastic rebuke escaped his lips. Unfortunately, Kyle's sorcery had proved useless to them. The man in the long cloak, holding a staff, suddenly spread his arms wide, pointing them towards the Lich King standing behind him. A predatory smile lit up his face, and he laughed menacingly, announcing that the power of Kyle's magic did not bother the undead lord at all. Dale stood next to him, and, not hiding his anxiety and fear, turned to Sykes with a question. Is it true that even Kyle is unable to defeat this stranger? Katie joined the conversation. She briskly objected, trying to cheer up her comrades and convince them that the mysterious man in the cloak was simply succumbing to empty threats. Sykes did not respond to their words, only watched the events in bewilderment. The truth echoed loudly in his thoughts. If a magician lets death and darkness into his soul with great force, he becomes a maggot. However, among this flock stood out a creature whose power far surpassed that of ordinary leeches. Psyche stared at the Lord of the Undead in surprise and could not believe his eyes. A living legend, a creature from glorious lore, appeared before them. The Undead Lord's magical aura was eerily gloomy. Its poisonous, ominous breath seemed to creep around, consuming the forest. Along with this destructive influence, everything around, the trees and every plant, began to wither and rapidly decline under the pressure of this dark magic. Noticing this, Delia exclaimed with joy, announcing to everyone that the forest had just begun to rot. Kate cast a worried glance at the trees, which were losing their integrity right before her eyes. Overwhelmed by fear, the girl screamed and instinctively hid behind her palms, trying not to look at the terrible picture. At that moment, the man in the black cloak burst into laughter, mocking the children with contempt. He gleefully announced that their bodies, too, would soon rot. Suddenly the ground next to the Undead Lord exploded with a loud explosion, exactly where he was directing his magical energy. Feeling this, the Undead Lord froze for a moment, stunned. In a sinister tone, the Lord of the Undead informed the cloaked man that his sorceress abilities were currently suppressed. The masked stranger looked around in confusion, shocked by what he had heard, and not trusting his own ears, asked again. Before the Undead Lord and the mysterious man in the cloak could figure out what had happened, Kyle stepped closer and prudently announced that he had built a magical barrier. The boy did not want the Undead Lord to continue destroying the forest with his actions. Smiling and winking at the Lord of the Undead, Kyle challenged him to show his true magical power. The Lord of the Dead was shocked and confused by what he heard from Kyle, and even more so by his unexpected behavior in this difficult situation. Sykes, Delia, and Kate couldn't take their eyes off Kyle. They froze, eyes wide, amazed at how much his reaction matched theirs. The masked stranger stared at Kyle, amazed at his ability to maintain a smile even in such a tense moment. The unknown man in the cloak, looking at the smiling Kyle, involuntarily wondered, was the young man's head not all right? Or was there something else strange about him? Meanwhile, Kyle stood motionless, smiling casually and holding a small wooden stick in his hands. However, soon the Lord of the Undead agreed to Kyle's proposal, promising that everything would turn out as he wished. Gathering all the power of darkness in his palms, he summoned the darkness along with its insidious spells. Evil itself answered the call. It turned into flames that scorched the enemy with uncontrollable heat. At that moment, the man in the cloak laughed ominously and declared that this black fire would not disappear until it had consumed everything it touched. Looking at Kyle, he added coldly that after the flames, not even a trace of him would remain. Not even his bones would survive. But suddenly, without paying any attention to all the exclamations and reproaches addressed to him, Kyle unexpectedly raised a small wooden stick. After that, those who had noticed his gesture instantly fell silent, holding their breath and looking first at him, and then at his comrades. Suddenly, something unusual caught their attention above, and the cloaked man and the Lord of the Undead turned and looked up in the direction Kayla's tiny wooden wand had led them. At the very top, they saw a huge dandelion of light, shining brightly. The mysterious man in the mask stared at the ball in amazement, trying to understand what this mysterious object was and what it was for. At that moment, Kyle, without lowering his hand, which he pointed to the sky, calmly explained. At this point, the cloaked man froze, his gaze fixed on the glowing orb. His mind was racked with confusion. How had Kyle managed to concentrate such an incredible amount of magical energy in one place? The Lord of the Undead stared intently into the luminous disk, calling upon the dark spells for help. The Lord of the Undead commanded the darkness to consume the light he hated. He gathered the eerie black flame in his own palm, transforming it into a dark, ominous sphere. Without hesitation, he aimed it directly at the shining center of light. The Lord of Demonic Darkness brazenly aimed a flash of hellfire at Kyle's glowing orb, weaving a spell of warped flame into his attack. The cursed orb whizzed toward the sphere of light, cutting through space at lightning speed. All of Kyle's friends, stunned by the events, did not raise their eyes, watching what was happening. Among them, a man in a cloak stood out, who was studying and intensely following the development of the situation. When the dark, magical ball was about to catch up with the light, it suddenly flashed with a blinding glow. Suddenly, the glowing orb exploded into a powerful pillar of light, instantly incinerating the dark, ominous orb that was rapidly approaching. Meanwhile, beneath the blinding wall of light, the Lord of the Undead was caught and seriously injured. The bright light forced all of Kyle's companions and the cloaked stranger to cover their faces with their hands, trying to shield their eyes from the unbearable light. Only a few seconds passed, and the majestic shining ball disappeared without a trace, dissolving into thin air. However, by that time, both Kyle and his friends, and the stranger in the raincoat, had already fallen to the ground. Overthrown by the power of powerful light magic, the undead lord fell. The dark dome that had trapped everyone until recently dissipated, and blinding light poured through it. Kyle's friends, shielding their eyes from the blinding sun with their hands, watched in amazement as the black barrier disappeared under the pressure of the light beam. Delia and Katie, remaining calm, enthusiastically shared their impressions of what they had seen. Where the Lord of the Undead had once stood, a small black sphere now swirled, pulsing with dark energy. Kyle carefully picked it up, examining it carefully from all sides, his gaze never taking his eyes off the ground. Watching the black sphere in Kyle's hand, he realized the Lich King was gone. Only the fragments of his core remained. After that, Kyle turned to the mysterious stranger in the cloak, warning that he would repeat his question again. The unknown, suppressing his irritation, gritted his teeth. He silently stares at Kyle, who, with a faint smile, asks what his next plan is. Wrapped in a cloak, the man shivered from the cold, barely holding back an anxious sweat, and his thoughts wandered in circles, returning to what he had just experienced. A stunning moment flashed through his memory again and again. An incredible magic circle of light sorcery had wiped legions of the undead from the face of the earth in an instant. Recalling the magical formula of the Pillar of Light, the cloaked man realized with delight. Kyle had managed to destroy the Lich King with a single spell. The cloaked man, gripped by fear, kept his eyes on Kyle, trying to remember if he had ever heard of such a dangerous beast within the walls of the academy. But such a name was completely unknown to him. Kyle, completely calm and confident, stood opposite his opponent. He turned to the man in the cloak with cold curiosity, wondering what he was going to do next, and if this was really the limit of his capabilities. At that moment, the man in the cloak, his head bowed low, sitting on the ground, suddenly felt his left hand begin to tremble uncontrollably. Surprised and irritated by this, he cursed softly, then sharply squeezed his forearm with his palm, trying to calm the nervous tremor. The man in the cloak was becoming increasingly irritated, and, not understanding why he was still feverish, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. Finally, unable to bear the tension, he clutched his head with his hands. Angrily asking Kyle his name, he at the same time vehemently cursed fate in his mind. In response, the hero only remained silent, not making a sound. Kyle stood casually opposite, his hands on his hips, confident. There was no trace of excitement on his face as he calmly introduced himself. "My name is Kyle Fleetley Field. I am a first-year student at the Academy of Magic." After Kyle's words, the man in the cloak picked up a small stone from the ground with an irritated expression on his face, and angrily grunted that he would remember that. Kyle looked at his opponent in confusion. Kyle stared intently at the small pebble he held in his palm, convinced that this was a magical teleportation artifact. At that moment, the cloaked man broke a small teleportation stone, attempting to disappear in plain sight. But Kyle instantly sprang into action, determined not to let the mysterious stranger slip away so easily. Kyle quickly grabbed his left hand and pointed it directly at the man in the raincoat, as if it were a weapon. The magical shot instantly reached its target. The stranger in the raincoat, deprived of the ability to teleport, staggered severely and, losing his footing, fell to the ground with a noise. Kyle, his eyes fixed on the man, was already considering whether to fire another shot. But at that moment, the stranger in the raincoat, struggling to unsteady, abruptly tore off his hood, revealing his face. Kyle froze, staring at him in fascination. A hooded stranger, who was almost the same age as Kyle and his companions, and also had blonde hair, turned to Kyle. He loudly ordered him to remember his face, because their destinies would certainly cross. Kyle stared intently at the mysterious guest, silently studying every feature of his face. The man in the cloak pulled his hood over his eyes, and holding his head, shouted angrily to Kyle that the next time he met him, he would be finished. Without wasting a second, the stranger vanished into thin air, disappearing into obscurity. Kyle and his companions froze in place, staring at the spot where the man in the raincoat had just stood. A tense silence hung in the air, each lost in his own thoughts. At that moment, Kyle remembered the man in the raincoat and wondered, what kind of unusual magical stones were on his head? He had never even heard of such artifacts before, and his curiosity began to creep in more and more. While Kyle was still lost in thought about the mysterious stranger in the cloak, Delia rushed up to him. Tears of excitement glistened in her eyes, and her arms were full of sincere gratitude. She thanked Kyle fervently, assuring him that he had become their savior. They were immediately joined by Katie, no less moved, and barely restraining her emotions, asked Kyle if there was any way to thank him for what he had done. Kyle, smiling faintly, thanked everyone for their safety, not too confidently. It was then that Sykes quietly joined the company, without saying a word. Suddenly, anxious teachers rushed towards them from a distance, hastily asking if they were okay. The anxiety was clearly visible on her face. Kyle, guided by instinct, stepped forward, covering his friends, and excitedly called out to his teacher Freya. Suddenly, Dilka appeared from behind him and hurried to report that Freya was injured. However, Freya herself assured him that everything was fine, and was sincerely glad to see that everyone was safe and sound. Teacher Reggett had just run into Freya, and then immediately asked Kyle if there was anyone else here besides the two of them. Kyle wisely replied to Master Regath that the man in the cloak was most likely behind this, but he managed to disappear unnoticed. Impressed by this answer, Master Regath asked for the details again. Kyle pointed to the fallen monsters and informed the teachers that it seemed like the man in the cloak was to blame for everything. He was the one who had transformed these creatures. The teachers, stunned by what they heard, turned their eyes in the direction Kyle had indicated. Noticing the large number of fallen monsters, Teacher Regath turned to Kyle in surprise, asking if he had really dealt with the entire horde. He then added that these monsters were able to absorb magical energy. Kyle, with a smile on his face, assured that he and Sykes had overcome all these monsters together. Teacher Reggett looked at Sykes suspiciously and asked incredulously if all this was really so. In response, Sykes silently nodded in the affirmative, confirming the truthfulness of Kyle's words. Teacher Reagan looked around in surprise and immediately started asking everyone around how they managed to do this. But suddenly, Teacher Freya interrupted him, reminding him that the most important thing now was to take care of the students. But suddenly, in the thicket of the forest, giant white arrows, saturated with magical energy, flashed and flew rapidly. The teachers and everyone present held their breath, peering intently into the thicket of the forest. Finally, the reggae teacher, beaming with happiness, announced to everyone. The forest had come to life, and was finally starting to act. Teacher Reggett informed everyone that the injured students were being carried outside. Suddenly, a white magical aura flashed around Sykes, and he rose into the air. Everyone around watched with admiration and amazement what was happening. Sykes announced in a low voice that his magical energy seemed to have run out. After apologizing to everyone, he silently walked away, warning them that he would leave them first. Just as Sykes was about to take off first, Kyle suddenly stopped him, grabbing him tightly and preventing him from leaving the ground. Kyle's action stunned Delia and Katie. Meanwhile, Sykes and Kyle sat on the ground, intent on dispelling the spell. Delia, unable to contain her curiosity, turned to Kyle and asked what he was up to. Teacher Regate curiously asked Kyle how he had managed to cancel the refund, and she seemed quite surprised. Kyle just casually shrugged it off, saying he would explain everything to the teachers later. He further emphasized that this day was eventful, but despite all the difficulties, everyone was able to rally and overcome obstacles together. Kyle expressed the idea of returning with the whole team to discuss all the recent events in detail. Kyle was filled with happiness at what he heard, and he hurried to contact Teacher Rega, hoping for permission. However, the mentor remained adamant. His stern voice sounded categorical. There will be no permissions, because the forest is still full of dangerous monsters. Teacher Regath turned away from Kyle, who was trying to persuade him, and drawing a tiny magic circle on his palm, he held it to his ear. He calmly announced that he would contact headquarters to get permission for all the students to return. Teacher Freya analyzed the situation, looked at Kyle's friends, and asked if they wanted to go back with him. Delia and Katie looked at her in shock, unable to hide their surprise. When the phraseology teacher suggested that anyone who wanted to join Kyle's return, Katie enthusiastically agreed, saying she was looking forward to it. Delia joined in her excitement, smiling and adding that she would like to go back with everyone. Then Teacher Freya turned to Sykes, eager to know what he thought about the matter. Her gaze was full of seriousness and expectation. Psychologists stated with complete confidence, if it weren't for Kyle, none of them would have survived to this day. Meanwhile, Dill and Katie were trying hard to persuade Teacher Regit to let them go together. Sykes supported them, adding that Kyle was also convinced that they should only return as a group. Teacher Freya noticed the faintest smile that crossed Sykes' lips when he said he couldn't refuse Kyle's offer. Her eyes rested on him in surprise. She had never seen such an expression on his face before. Teacher Freya recalled how she had once entrusted Kyle with an important task, telling him that she was counting on him. She thought it was more of a selfish act, but the boy had not only lived up to, but far exceeded all her expectations. Watching Kyle's mood noticeably drop, Teacher Frey smiled quietly to herself. Meanwhile, Teacher Regit had already contacted the central administration, insisting on the children being evacuated to a safe place as soon as possible. But suddenly, Teacher Freya was interrupted by Reggie, politely asking him to stop. She emphasized that the children should figure out the situation themselves. And isn't that right? In response, the surprised Reggie only looked at Freya questioningly, silently trying to understand her intention. Teacher Freya added that there were a lot of surprises during this extracurricular activity, and unfortunately, the recording of the battle could not be saved. Because of this, today's work will not be credited. Surprise gripped everyone as their gazes turned to Teacher Frey. Delia, with a touch of impatience and curiosity, suggested that Kyle and Sykes had defeated the boss on their own. Teacher Frey nodded calmly, making it clear to her that everything was clear. She emphasized that all mentors were responsible for such things. Teacher Reagan. After listening to her speech, she suddenly ordered the entire staff to immediately begin the evacuation. Delia tried to stop her and turned to her, but before she could say anything, Teacher Reagan clarified. Kyle, Sykes, Delia, and Katie must continue to stay in Class F. They will not be evacuated. Everyone stared at him in amazement and silence, not daring to say anything. Teacher Reagan ran his hand over his head in annoyance and asked, "Is everything okay with everyone?" But then Frey, pointing to the mentor, insisted that the teacher's presence was an indispensable condition. After that, Kyle turned to Sykes in a friendly way, inviting him to lean on his shoulder. However, Sykes frivolously refused, saying that he had no need for it. But Kyle stood his ground, convincing him that it was really necessary. In the end, Sykes sighed and, finally giving in, agreed, yielding to Kyle's wish. Give Freya a sincere smile every time she watches their cheerful arguments. Meanwhile, Kyle, leaning his shoulder on his spear, turned to his comrades and confidently announced they were all going back together. Delia and Katie happily cuddled up to each other. Meanwhile, Kyle and his friends, full of excitement, cheerfully set off back to their academy, discussing their adventures with particular enthusiasm. That evening, while at the academy, Kyle thought over and over again about Teacher Frey's advice to be meticulous about meeting with the director, who was eager to find out all the nuances. Putting on his immaculate new academic uniform, Kyle headed for the director's office. Kyle stood at the office door, gripping the handle in his hand. In his thoughts, the young man returned to the constant mystery. What kind of person was this director? The most outstanding figure in the entire academy. He yearned to unravel his true nature. Gathering his thoughts, Kyle gently knocked on the door, hoping to hear the voice of the owner of the office. As soon as the director called from inside, inviting Kyle in, the boy respectfully stepped into the office. Sitting behind the desk was an elderly man with long silver hair and a lush beard. The director politely greeted him and hospitably invited him into the office. The man, who introduced himself as Tartarius Iliad, turned out to be the master of 3 elements at once: water, earth, and wind. Having become acquainted with Kyle, Tartarius added that he was the head of this academy. The director invited Kyle to take a seat in the chair. Kyle walked over slowly and sat down. Apologizing for his frankness, the director noted that Kyle probably already guessed the content of the conversation. The director, looking closely at Kyle, asked how he had managed to defeat so many monsters. He also emphasized that the monsters were summoned by some unknown person in a cloak, and insisted that Kyle describe in detail every detail of what had happened. Kyle stumbled a little at first, hesitating and smiling uncertainly as he frantically searched for the right answer in his head. In his heart, he admitted that harboring the magic of light was a real test that he found difficult. At this moment, The director wondered if there was something exceptional hidden there. At these words, Kyle only shook his head in denial, demonstrating that everything was not at all as the others thought. But suddenly a teacher named Milne appeared at the door. She gently turned to Kyle and told him that there was no need to hide anything from her. Kyle froze in confusion when she suddenly appeared next to him, saying his name. Milnes, the mentor, greeted the boy with a warm smile and noted that it had been a long time since they last met. Surprised by her unexpected visit, Kyle wondered what had brought her to the academy. During the conversation, the principal defended Ms. Milne, emphasizing that they were old friends and mentioning that she had already shared with him various interesting details about Kyle. Miss Milne herself stood next to the principal, her gaze fixed on the boy. The academy director noted that Teacher Milne had only trained one student, Kyle Flufield. It was a real surprise for Kyle to hear that his mentor and the academy director knew each other. Kyle, breathing a sigh of relief and pressing his hand to his chest, mentally noted that they should have been warned about this in advance. Milne's teacher, smiling cheerfully, replied that otherwise their paths would never have crossed. Remembering his own question, Kyle turned to Milne's teacher, asking what exactly she had left behind at the academy and why she was here now. In response, Teacher Milner stated that she was seeking to uncover one of the mysteries hidden by the seal of this academy. Kyle, filled with wonder, asked her about the mysterious seal. Milne, the mentor, explained that her arrival at the academy was no coincidence. She had come to conduct her own investigation. The latest incident only further strengthened her disturbing suspicions. Kyle looked at her in surprise, listening intently to every word. Milne's teacher explained that this was why she wanted to entrust the investigation to him, calling it her order. However, after a moment she shook her head and clarified, this was not an order, but her sincere personal request. Deep beneath the walls of the academy, a terrifying creature lurks, locked in a vast black cocoon that hangs majestically from the ceiling. Once a dragon, it is said to have burned to ashes all who dared to meet its gaze. Kyle was still confused by the recent shock, but he dared to ask Teacher Milne about the dragon that was rumored to guard the walls of the academy. At first, Mrs. Milne was confused and fell silent for a moment. However, after a few seconds she added, besides this, there was something else hidden near the seal itself. Namely, a secret passage to the printing house, which was located in Class F. Kyle, shocked to the core, stood with his mouth open, unable to utter a word from surprise. He turned to Teacher Milne with delight, eager to hear once again the confirmation of the passage to the seal in Class F. Calmly and confidently, Teacher Milne confirmed her words, assuring that everything said was true. Miss Milne noted that an extremely strong magic had hung over the academy, making it simply impossible to restore the building. Kyle, having realized the real reason, loudly declared that this was the reason for the dilapidated state of the building. He also suggested that this was an attempt to ridicule their Class F. Milne's teacher. Turning slightly away and casually touching her chin, said thoughtfully that if you think about it carefully, there might actually be some truth in what he said. The manager, who had previously silently observed his colleague's actions, listening attentively to the conversation, suddenly raised his voice and emphasized with concentration, "We have a serious problem." The director emphasized that the first priority was to find the entrance to the printing house. Hearing this, Kyle wondered in surprise if the director really didn't know where the entrance was. Professor Milne answered for the headmaster, explaining that the seal is an extremely powerful focus of magical energy, and a powerful protective spell is deployed around the building itself. Milne's teacher noted that the two streams of magical energy intertwine, and the place of entry into the seal is constantly shifting. Lost in her thoughts, Teacher Milne noticed that the entrance seemed to have been closed in a hurry. Kyle, turning to her, curiously asked if this dragon was really that dangerous and strong. Milne's teacher shared a legend with him. The dragon is famous for its incredible strength. But when she happened to encounter this beast, its body was shrouded in a thick, deadly miasma. Then the director calmly assured Kyle not to worry, because everything was still under control thanks to the magical shackles. Even if the worst happened, the shackles would only lose some of their power, so it was worth making sure how reliable they were. Kyle was lost in thought about the intricate, ever-changing passage, as well as the fearsome dragon that slept deep in the depths of the dungeon. The headmaster looked at the boy carefully, emphasizing once again that Kyle was his only student in Milne, and suddenly wondered if he had any doubts about his own abilities. All this time, contemplating the way inside and the encounter with the dragon, Kyle was simply ablaze with excitement. So exciting did this adventure seem. His cheeks were flushed. His eyes were shining with excitement. With an indefatigable smile, he confidently assured everyone that he was willing to take on this task. The principal watched Kyle's reaction with surprise, and Milne, the teacher, as if anticipating such a development, smiled at the boy with hidden pleasure. After a brief thought, the director agreed with Kyle's idea and announced that he would lead this investigation. Kyle could not help but exclaim with joy, sincerely supporting the director's words. However, the director of the academy addressed those present, urging them to return to the main topic of discussion. Kyle, bowing his head and looking at the director with keen interest, inquiringly made it clear what exactly was being discussed. The principal reminded him of today's extracurricular activity and asked Kyle about it. Realizing what was going on, Kyle scratched the back of his head in a slightly confused way, admitting that he did remember it. The principal calmly approached Kyle, inviting him to honestly tell the full story of the events. Without a moment's hesitation, Kyle agreed and began a meaningful story about what had happened during the after-school activity. However, soon after Kyle's story, the director, having assessed the seriousness of the events, carefully recorded all the moments associated with the frightening creatures. He especially singled out the man in the cloak and the Lishkin among the threats. These two posed a considerable danger, the headmaster thought, his forehead bent to his hands clasped on the table. Teacher Milne looked at him and asked about Tartarius. A short pause, and the headmaster finally turned to Kyle, catching his gaze. Speaking on behalf of the academy, he sincerely thanked him for saving their institution from trouble. The director bowed to Kyle, expressing his sincere gratitude. Kyle felt awkward and quickly waved his hands, trying to stop him and convince him not to bow so low. The director, holding his still dizzy head, noted Kyle's impeccable work. He admitted with humorous self-criticism that he had no choice but to bow his empty head in sincere gratitude. Then the director approached Milne's teacher with a request to find out what could make Kyle happy. After all, the boy also fully deserved the award. After a moment's thought, Milne's teacher took a step toward the principal, leaned over quietly, and, barely perceptibly covering her lips with her hands, whispered something in his ear. What she heard immediately struck the principal. His face was filled with genuine surprise, as if he had just grasped the true meaning of Milne's words. And then, with concentration and in a particularly solemn manner, he announced that I, Tartarius Ilias, rector of the Magic Academy, allow Kyle to fulfill one and only wish. The director then laughed, calling the award quite unusual. He turned to Kyle, asking if he really wanted it, and encouraged him not to be shy. Kyle looked at the director thoughtfully at first, then silently nodded in agreement. Kyle's eyes were ablaze with excitement as he responded to the director with unbridled enthusiasm, vowing to seize the opportunity whenever the opportunity arose. The director, his gaze fixed on the young man, wondered what question Kyle would ask when his turn came. The principal told Kyle that the very next day he would introduce him to a teacher who would help him master the art of printing. It would be a truly valuable experience for the boy. Kyle agreed, thanked him for the new opportunity, and, having said goodbye, went to his room. As soon as Kyle left the principal's office, he was met by Milne's teacher, who was waiting by the door. At this very moment, Teacher Reggie was quietly hiding around the corner next to the office, constantly watching from the shadows the events outside the door of the principal's office. Teacher Submalinus cast a discreet glance at him, though she barely gave herself away. The girl was behaving with extreme caution, trying to blend in with her surroundings. Meanwhile, Kyle, full of high spirits, entered the dormitory lounge and warmly greeted his friends who had already gathered there. Sykes, Delia, and Katie were waiting impatiently for Kyle, not hiding their excitement. Delia, who was very worried, was the first to ask a question. She wanted to know why the director wanted to talk to Kyle. Katie also joined in, trying to find out if he had received any comments from the director. Kyle carefully reassured his friends, assuring them that everything was fine with him and there was no reason to worry. Sykes approached him and asked with a slight hint of curiosity what was being discussed, guessing that something had happened. Kyle was about to answer when Kalyura and Garden, who had quietly approached from behind, interrupted him. Kyle and Sykes immediately turned their attention to the newcomers, preparing for their questions. With dignified confidence and inner pride, Kalbera and Garden apologized for the unexpected intrusion, after which they solemnly greeted everyone present. Meanwhile, Sykes, shielding Kyle with himself, angrily demanded explanations from Culbera and Garden, trying to understand what had happened. Behind him, a confused Kyle spoke softly to Sykes, trying to calm his comrade. It was at this moment that Calliora remembered the giant creatures that had lurked in the forest thickets. She turned to Kyle and Sykes, wondering if they had managed to defeat those dark monsters. To this, Kyle calmly remarked that he and Sykes had defeated the monsters in a fair duel. His answer so stunned Culbera and Garden that they, stunned, opened their mouths wide and, not believing their ears, turned their astonished eyes to Kyle and Sykes. Garden was bursting with curiosity. He couldn't help but ask Kyle and Sykes with doubt. Were they serious and had really done this? How did they even manage to do this? Kalduri, starting to get irritated, abruptly cut him off, ordering him to shut up. It was at this moment that the other students in the dormitory noticed their conversation and began to watch with interest as events unfolded. Then Gardner, with a hint of interest in his voice, asked them if all this was really true, since rumors were already spreading among the other students. Unexpectedly, Calliora bowed low to Kyle and Sykes, expressing his deep gratitude for saving his life. Garden and the other students froze in place, looking at each other in confusion, not knowing how to act in such a situation. Kaldura, bowing respectfully, stood up to his full height and expressed his gratitude, noting that he knew not only about his own rescue, but also about helping to evacuate others. The students, holding their breath, carefully followed the development of events, impatiently waiting for the continuation of his words. With sincere regret in his eyes, Calliora bowed his head before Kyle and his comrades, humbly apologizing for his harshness and sincerely regretting everything he had done. Calliora summoned Hardin, insisting on his apology. However, Hardin only responded by rubbing his hand on the back of his head in annoyance and grumbling that he had known all along. Suddenly, he broke the silence with a loud and heartfelt word of gratitude to Kyle and his companions for their heroic rescue. Kyle, Sykes, Delia, and Katie looked at each other in confusion, shocked, and not immediately realizing that they had not imagined what they had heard. Smiling loudly and warmly, Kyle addressed the crowd, opening his arms as if inviting everyone to join him. He confidently said that there was no reason to worry, because they were all students at the same academy, and therefore, support and mutual assistance between them was quite natural. Kaldura and Garland had not expected to hear such an answer from Kyle, so the boy's words caught them by surprise and caused a wave of embarrassment. On the other hand, Dilly and Katie were sincerely glad that events had turned out this way, and they completely shared Kyle's words. Kyle Dia, beaming a sincere smile, looked around the room as if sharing his cheerful mood. But while the atmosphere was filled with joy, Garden, full of curiosity, could not resist asking Kyle how they had managed to defeat those terrifying monsters. In response, Kyle, clenching his fists vigorously, told Gordon with a mocking smile that he had struck with full force. Meanwhile, Sykes, who was standing casually nearby, also noted that he had cut them open with ease, and there was nothing difficult about it. Balkan was genuinely surprised that Kyle and Sykes gave him almost the same answer, so he asked them to explain in more detail. However, this only made the entire audience laugh. The dormitory was filled with explosions of laughter. The students could not help but have fun, listening to the guy's original lines and watching Balkan's own reaction. So I was filled with sincere joy, thinking about what incredible happiness this was. I had a burning hope that from now on, everyone would live in harmony and peace. While everyone was chatting animatedly in the spacious dormitory hall, the Turk retreated into the semi-darkness behind the door, watching them through a transparent veil of anger. Garden and Sykes were enthusiastically sharing their triumphs over the black monsters. Meanwhile, Turk watched with irritation, his jaws clenched with anger. Finally, unable to contain himself, he resolutely left the room. Meanwhile, the academy director leisurely stepped onto the balcony of his office, deep in thought about Kyle. He was overcome with foreboding. The young man was striking in his uniqueness, and, without a doubt, a brilliant future awaited him. The director, with a hint of sadness in his voice, admitted that there was no other mentor for Kyle, so he could only hope that the assigned teacher would cope with this difficult mission. Meanwhile, a real commotion reigned within the walls of the Academy's research tower. Alchemists tirelessly experimented with various compounds, and it was their experiments that filled the surrounding space with a thick fog. A girl with long, flowing black hair entered the tower. It was Alicia. She turned to Lady Raylishi, glanced around the room, and noticed with slight concern that the professor had once again left a mess behind. Looking at Ms. Relish in surprise, Alicia noticed that she had to pick up her things from time to time. So the girl turned to the professor with a request to start monitoring the cleanliness and order herself. With a maniacal smile on her face, Professor Rolisha, ignoring her previous words, excitedly told Alicia that he had arrived just in time. She also shared with Eliza, with unbridled enthusiasm, the news of her own discovery. She had managed to come up with a new combination. Meanwhile, Eliza was hastily picking up scattered books and notes from the floor. Hearing an unexpected remark, the girl looked up at Mrs. Relisha in surprise. Professor Relisha, showing herself to be a genius chemist and a person with a wonderful sense of humor, laughed out loud. They said that this was definitely a sign from above. Mrs. Relisha peered into the tiny bottles, carefully turning them in the light. There was a spark of excitement in her eyes, and she did not hide it. She felt in her heart that something extraordinary was approaching. Eliza stood nearby, watching her in confusion, not understanding what was really meant. The next morning, in Class F, Delia curiously asked Kyle about the Academy's mysterious seal. The boy confirmed that this was indeed the case, and noted that his teacher was personally acquainted with the headmaster. By the way, they had been asked to examine this seal just yesterday. Delia smiled awkwardly, glancing at Kyle, and jokingly remarked that it was hard to even imagine how the director himself would have asked him such a question. To which Kyle responded with only a faint smile, silently agreeing with her words. At that moment, Kyle turned to his friends and suddenly asked if they could support him if needed. Delia and Katie stared at Kyle in amazement. He, beaming with joy, spread his arms, and with a smile invited everyone to join him in solving the mysteries of the Academy. Psycho, Delia, and Katie, stunned by what they saw, stared at him silently. A moment later, Delia, fascinated, exclaimed, turning to Kyle, "What if we join him?" Kyle accepted the offer without hesitation. Delia, visibly nervous, cautiously asked if it was too dangerous. Meanwhile, all four of them were under the protective dome of the classroom, which hid them from prying eyes and ears. Kyle, thinking intently, told everyone that, according to the director, the seal now resembled a tangled maze full of dangerous monsters. At its very center was the imprisoned dragon. The longer he spoke, the more Delius's face contorted with horror. To ease the tension among his friends, Kyle smiled broadly and sincerely, assuring everyone that there was no reason to worry. Delia, visibly concerned, asked him if he was taking things too lightly. However, Sykes, looking at Kyle with close attention, said that he had no objections. Concentrated, Psyche, with a serious face, noted that after the fight in the forest, he felt a new strength in himself. He clenched his fists tightly, examining them intently, and confidently declared that he wanted to test himself in the next fight. As Sykes looked at Delia and Keith, he realized that both had overcome a deadly test, so they undoubtedly now had more faith in their own strength. Katie, beaming with joy, shared the exciting news. Although she was worried that she might get in the way, if Kyle wanted to, she would be happy to keep him company. Delia, worried and scratching her head, stammering a little, added that she wouldn't mind joining in either. Kyle beamed with happiness as he solemnly announced that the detective team was finally complete. The rest of the team still looked at him warily, but they all nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Kyle noticed a silhouette outside the soundproof barrier. His gaze fell on the girl with the ponytail, standing on the other side of the protective dome, talking animatedly in their direction, expanding her own barrier. Kyle allowed her to enter and politely asked the reason for her visit. Eliza stood before them. Having overcome the barrier, she noticed with relief and delight that Kyle had finally paid attention to her. After all, she had tried to call out to them for so long, without giving up hope. Kyle rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment and hesitantly apologized to Alice, admitting that he had indeed had a secret meeting. Alice did not hide her surprise and immediately asked for the details of this mysterious event. Elise, lost in thought, suggested that all this might be inextricably linked to the Academy's hidden secrets. Her words made Kyle momentarily speechless. He was unable to say anything in response. Eliza, beaming with a friendly smile, casually introduced herself to each of the attendees, briefly adding that she was a third-year student. She explained that she had an important message from the alchemy professor, Relish, and Neve. Then she turned to Kyle and asked if she had mispronounced his name. Kyle nodded in agreement, and Eliza, smiling happily, announced that the professor was already waiting for him in the research tower. After that, she asked if Kyle would like to keep her company. Kyle remembered the principal's words and said that he had been instructed to introduce himself to the teacher. When Eliza asked a question, Kyle nodded in the affirmative. Pleased, Eliza invited him to follow her. As soon as Eliza led Kyle to the professor, his comrades instantly joined them, quietly following behind. Frozen with surprise, Eliza looked around in confusion, trying to understand what was happening. She wondered in surprise if they all really intended to join her. Kyle calmly answered in the affirmative, noting that he had already asked them, and now he was turning to Eliza herself for consent. Kyle's proposal made Eliza think hard, weighing all the pros and cons. However, she soon came to a decisive conclusion that would determine their future fate, and accepted his terms. The good news was a real gift for Kyle. Eliza, glancing at Kyle, noticed that the professor wasn't at all bothered by such situations. In fact, it was probably even a reason for him to be happy. Eliza enthusiastically called everyone to follow her, and Kyle responded with a warm smile and sincere words of gratitude. Soon, Bells, Kyle, and his companions reached the research tower. The structure was striking in its snow-white height, towering over the surrounding street. The building was intertwined with pipes, from which clouds of smoke rose, dissolving in the air. Sykes, remaining unmoved, looked intently at the majestic tower and wondered if it was a scientific laboratory. Delia also looked up, and remarked with surprise that she had not even guessed that such a building existed on the grounds of the Hague Academy. At the same moment, Kyle and Katie, holding their breath, were also staring at the steep outline of the tower. Eliza stepped into the research tower and immediately informed everyone that freshmen usually avoided this place. Kyle, Sykes, Delia, and Katie followed her. Once inside the tower, their attention was immediately drawn to the steep spiral staircase that rose higher and higher, disappearing into the darkness under the very ceiling. Kyle, fascinated by this endless series of steps, turned to Delia with delight. However, she, restrained and slightly worried, asked if they really had to go up this way. Standing at the bottom of the stairs, Eliza reassured those present with a smile. There was no reason to worry, because some invisible force would soon easily lift them to the very top. Kyle, without wasting any time, was the first to rush after Eliza, and as they climbed the steps together, he waved cheerfully to the company, inviting them to join him. All this commotion brought him real joy. Delia looked at Kyle in surprise and wondered by what miracle he had managed to end up there. At this moment, Katie slowly descended the stairs, remarking to herself how convenient it was. Sykes followed in silence, and Delia, surprised, held her gaze on them, and suddenly asked them all to wait a moment for her. As Delia was about to step onto the first step, the entire structure of the stairs suddenly began to sway alarmingly. The rest of them almost fell, but fortunately the sturdy railing caught them in time. Delia bravely climbed the stairs, but when it was time to descend, she was overcome by a sharp fear. As soon as the swing was over, Kyle, turning to Alice, who was ahead, asked if it was an earthquake that had just happened. Eliza remained unmoved at first, but then turned around, smiled warmly at those present, and reassured them that everything was under control. She had already figured out what was going on. Suddenly, Eliza screamed at the top of her voice, addressing Professor Alicia. She wanted to call her as soon as possible and introduce her to her friends. Eliza called out to Professor Alicia at the top of her voice, and without wasting a second, rushed up the stairs. Opening the door to the office, the girl saw a room shrouded in thick fog. Waving the dense veil away with her hand, Eliza asked with slight irritation if this was another failed experiment by Professor Alicia. Eliza resolutely walked to the far corner of the room, where a thick haze hung, and abruptly opened the window, letting in fresh air. At that moment, her eyes met the watchful gaze of Professor Alicia, who stood nearby and, frowning, reminded her that she had forbidden anything to be done without her presence. Professor Alicia, retreating in the clouds of dense fog, coughed, feeling the fatigue weighing heavily on her shoulders. She sank wearily to the floor, silently sharing her hopes for this year's triumph, her voice ringing with a faint sadness. The water element quietly shimmered in her hands. As soon as the fog cleared, Eliza glanced at her office and was saddened to see the familiar chaos. She clutched her head and turned to Professor Alicia, sighing that the chaos had caught up with her again. After that, Eliza informed Relish that guests were about to arrive at their office. Professor Relish, apparently oblivious to Eliza's emotional outburst and carelessly adjusting her glasses on her nose, asked with mild curiosity which guests she was talking about. At that moment, Kyle, Sykes, Delia, and Katie entered the office. Professor Relishna greeted the unexpected guests with surprise and a slight smile, and asked for the purpose of this group of students visiting her. The professor's question struck Eliza to the core. Confused and agitated, she quickly remembered the note the principal had given her, which clearly stated that the students were to be present today. Barely controlling her excitement, with a hint of panic in her voice, Eliza turned to Professor Alicia, wondering if she had forgotten this important assignment. At first, Professor Alicia was confused and hesitantly choosing her words and remembering what Eliza had said. The professor bowed her head to Eliza, sincerely apologizing and admitting that she had completely forgotten it. Eliza, embarrassed by such humility, nervously waved her hands, begging her to stop. It seemed to her that now she looked like a real despot. Professor Alicia straightened her back and turned to Eliza curiously, wondering if she was a real tyrant. Eliza cried out sharply in response, resolutely demanding that the professor stop. Returning to Kyle's company, Eliza smiled a little shyly and said she would take care of the cleaning herself, asking them to wait outside. It was then that Kyle took out his tiny wooden stick and offered her his help. With a wave of his wand, Kyle gathered up the books scattered on the floor and neatly arranged them in a tall, even pile. Eliza and Professor Relish watched the spectacle with genuine admiration, unable to take their eyes off the boy's impressive skills. At Kyle's command, the books instantly flew into the air, spun smoothly, and instantly settled on their shelves. At that moment, Katie saw something broken and immediately called Kyle to report the damage. Kyle responded immediately, thanked her for her thoughtfulness, and carefully picked up all the debris. Professor Alicia, carefully adjusting her glasses on her nose, watched in admiration as Kyle skillfully arranged the objects. Next to her, Eliza, equally impressed by his skills, turned to the teacher with a question. What exactly is going on here? When they were finished cleaning, Kyle and Katie gathered in the middle of the spotlessly clean room. Smiling with a pleasant tiredness, they confidently announced that everything was done. For the first time, Eliza felt a genuine admiration for Kyle, struck by his incredible magic of triumph, which she had never seen before. Immediately after that, her gaze fell on Professor Alicia, who stood next to her in thoughtful silence, her head bowed. Professor Alicia suddenly jumped up and rushed to Kyle. She hugged him enthusiastically and, not holding back her emotions, exclaimed that he was a real talent. Alicia bombarded the boy with questions. What class was he in now? Had he only mastered wind magic? And where did he learn to use magic so skillfully? Eliza firmly distanced Professor Rolisha from Kyle, strongly advising her to stay away. However, despite this, Rolisha did not calm down. She did not stop questioning Kyle about his magical talents, again and again urging the boy to demonstrate magic and share details about himself. As soon as Professor Rolish was able to calm her nerves, she immediately apologized to Kyle. The unexpected event had completely thrown her off balance, which was why she reacted so sharply. At the same time, the woman expressed the hope that Kyle would not take offense at her for this careless outburst. Kyle happily replied to the professor that when something really captivates you, it is almost impossible to restrain yourself. And he understands this perfectly well. Alicia smiled in return and agreed, adding that it is precisely thanks to such a feeling that understanding will definitely be found between them. Meanwhile, Dilla, watching their conversation, thought that they both seemed to belong to the same element. Kyle, claiming to be a student from Class IF, approached Professor Alicia with the hope of her help in the investigation. Alicia, scratching the back of her head in surprise, stared at the guy for a few seconds, and then suddenly asked what kind of investigation he was talking about. Kyle was not entirely sure of his reaction to the professor's question about the dragon seal. Embarrassed, he quickly hid his face in his hands. After Kyle's words, Professor Alicia suddenly burst into enthusiasm and began to frantically leaf through the books in search of the necessary information. Eliza, visibly irritated, turned to her to remind her that Kyle had already gathered everyone together not so long ago. Kyle himself silently watched the amazing change in Alicia's behavior. Professor Alicia pulled several heavy volumes from the shelf and, placing her hand on one of the books, explained that the dragon seal was the Academy's most ancient mystery. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and turning to Kyle, she enthusiastically suggested that together they uncover the secret to which she had devoted all her years. Kyle nodded in the affirmative to her question. The professor was silent for a moment, lost in thought. Finally, Alicia, looking intently at the interlocutors, said that it was wonderful, and promised to tell her everything she knew frankly. Instead, Professor Alicia, smiling mysteriously, asked Kyle to share all his knowledge with her. Kyle and his friends looked at her in confusion, full of surprise and delight. Eliza turned her gaze to Professor Alicia, addressing her. But at that moment, a shadow lingered behind the door. Someone was listening intently to their conversation. Last night, shortly before the teacher left the building, the principal and Milna gathered on a cozy balcony with a soundproof partition. The principal himself began the conversation, announcing that the great darkness had already made itself felt. Milno, looking the director straight in the eye with concentration, honestly admitted, "This man in the cloak is not giving her peace, and the events have taken on a much deeper meaning than she initially thought." In addition, according to her, there are spies operating within the walls of the academy. The director, remaining calm and serious, answered her question, noting that they could only guess what those mysterious people were after. He emphasized that anyone who saw this as an opportunity would certainly try to use it, but he warned that the investigation promised to be extremely dangerous. Milna picked up on the director's point, emphasizing that the situation was indeed fraught with risk. Her words caused the director a slight surprise, but Milna did not stop there and added, if she could not cope, only he could solve the problem. So she urged her colleague to rely on him. Throughout Milna's long life, only Kyle became her student, who mastered the art of controlling all the elements. Professor Alicia, stunned by this surprise, exclaimed and turned to Kyle to ask if the entrance to the seal was actually located in the Class F building. Her face reflected genuine delight and excitement at everything that was happening. Kyle stopped in front of her and admitted that he was no less surprised by this. Professor Alicia, turning away and moving on, lost in thought. In fact, only the homeroom teacher had the right to be there, and for students from other classes this entrance remained strictly prohibited. To everyone's surprise, Professor Alicia suddenly immersed herself in her numerous notes and ancient tomes, at the same time calling Eliza and informing her that the moment had come to use the dreamed artifact. Struck by what she heard, Eliza at first could not believe the professor's words and, embarrassed, began to ask more about the mysterious object. Professor Alicia took off her glasses and immediately put on another pair, then agreed with Eliza, emphasizing that this was their most compelling argument in their search for the seal. The girl's face blossomed with happiness. Professor Relish flashed her glasses with delight, emphasizing that these magical lenses were capable of revealing the deepest secrets of ancient magic. Eliza, blushing, cast a shy glance in the professor's direction and admitted that, despite the long separation, the glasses still suited Professor Alice perfectly. Katie, who also did not hide her admiration for the teacher, joined in her enthusiastic words. Kyle looked at the professor in disbelief and asked how these amazing glasses could help them. In response, Alicia laughed heartily and explained, these magic glasses would open their eyes to magical energy, so thanks to this, they would be able to see the hidden passage to the seal. Professor Alicia shared that she had already searched the entire academy, trying to find him, but in vain. At that time she had no idea where to look. But now, excitement flared in her eyes, and she announced with delight, now she finally knew where to find him. Grabbing her lab coat and cheering for everyone to join in, Professor Alicia confidently strode forward, completely ignoring her surroundings. Eliza, worried about her and following behind, tried to stop the professor with a loud warning. A wall was rising right in Alicia's path, but just as Eliza was about to warn the professor, Rolishu had already crashed her forehead into the wall. It turned out that she simply did not see the obstacle through her new glasses. Finishing the sentence, Eliza added that the professor had never worn such glasses before and had always been very careful. Kyle just smiled as he watched the scene. When Eliza instantly snatched the magic glasses from Professor Relicious and then flirtatiously tried them on, she confidently announced that from now on, this mission was her own business. Eliza's determination brought genuine joy to Kyle, Delia, and the others. Professor Relicia, adjusting her usual glasses on her nose, thanked Elise for her courage, slightly embarrassed. What made her do this? Feeling a surge of determination, she loudly and convincingly informed everyone about their common idea to visit the forbidden Class F. Kyle supported this initiative, nodded in agreement, and moved next to her. Afterwards, everyone gathered near the F-Class building and began to carefully examine every nook and cranny in search of the mysterious entrance to the seal. Elisa, wearing her glasses, carefully examined all the smallest cracks and suspicious places, trying to uncover the secret of the hidden passage. When Eliza was near Sykes, she noticed that nothing suspicious had been found in the familiar places, and suggested that he continue his journey together. Sykes noticed a hidden passage in the wall, covered with wooden crates and various tools. He was quite surprised to find a secret passage hidden behind the wall of the warehouse. Pushing aside the wooden crates and scattered tools, Sykes noticed a narrow, dark opening in the wall. Sykes called to Eliza at the top of his voice, and she, hearing him, came running up with a look of alarm on her face. Sykes was inside, causing the flames to flare up with a spell to flood the room with bright light. Eliza, armed with magic glasses, carefully examined every corner and could not hide her delight at what she saw. Without wasting time, she called the others, urging them to look at everything with her. Professor Alicia and Kyle immediately recognized Eliza's voice and rushed to her without wasting any time. A suddenly closed door appeared in front of Kyle, and he asked Eliza in surprise why this door was there. The girl immediately noticed that there was no handle or lock on the door. Concentrated and unflappable, Professor Alicia skillfully drew a magic circle on her palm, urging those present not to lose their composure. She assured them that she had only used a standard magic seal. Her faith in her own powers left no doubt that she would definitely be able to unlock this door. Professor Alicia cast a spell directly on the door, creating a bright magic circle. The hero, who was standing nearby, watched her every move with admiration. Both were filled with curiosity and anticipation. What would happen next? As soon as the magic circle created by Professor Relish crossed the threshold and broke the seal, the door suddenly swung open of its own accord. Dill, who had run towards it as fast as she could, was delighted to see the passageway open before her. Eliza joined the conversation, proudly announcing that Professor Relish was a recognized master in the art of magical seals. Kyle and Katie's admiration for Professor Relish only grew after hearing this. But Professor Alicia, a little embarrassed, brushed off the praise, saying that it was not that important, and urged Kyle and his friends not to exaggerate her merits. Opening the door, she literally glowed with happiness, threw a joyful look at her companions, and confidently announced that now they were guaranteed to find the dragon seal. However, as soon as Professor Alicia opened the door, Eliza immediately noticed a dark shadow behind it, like a ball of black energy. The sight was so exciting that she felt a slight unease. Eliza reacted with lightning speed. She decisively pushed Professor Alicia away, protecting her from the threat. At the same moment, the girl used magic, forcing the professor to move away from the door. An unshakable determination burned in Eliza's eyes. She was ready to do anything just to save Alicia's life. However, at that very moment, the door flew open, and Kyle, holding his breath, rushed to Eliza with a questioning look in his eyes. But she didn't even look in his direction or say a word. Instead, instantly raising a wind barrier, Eliza reliably hid everyone from the flow of black energy. Suddenly, while holding the wind barrier in the air, Eliza suddenly coughed up blood. Despite the pain and weakness, she did not stop her efforts, persistently strengthening the defense for the safety of others. The brave girl occasionally shouted, urging everyone to step back from the door, and disregarding her own condition, steadfastly continued to defend her comrades against the stormy wind. Everyone froze in surprise when Eliza suddenly coughed, and Professor Alicia, frightened to the core, rushed towards her, shouting her name. Gathering all her strength, Eliza gathered a black mist around herself, and warned everyone that this was a cunning trap because poisonous gas was leaking through the door. Suddenly, Kyle approached Eliza, who was holding back the poison gas with a protective barrier, and announced that he had come to support her. Surprised by Kyle's unexpected appearance, Eliza didn't have time to say a word before he had already placed a magical wind net around her. Thanks to Kyle's intervention, the wind barrier had expanded and become much stronger, pushing the gloomy, poisonous fog far beyond the doors. And later, already outside, Kyle created a suffocating gas, raised a powerful air dome above them, and wove an air net that firmly caught and absorbed the ominous black mist. In a few moments, Kyle had compressed the poisonous gas into a small volume. Eventually, he held a compact cloud in his hand, silently demonstrating that he had gathered all the poison together. A small ball of thick black smoke was billowing from Kyle's hands. He warned everyone of the danger it posed, and insisted that they entrust the task to him. Lisa was so overwhelmed by his power that she could barely speak. Behind her, Dell and Sykes were talking excitedly to each other, delighted that Kyle, as always, had easily handled the problem himself. Suddenly, Professor Rolisha rushed towards Eliza and hugged her warmly. Such unexpected closeness confused the girl. Returning the hug, Eliza asked Rolisha with concern if she was okay and if she had not been harmed. Professor Alicia, with tears in her eyes, gave Eliza a piercing look and replied indifferently. But when she noticed Eliza coughing up blood, not hiding her surprise, she sharply asked what she was doing. Eliza smiled warmly at Professor Alicia, gently reassuring her that she was fine, and it was just a minor scratch. The girl tried her best to calm the professor down, trying to dispel her anxiety. However, Professor Alicia did not back down. She squeezed Eliza's shoulders, and with pain in her voice, explained why she put herself in danger again and again for her. The feeling of guilt for all the events haunts her relentlessly, and does not give her peace. Professor Alicia, depressed and disappointed, bowed her head with a slight hint of sorrow. Astalisa, irritated to the point of exhaustion, thought deeply about the consequences of the possible injuries to her body. Elisa watched them, not knowing what to say, and Guero remained silent. The other heroes looked from one woman to the other in extreme surprise, trying to grasp the essence of the tense atmosphere. After gathering her thoughts, Eliza sincerely apologized to Professor Relitius. In response, the professor also gathered her strength, smiled slightly, and apologized to the boys, admitting that she had momentarily let her emotions get the better of her. Delia and Katie, with strained smiles, waved goodbye and assured him that everything was fine. Watching the scene, Kyle couldn't help but think of himself next to Professor Mills. Kyle approached Eliza and the professor, smiling slyly, and asked if there really was some kind of special closeness between them. The girls froze for a moment, casting surprised looks at him. Finally, Eliza dared to admit that it was true. The girl confesses that Professor Rolisha is both her own sister and her mother. With a surprise that cannot be hidden, Kyle and his friends test their hearing. What they hear strikes them to the core. Eliza, with eyes filled with tears, confessed that Professor Alicia had sheltered her when she was left without her parents, and had always taken care of her. With a happy smile, Eliza told everyone that the professor had surrounded her with true motherly love. So, the professor is of great importance to her. When these thoughts echoed in Rolisha's mind, she didn't even notice how she blushed, slightly confused by Eliza's gaze. The girl's words caused her a slight embarrassment. Hearing Eliza's story, Delia and Katie could not hold back their tears. Emotions overwhelmed them to the brim. Kyle and Sykes just watched in bewilderment, shocked by what they heard, and were silent, unable to find words. Realizing that she had upset everyone, Eliza waved her hands in confusion, trying to calm her friends and show them that they should not be upset. Kyle unexpectedly approached her, apologizing with slight embarrassment for his unexpected question about their relationship. Eliza only smiled warmly in response, assuring her that she had nothing to hide. Unexpectedly, Kyle bowed to Eliza, sincerely thanking her for her quick reaction, which had saved them all. Following him, barely recovering from the shock, his friends took turns addressing Eliza with warm words of gratitude for saving them from danger. Eliza blushed in embarrassment, hurried to assure her that everything was fine, and unconsciously glanced at Professor Alicia, seeking her support. Excessive words of gratitude put the girl in a rather awkward position. Meanwhile, the professor was hurrying towards the secret room, carefully examining every step that led down. Eliza turned sharply, and when she saw Professor Alicia resolutely rush inside, she called out anxiously after her. Then Kyle and Daly headed to the hidden room, filled with a mad curiosity. What was behind this mysterious door? Professor Rolisha, Kyle, and Delia were examining the stairs that led steeply down into the darkness of the depths. Kyle expressed surprise, noting that the descent seemed unusually long, and Delia wondered uncertainly how many steps there could be. However, Professor Alicia quickly calmed the audience, confidently stating that the situation was completely under her control. She energetically promised that exciting puzzles and unexpected challenges awaited everyone. At these words, the hall erupted in applause, joyfully supporting her enthusiasm. Professor Rolisha, full of energy and inspiration, confidently led the group forward, tirelessly repeating that one should only look to the future. Delia, watching her, noticed how similar Kyle and Professor Rolisha were to each other, both in character and in determination. At this very moment, the mysterious pursuer was secretly watching them, gathering his courage to enter the mysterious room. He did not want to be discovered, so he carefully hid in the shadows, keeping a distance from the main characters. Meanwhile, the door slowly began to close. Finally, the door slammed shut, releasing clouds of thick dust and steam that filled the surrounding space. Our enthralled heroes enthusiastically walked up the stairs, carefully examining their surroundings. An irrepressible curiosity and desire to unravel the mysteries of the academy burned in their hearts. Climbing the stairs to one of the rooms, Professor Alicia, along with the others, found herself in a huge, almost limitless, empty room. Delia, amazed by what she saw, could not help but ask what kind of place it was. And Katie noted that the room was indeed extremely spacious. Professor Alicia was intrigued by the idea that there was a secret passage hidden somewhere. She pointed out that the place was too big for a normal search, so she suggested that Eliza use the magic glasses. Eliza supported the idea, and without hesitation, put the magic glasses on her eyes. It was at this moment that I was struck by what I saw through the lenses of my glasses. Catching her breath, Eliza, holding her glasses tightly, announced in a daze that she had spotted the door. Professor Alicia could not hide her surprise. She could not have imagined that Eliza would be able to find it so quickly. Eliza confirmed her words, then admitted in confusion that something was troubling her. A look of surprise flashed across her face. The girl insists, doors exist everywhere. Armed with magic glasses, Eliza suddenly saw a multitude of doors around her. She was amazed to the core. She had not expected such a sight. The news from Eliza stunned everyone. A confused silence reigned in the hall. Professor Alicia, not hiding her surprise at all, loudly addressed Eliza with a question full of sincere curiosity. What, exactly, does all this mean? In response, Eliza simply handed her magic glasses and suggested that she see for herself. Professor Alicia, squinting through her double glasses, could hardly believe her eyes. Meanwhile, Eliza, waving her arms vigorously, insisted on Alicia's answer. What should they do with this now? Professor Rolisha, confused and uncertain, was visibly confused. The answer didn't occur to her. Finally, she hesitantly remarked that the documents provided for only one way out. Eliza and Kyle looked at each other, surprised and somewhat confused, and the professor then announced that only one of the doors led to the truth. He urged the audience to dare to check each door for themselves. This statement alarmed Eliza, and she hurried to warn Professor Relishes about the possible dangers of impulsive decisions. Suddenly, Professor Relish walked over to one of the doors and carefully opened it to look inside. Then, out of the darkness, the ugly head of a sinister goblin appeared, screaming in a shrill and terrifying voice. Professor Relish, stumbling over the monster's body, hastily slammed the door shut and leaned against it with her whole body, as if trying to shield herself from danger. Eliza's face showed anxiety. She cast anxious glances at the professor, closely monitoring her well-being. At this time, Sykes realized that troubles had fallen upon their group, and the situation was getting out of control. Sykes was about to draw his sword when Kyle struck a lightning-fast blow at the monster that had appeared right in the doorway, unnoticed by everyone. This unexpected turn of events made Sykes freeze in place and look at Kyle in surprise. The rest of the group, not hiding their surprise, immediately turned to Kyle, trying to understand what had just happened. Kyle turned to his comrades, but the impression had not yet faded from his soul, and he could not find a single word in response. Sykes turned to Kyle with irritation, asking him a question, but suddenly his attention was drawn to the door. Kyle felt awkward under Sykes' stern gaze, confused and unable to find the words to answer. Kyle scratched the back of his head and said cautiously that he just had to concentrate and the door would appear before him. Sykes just shrugged his shoulders slightly, without a hint of surprise, saying that was exactly what Kyle was supposed to do. Delia stood beside Sykes, confused and astonished. Sykes explained that they would now be able to find the door they needed much more quickly. But Kyle, squinting thoughtfully, warned that there was one significant obstacle in their path. He noticed that there were, without any exaggeration, more than 1,000 doors around. Deal was struck by this incredible number. And despite his surprise, the endless corridor with a world of doors continued to unfold before the heroes. Crouching down, Delia, pretending to sob, began to complain that checking everyone would take a long time. After a short pause, she quietly suggested that perhaps there was some kind of mark on the door. Kyle, catching Dale's hint, held his gaze and thought. Kate radiated optimism and genuine support, assuring them that this difficult period was entirely possible to overcome. And they just had to work hard and everything would work out. An unquenchable spark of hope smoldered in her eyes. Kyle was still replaying in his head the conversation he had with Delia and Katie about the strange signs on the door that would help him get through. After thinking about it for a few minutes, a sudden insight struck him. Kyle thanked everyone for their valuable advice. Turning to Delia and Katie, he emphasized that it was thanks to them that he understood what to do next. However, both girls only silently watched him, not saying a word. Kyle remembered that Milne's teacher had been the last one to find the right door. Confident in his abilities, he spread his arms wide and closed his eyes, concentrating hard on catching the trail of magical energy Milne had left behind. Eliza, trying on her magic glasses, cast a keen gaze at Kyle. Her heart was filled with tenderness as she saw his magical energy steadily growing, gaining strength right before her eyes. Professor Alicia approached an intrigued Eliza and asked what had happened. Alicia, without taking her eyes off Kyle, explained that his magic had spread throughout the room. Bellies continued to gaze at Kyle in awe, finding it hard to believe that his magical power had grown again. It seemed impossible to comprehend such a powerful force, and finally, the girl was overcome by thoughts. Who is this Kyle really? Standing with his eyes closed, he was absorbed in his own thoughts until his friend helped him open them. In response, Kyle beamed with a smile and announced with delight he had finally found the traces of his teacher. Eliza and Professor Alicia looked at Kyle in surprise. In response, he confidently declared that he had found the right door. With a faint smile, Kyle pointed to a certain passage and confirmed with conviction this was exactly what they were looking for. Eliza and Professor Alicia immediately looked where Kyle had pointed and saw that there was indeed a door. Kyle smiled contentedly, noting in his mind that he had finally found the right passage. Kyle glanced at the magic seal on the right door and silently thanked his mentor Milne for leaving her energy here in time. Kyle turned to Professor Alicia with a satisfied smile, explaining that the owner of the key had left his signature there so that he could easily find the right door later. Professor Alicia understood his intention and, slightly embarrassed, nodded briefly in response. Professor Relish could not hide her delight. Her joyful exclamation echoed throughout the hall. This is a real miracle. At this moment, Kyle turned to the audience and announced that he would open the only correct door right now. Kyle opened the right door, and a landscape of clouds and sheer cliffs opened before his eyes. As they stepped through the threshold, they suddenly found themselves on a majestic mountain range where they could touch the very horizon of the sky. The surrounding area amazed everyone. They looked at the landscape with curiosity, admiring its unique beauty. Delia enthusiastically noted that this place was truly magical, and Eliza, smiling, added that this landscape reminded her of a real utopia. A multitude of tiny spheres swirled around, filled with wind, lightning, and incredible elemental energies. Intrigued by this spectacle, Delia asked Professor Relicia what they were. In response, Relicia explained that these spheres contained various elements. Kate and Professor Relish, fascinated by what they saw, cautiously touched the spheres, peering into their mysterious surfaces. The others also looked down, and Delia, who was standing so high, suddenly felt her knees shake. When the inspection of the rock was over, everyone moved leisurely forward along the stone wall. Soon, a new door appeared in front of them, blocking the way again. Kyle suggested that this must be the third door from the beginning. Delia nodded, agreeing with his guess. Professor Relicia walked to the door, opened it, and said with noticeable excitement, "If the documents don't lie, a real maze awaits us ahead." Suddenly, behind the open door, a gigantic structure appeared, resembling a bizarre labyrinth with many intertwined corridors. Its grandeur was impressive. Against its background, the heroes looked completely insignificant, almost toy-like. Professor Alicia spoke forcefully to the audience, warning them of the potential dangers. There could be many dangerous monsters lurking in this place. She held her gaze on each of the new arrivals, pausing briefly to make sure her words were heard. She ended the conversation by emphasizing that everyone who had come this far was now gone. Her words puzzled Kate, and Delia shuddered, her eyes flashing with worry and disbelief. Having calmed everyone around her, Eliza pulled on her magic glasses and called on everyone to be alert. During the conversation, she imperceptibly adjusted their position on her nose. At this moment, Sykes was carefully examining the wall, tapping and pressing on individual bricks, as if searching for a hidden mechanism. His sudden interest was noticed by the excited Eliza, who turned to him with a question. Sykes reassured the girl by explaining that the walls here were made of marble, and this feature could play into their hands. Psyche turned to Kyle, wondering what he had found. Meanwhile, Kyle, his palms pressed against the cold stone wall, listened carefully to his magical senses, trying to sense the presence of monsters. Hearing Sykes's question, Kyle explained that there were monsters all around, although this hall was much smaller than the one they had been in before. Eliza, listening intently to their conversation, asked anxiously what exactly they were up to. Closing his eyes, Kyle calmly told Elise that they already had their own plan. His words caused genuine surprise in the girl, and, not hiding her interest, she asked what plan he was talking about. This unexpected answer further fueled her curiosity about what was happening. Kyle told Ellis that they were here without a full set of knowledge, but they had already figured out that Korn and monsters really existed. So the team came up with a strategic plan to proceed and overcome these challenges. Having told everything, Kyle singled out one place. That was where, according to him, was the exit. Alice looked in surprise in the indicated direction, while Kyle nodded to Sykes to act. Without further ado, he drew his sword from its scabbard, completely calm and focused. He accepted it, closed his eyes, and sank into deep concentration. Eliza, watching him through her magic glasses, could not hide her delight. Sykes's aura was gaining strength in front of her eyes. His magic level was rapidly increasing. Suddenly, Professor Relish was overcome with a wild curiosity. She wanted to run up and ask Kyle what they were all thinking about right now. However, Katie, without wasting a second, stopped her, grabbed her hand and sternly warned it was too dangerous there. Relish turned her gaze to Sykes's magic, and a giant fire spirit dragon appeared before her. This sight truly captivated and amazed her. As soon as Psyche opened her eyes and took control of her magic, she informed Kyle of her readiness. Kyle responded with a warm smile and remarked that there could be no better moment to join forces. At that moment, Sykes and Kyle simultaneously cast their spells, combining their magical power. Sykes created a fiery blade that blazed in his hand, while Kyle summoned an unstoppable hurricane. With steely determination, Sykes reached forward, releasing his burning sword, and Kyle's powerful wind multiplied the destructive power of the attack 1,000-fold. Combining their forces, they easily tore through the labyrinth wall, leaving a gap in the solid stone. Their combined power seemed like a miracle, with debris flying in all directions and a wave of magical energy rising around them like a raging storm. Everyone around them froze in amazement, silently amazed by the invincible power of this pair. As the magic faded and the smoke gradually melted into the air, Kyle and Sykes finally emerged from their curtain, drawing everyone's attention to themselves. Kyle gestured through the walls, urging everyone to move forward towards a new challenge. Eliza watched in awe at the incredible power of this combination, and Professor Rolisha couldn't hide her surprise as she watched Kyle and Sykes perform magic like this. She had never seen such magic before. At that moment, Kyle and Sykes shared their triumph, happily giving each other high fives in token of the victory of their spell. Meanwhile, at the very heart of this seal, a slight earthquake suddenly rumbled, thanks to the powerful sorcery of Kyle and Sykes. Its aftermath was a web of cracks that stretched along the walls and columns. In the very center of the room, the ominous dragon seal, shrouded in darkness, suddenly cracked and released clouds of dark energy. From this darkness, a dragon slowly rose, which had been imprisoned under the seal for many years. Everyone in the room passed through the gap in the wall, one by one, leaving behind the intricate maze. Professor Alicia, with relief and pride, emphasized that they had done a great job of the challenge, because the chosen method was indeed quite difficult. Kyle glanced at Sykes and winked slyly, noting how well they worked together. Sykes smiled back, saying he was only following his instructions. He had no idea that Kyle's wind could rekindle his fire with renewed vigor. Watching Kyle and Sykes, Katie remembered how Kyle had promised earlier that together they would uncover this secret, and Sykes had then jokingly asked if they had already faced a deadly battle. With each passing day, Katie felt more and more disappointed in her own abilities. She racked her brains over what to do next, because if things stayed the way they were, she would only create difficulties for those around her. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind rose in front of Kyle, Sykes, and Eliza. Before their eyes, the element spun and grew, turning into a giant tornado. Professor Rolishaw did not even bother to clarify whether this was another of their tests. Delia nearly fell, clutching Kyle convulsively, complaining that he would be blown away by the relentless wind. Kyle, on the other hand, stood calm, attentive and curious, watching the approaching hurricane. Beside them, Sykes, shielding his face from the gusts, noted that there was something unusual about the wind. Professor Rolisha, closely observing Eliza's actions, recalled that the documents marked this place as an elemental zone. However, observing the surroundings, she noticed that there was only a fierce wind here, and jokingly suggested renaming the area a tornado zone. Delia replied with irritation that there was no way to advance any further. Kyle stepped forward resolutely, stretched out his hand towards the raging whirlwind, and urged everyone not to lose their composure, to stay close to him. Alice stopped in surprise, looking around at Kyle in confusion and asking for help in a quiet voice. Kyle raised his hand and summoned a magical barrier from the wind. At that moment, Delia looked around and noticed that the wind had completely died down. Everyone present turned their eyes to Kyle in surprise. Professor Relish, as always, was delighted with his talent. Kyle, with a slight smile, invited everyone to continue on with him. However, suddenly the same madman approached Kyle. He turned to the interlocutor and asked what was the matter. At that moment, the young man's face became stern and focused. In response to Kyle, Sykes noted that, at least in theory, earth elementals should be used against an opponent who uses wind. He then asked Kyle if he had any skills in manipulating earth magic. Kyle paused for a moment, confused, before asking Sykes how he knew all this. To which Sykes replied that he recognized the magic Kyle had used in the forest, the same spell that had lodged itself in the young man's memory. He explains that it is a sacred circle spell, created by the fusion of not only light magic, but also earth magic. Six glanced at Kyle, as if seeking confirmation of his words. Kyle beamed with joy and happily agreed with everything, adding that psychologists are so smart that they only need a look to understand everything. These words really impressed Katie, who was nearby, and she involuntarily wondered, is this really possible? Katie clutched her head, berating herself for not understanding what was happening. The feeling of helplessness was even more acute than she had imagined. It seemed like she was constantly being helped by others, and she was only getting in the way. It was then that Kitty became interested in Kyle's confession. He admitted that he only uses the power of the wind, because he promised his mentor so. He clarified that under normal circumstances, only wind magic was allowed, and that other types were prohibited except in cases of real danger. Sykes didn't quite get the point, and, confused, asked what he meant by emergency. Kyle silently nodded in agreement and smiling explained, a real emergency for him is the moment when he stands up for his friends. The news so shocked Katie that she froze in silence. Her face reflected genuine shock and complete lack of understanding of what was happening. Kyle, noticing any change in the situation, continued enthusiastically, assuring him that this test seemed surprisingly interesting to him. Psyche, pondering his words, whispered to himself in a low voice that it was indeed fascinating. What if he tried to set some limits of his own? Suddenly, Delia's scream pierced the air as she pointed in surprise. Eliza and Professor Relisha turned in the direction of the sound, still not understanding what had happened. Then Delia pointed upwards, drawing attention to the small bubbles that were gently circling above them. Everyone looked up. The sky was covered with a variety of bubbles, large and small. They flowed lazily through the air. Professor Alicia, looking around in surprise, asked what they were. Kyle also watched this scene, not hiding his surprise. Kyle noticed that the wind had suddenly died down and hurried to inform everyone present. Professor Alicia, raising her eyebrows in surprise, asked him if he was sure of what he was saying. Having regained her composure, Professor Alicia looked up at the sky, which was covered with bizarre bubbles, and asked everyone what innovations these unusual phenomena brought with them. It was at this moment that Eliza, who was also watching the celestial spectacle, suddenly noticed something special among the bubbles. Feeling a little nervous, Eliza called Professor Alicia, curious about the strange phenomenon in the sky. After her words, everyone, including Professor Alicia, looked up in the direction Eliza pointed. Suddenly, a giant dark hand appeared in the sky, inexorably approaching, carrying an unsettling, heavy energy. Delia was seized by panic from this ominous force, and holding her breath, she fearfully asked the others if they thought this hand was burning with fire. Professor Alicia instantly noticed that the wind magic had disappeared, and instead, fireballs had erupted around her. Reflecting on the constant change of the elements, she finally discovered the true reason for these mysterious metamorphoses: anxiety. She rushed to order everyone to flee immediately, before a black hand from the sky grabbed them. The gloomy vortex that hung above cast its shadow very close, ready to close deadly ring around everyone. Eliza sprang swiftly in the opposite direction, and Delia, overcome with tears, rushed at random, not even noticing where her feet were carrying her. At this moment, Sykes was pushing forward persistently, already reaching for his sword, and Delia, fascinated and bewildered, watched after him, amazed at how his figure dissolved in the distant mist. The lunatic quickly drew his sword from its sheath, thinking that to return evil for evil was a trap for the soul. However, he had no doubt that his fire magic would be able to stop the dark hand. At that moment, Katie appeared before him, as if from thin air. Surprised, he froze in place, crouched down, and stared at the girl with a frowning gaze. At that moment, Katie grabbed her small wooden wand and aimed it directly at the dark hand that was slowly reaching out to them. Hearing someone call her name, the girl turned to the voice and firmly said that she possessed the element of water. Confidently declaring to Psyche her ability to cope with the danger, Katie asked him to step aside so as not to interfere with her actions. Sykes called anxiously to Katie, begging her to refrain from rash action. He emphasized that even with the force of the elements on their side, the danger was too great, and the enemy left no room for error. The boy was sincerely worried about the girl. With her back to the thorns and her wooden wand tightly clutched in her hand, Katie firmly told him that she couldn't do without it. Sykes was confused by Katie's words, which seemed completely incomprehensible to him. Meanwhile, Katie did not stop. She firmly explained that the most important thing for her was to protect her friends. Gathering her will, she raised her wand, created a sparkling ball of water, and confidently directed it directly into the radiant fiery shadow.